technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoid, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as ATLANTIS will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and things like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigra. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once then I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work.
Drop ship. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad design. And that's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
Nothing to lose, just me against the world, baby. I got nothing to lose, it's just me against the world. Stuck in the game, me against the world, baby. Can you picture my prophecy? Stress in the city, the cops on top of me. The projects full of bullets, the bodies is dropping. There ain't no stopping me. Constantly moving while making millions. Witnessing killings, leaving dead bodies in abandoned buildings. Carries the children cause they're illin'. Addicted to killing and the appeal from the cap villain. Without feeling, but will they last or be blasted? Hard-headed bastard. Maybe you'll listen in this casket. The aftermath. More bodies being buried. I'm losing my homies in a hurry. They relocating to the cemetery. Got me worried. Stressing my business blurry. The question is, will I live? No one in the world loves me. I'm headed for danger. Don't trust strangers, put one in the chamber whenever I'm feeling this anger. Don't wanna make excuses, cause this is how it is. What's the use unless we're shooting? No one notices the youth. It's just me against the world, baby. It's just me against the world. It's just me against the world. Cause it's just me against the world, baby. Me against the world. I got nothing to lose, it's just me against the world, baby. Yeah, with nothing to lose, it's just me against the world. It's just me against the world, baby. I got nothing to lose. It's just me against the world. It's just me against the world, baby. With nothing to lose. It's just me against the world, baby. Me against the world. I got nothing to lose. It's just me against the world, baby. With all this extra stressing, the question I wonder is after death, after my last breath, when will I finally get to rest through this suppression? They punish the people that's asking questions and those that possess. Still from the ones without possession, the message I stress. To make it stop, study your lesson, don't settle for less. Even the genius asks us questions, be grateful for blessings. Don't ever change, keep your essence. The power is in the people and politics we address. Always do your best, don't let the pressure make you panic. And when you get stranded and things don't go the way you planned it, dreaming the riches in a position to making a difference. Politicians are hypocrites, they don't wanna listen. If I'm insane, it's the fame made a brother change. It wasn't nothing like the game, it's just me against the world. Nothing to lose, it's just me against the world, baby. Got me stuck in the game, it's just me against the world. I got nothing to lose, it's just me against the world, baby. That's right. I know it seems hard sometimes, but remember one thing. Through every dark night, there's a bright day after that.
First of all, we the one and only, infamous.
Everybody wanna use the name, sounding all blame.
We come up in the party with them shanks and things.
Have you curled up on the floor feeling the pain?
And 9 times out of 10, we ain't even start the shit. We finish it, then they wanna press charges.
Plus, everybody and their mother wanna act tough till they discover how fast a nigga leave them under white covers.
Was a thumper till he met the 40 Thunder.
Now I feel strange when I walk by his mother. It's fucked
how the ball bounce.
The cookie crumbles.
That's what the guns do. Dead you on the humble.
But God forgive me, niggas trying to hit me. What I'm supposed to do? You talk about my life, yeah, that nigga got a lot to lose.
So I tuck the heaters, then proceed to move. We are more for real, you an example. Spread love, not war. Cause my shit is poppin', and I'll be goddamn if you shot me. You should spread love, not war. Cause you won't feel safe coming out your crib knowing that we got beef. You should spread love, not war. Just think about your kids, how they need you alive for your guidance. You should spread love, not war. Cause death hurts whole families. Imagine it's your moms that grieve.
You in the neck, yes you will. If you not feeling me yet, out of respect, can't stand around your niggas to sex. Sweating hard, ain't do shit but run your lips. But when a nigga get confronted, all he do is take the fifth. Not the law, talk about the floor, niggas is raw. You ain't know, now you know, leaking down on the floor. Never renege with my words, believe what you heard. Never flash a gat and don't bust it, that shit is absurd. Cause I be right back to my brother say word. You got the drive, no doubt I caught being tough as for her. Cause the plot is power and I do it for hours. Won't save me for a minute till I move on you cowards. Direct drama to us, if a miss, be the ones that we routed. $1 million ballads, make an album that's classic.
Spread love, not war. Cause my shit is poppin', and I'll be goddamn if you shot me. You should spread love, not war. Cause you won't feel safe coming out your rest knowing that we got beef. You should spread love, not war. Just think about your kids, how they need you alive for their guidance. You should spread love, not war. Cause death hurts whole families. Imagine it's your moms that grieve. Look around, you're surrounded by the MOB, PDEEP. Infamous niggas rep Queensbridge, House and P. My duns come through with the big long chains. Plus we got guns to blow your brains. Niggas learn when they feelin' the pain. Know what I'm saying? Straight like that. Standing ovations with Max. We clap niggas for less. Splash niggas for last. Shift the game, raise your odds. I need 93,000 for 16 bars. Put out the movie, the hood's rushing stores. 700,000 from out the doors. We the most thorough, need I say more? The hoes love the mob, cause we so raw. Handcuff your whore, when P come through the scene, glowing like a black light on white clothing. You should spread love, not war. Cause my shit is poppin', and I'll be goddamn if you shot me. We should spread love, not war. Cause you won't feel safe coming out your rest, knowing that we got beef. You need to spread love, not war. Just think about your kids, how they need you alive for their guidance. You should spread love, not war. Cause death hurts whole families. Imagine it's your mom that grieves. Spread love, not war. Cause my shit is poppin', and and I'll be goddamn if you shot me. You should spread love, not war, cause you won't feel safe coming out the rest knowing that we got beef. We need to spread love, not war. Just think about your kids, how they need you alive for they guidance. You should spread love, not war, cause death hurts whole families. Imagine it's your mom that grieves. Spread love, not war, cause my shit is popping, and I'll be goddamn if you shot me. You should spread love, not war, cause I don't give a fuck, nigga. Boom. We should spread love, not war.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we got some interesting sort of conceptual frameworks for you guys to sort of dive into here. And actually, you know what? Where did I put that other book? Oh, yeah. Okay. So we got all the things here that we need. Yeah, we're going to run through maybe 3 readings and a video. A couple videos we may have, in terms of presenting certain materials to you guys. Right. Obviously, we've been doing a long, series of presentations on similar subject material. And if you guys have been watching, you guys are pretty much familiar at this point with some of the ideas that we've been tossing back and forth, right? And I'll be happy to represent some of the major sort of conceptual frameworks so that you guys won't be lost in the sort of morass of what we're sort of getting into today, right? Because we've got a number of ideas as they relate to, technology, spirituality, and religion and science. Okay, so obviously there's one of the main things we explore on this show is the sort of false dialectic between technology and spirituality and religion and science. And what we mean by false dialectic, we mean that these two things, two sets of 4 things, right, are sort of very much interconnected, way more than most people see, right? They think that technology is the opposite of the spiritual, right? They also think that religion is the opposite of the scientific, and so on and so forth. And this is part and parcel of a sort of modern dialectic that's been placed into people's minds. And of course, as we were explaining yesterday, has a lot to do with art and techniques and, those ritual means of abstraction, expression, and so on and so forth. So we're going to get into all that, right? We're going to get into, all of that, right? And how we sort of represent all those themes. And a little bit here. But I first want to say what's going on to the chat. Let's see who's up in the chat, right? Who's talking to us? What they've got to say, and what's popping with the people here. Who's decided to peek their head out and show us some love. Let's see what's going on. Blessings to the people. We got Just Frank. Woo. What's up, man? Blessings, brother. We got Green Diesel's comment pinned, right? He was the first one to communicate, right? So shout out to Green Diesel. He just put a black box there for the people. So we appreciate you, man. Free the dolphins. Woof. Yeah, that's from the thumbnail. The dolphins don't look like they're in a sort of natural environment that where they're meant to thrive in that thumbnail for sure. Right. We got Cecil Drake, right? Fartex. Is that like some type of medication? Right? Over the counter or something? Yeah, man. Man. Like Zyrtec or something. But yeah, man, Tony Drake, blessings, sir. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well today. You know, you had a mysterious lady friend show up yesterday. We saw that. But yeah, interesting stuff that you were telling us yesterday about that little picture you have regarding the Titan. We were talking about the Titans, and we got carried away into so many different conversations yesterday. Still not home. We'll upload vid tonight. Yeah, check out Personhood over Dogma. Okay, she's been a great friend so far. I greatly appreciate her correspondence. And yeah, excellent stuff that she's bringing forward. So check her out, her channel. She's definitely very lively and very engaging. Individual. Emily, blessings. Dr. E, what's going on? Greetings. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. Peace to the homies overseas. All the people that may be in Netherlands and all that type of stuff. I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching overseas, England and Netherlands, and all you guys. I wish we were, closer. Right, and all the people that are here, close. Definitely, let's have a cup of tea sometime. I appreciate you guys. Plasma Void. Yeah, man, blessings. I appreciate you, brother. Watching, yeah, I've seen you put that part in a lot of my episodes. So, yeah, you've been watching a few of them, man. So I appreciate that. Thanks for showing the love, if that's what it is. Obviously, we got some haters, but yeah, I expect you guys to be more vocal, right? Show me the vocal hatred, right? Out with it. Out with it. Lizard Tree, blessings. Yeah, we're getting into some things. Fatima, what's up, my friend? I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Yeah, we got some things here. Heidegger, Skolimowski, and Ellul. If you guys were here yesterday, we laid down some of that Skolimowski, and he's going in on the ideas of science. Okay, we got Dr. D and Dr. E. We got Dom here, one of the heavy hitters. We talk about talking while talking, when talking, for future of talking, failing to talk in the present so we can talk of things which affect our talks. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Then we got Denise. I appreciate you, madam. Thank you so much for watching. It's always great to have you here. We got Battle Axe. Battle Axe. We got the legendary Truther Comp. Greetings. Is that you? Hopefully. It's not a interloper of sorts. No. That's him, yeah. Yeah, because we've had many, different types, interlopers, spies, and, they come in from all over, trying to figure out what we're doing. Some very strange conversations that we've had on the show and in Discord that I'm sure that would alert certain channels. Obviously, all of what I do is merely just, scholarly research. So, yeah, I barely leave my house. So, I definitely am not planning anything, folks. To all my federal friends. But yeah, Lizard Tree, tell it TML. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, the people that are here, we have just a hapless tard, our pole, still making like he likes to watch weird improv shows on the internet and whatever. This is fucking dim-wittery, right? Dipshittery, and so on and so forth. So yeah, the comedy shows are not that funny, man. Kind of fucking lame when the hapless tards constantly yip yapping. All right, yeah, it's time to move on, man. Right. Pick up a book or pick up a shovel. Name isn't important, man. Oh man. Here's a real deep thinker, bro. Man, this brother is a deep thinker. Blessings, hermano. I appreciate you, man. Salute, man, and peace to you, brother. This guy's a real deep thinker, man. Name isn't important. You can tell by the name, right? Man, this guy's a deep thinker. Here's another deep thinker, Battle Axe. We have been having lots of fun talking to her. She's a real charm. I greatly appreciate you, madam. Thank you so much for watching this channel and for contributing to the space. Ragamuffin Vision, I had a great conversation with him today. Maybe I shouldn't disclose that. It's private. But yeah, blessings, brother. I greatly appreciate the guy, man. All right, let's go on, man. Nobody's going to call in? I'll drop it again. Drop that thing again. I know lots of people have been typing and typing and typing. Maybe not. Maybe there's not that many people. I don't know. All right, let's begin. So where were we in the conversation, right? I was talking about how this idea of science and religion and technology and spirituality, right? Now, obviously, spiritualism is about sort of techniques that are extracted from forms of ritual and so on and so forth, right? And forms of magic and alchemical practices and so on and so forth. Now, magic obviously is primitive techniques, right? And techniques guide all sorts of interactions. Okay, techniques guide techniques, as I explained earlier, they moved from a and I guess I'll go slower and explain what techniques exactly is, right? As Oswald Spengler explains, right? Technics concerns our total tactics for living. Okay, our total tactics for living, and how Ellul describes this term as techniques, or the total ensemble of means. Okay, so as he says, technique creates means. Okay, it's constantly engaged, right? Constantly engaged in the sort of complexification of means. Okay, the massification of means. And this is because it uses both sort of replication and assimilation in order to guide its increase of power and ability. And of course, techniques provide us with a whole host of means, right? And of course, that is an appropriate word, means, or another word is mediation. Okay, because they have to do fundamentally with communication. And as I've explained on the show sort of multiple times, right? You could have a means of communication that's just sending information from point A to point B. Okay, so body language or pointing at something is like a form of communication, and this sort of idea of how you could communicate without words, and this is especially important. Okay, that communication can happen without words. It's just merely an exchange of information, right? You could program a machine to send information from point A to point B. Okay, and those two machines have established some sort of communication. But of course, language requires interpretation. Okay, and of course, there's this idea of radical translation from from
Yeah, what would radical translation be? Like, could you
yeah,
define that? I've never heard that.
yeah, radical translation is a thought experiment by Willard Van Norman Quine, right, in which he proposed that if two separate linguists were to form an interpretive analysis of a set of words or a language, right, that they would come to two totally different conclusions about the relationships of the words, so that you would then not even be able to use the two of their products in order to compare these lexical sets, right? So that this their form of lexicography in these two in the same language, right, would be so different. Okay, that he said that language and meaning and words is sort of a slippery idea, right? And words sort of had fluid meaning, and also this applies to logic itself, because grammar, right, or grammatic organization, right, the way we grammatize certain words and sentences, okay, and the logographic necessity of certain words and phrases then has a ability on our capacity for logic, right? Because logic is connected to our form of expression of our words and the way we have a capacity to express certain words. And so this deals with the idea that language has to do with interpretation, and we see this with the whole notion of mimetic complexity, right, and hyperstition, right, and the idea of the hyperreal, right. The idea of hyperstition is really based on the hyperreal. Me and Truther Cop talked about this on his
Yeah,
show, right.
I heard
But yeah,
as we were
yeah,
speaking about what you were just
yeah, go
saying.
ahead.
This guy earlier I was watching, he said he was proposing like this hillbilly psychology, or his own hillbilly
Oh, whoops.
philosophy.
Oh,
Hillbilly
whoops.
philosophy.
Yeah.
And what he was saying was that like what all these languages do when they come up with the fancy ways of pronouncing things, like how the British aristocracy has a different dialectic than the common man, is that they watch the working class and then they hide their own information from them. The way he said it was so. He said it in his hillbilly. He's a total redneck, and the way he said it, I was like,
Well,
wow.
this is another idea that's
Mm.
relevant to hyperstition, is the weaponization of the culture of the proletariat, right? Where the rich class will weaponize the culture of the proletariat, right? So the rich people will be acting
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
poor. Yeah, the rich people will be acting like how poor people used to act, right? So they'll take this idea of how poor people construct their own ways and culture in a society, and they'll weaponize it against them, sell it back to them, right? It'll be these rich guys that go to and scout these, rundown bars and stuff, and they'll find a guy who has like a new style, and they'll steal it, and so on and so forth, and create like some guy who has that same thing. And we see it in the panelverse all the time, that there is like knockoff guys, right, that'll show up
Oh,
as soon as
endlessly.
somebody
Yeah.
has a new idea. There'll be like 2 or 3 knockoff guys that show up, all right? So this is called prolet cult, right? Or weaponizing the culture of the proletariat, right? So this
Mm.
idea of the creation of new symbols and myths, right? And the weaponization of these symbols, right? Through the technology creates new meanings, and new words show up, and of course new definitions of words. So words have a fluid meaning. So words require
This
meaning.
guy was saying that the aristocracy intentionally creates new words to like hide
Absolutely, yeah.
information.
Oh,
That's how you get your
absolutely.
secret societies. But he didn't even say it like that. The way he said it was so like foundational, like elemental. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, they would create new words to hide information, and of course, this is done through cults and different things. But it's not just that, right? It's actually just in the language itself. Is what I'm saying, is that it's a function of the language itself. It's not anybody that's doing it in particular, right? It's just that words don't have a set meaning, right? And that's what this idea of radical translation from Willard Van Norman Quine suggests. And what he's trying to say is that, right, not only do words change meaning over time, and that adds to the confusion of it too, right? But of course, words require sort of cultural reference points, and so on and so forth, and they're kind of like this, part of an entire complex of ideas. So in terms of language, there's a higher idea than language, which is the symbolic realm. And the symbolic symbols that precede language. Okay, and of course,
All right.
the symbolic idea, right, obviously comes from techniques, right? Because techniques and art, okay, they filter out symbols, because obviously symbols require ways of interpretation, so they
Right.
require language as a vehicle of expression. And even forms of mathematics and forms of logic, right? They start out as having um, you know different modes of language attached to them, right? There's different sort of numerical sets, and so on and so forth. There's different means of writing and expression, and of course it's all filtered through means of ritualistic and cultural expression.
Oh,
So
it's an entrainment. Like even when they get to music, because like music is like a huge thing. It's like there was this thing like I was watching this like this. The way they provide like deep philosophy on music, it was like entrainment. It's like we hear rhythms and we want to. They move our bodies in specific ways because of our ancestors, because of the music passed down through. Like there's beats and rhythms. It's crazy. Like just and you can count them out. And yeah, so much more I want to say there, but like, yeah, dude, it's
yeah,
like,
so so music is obviously attached to ritualistic means of expression, right? So that's an example of what I'm talking about. But the ritualistic, right, and cultural means of expression that sort of filter the type of technique that we can use, right? That is about how symbols, right, and techniques and uh, art in terms of culture, right? You could put art and in terms of culture in parentheses. Okay, that these are ways that filter um, all sorts of technical means, but as soon as these things, right, like logic and math, they start to attach themselves to the mechanical processes. Okay, and machine driven techniques, which we'll sort of call mecha techniques, right? And that will be
My
different
technique.
from a sort of biotech. Just give me a second, Truther. Different from biotechnics or tool techniques. Um, because tool techniques, right, are, as we've talked about, right, they're driven by sort of ritualistic, symbolic, and cultural means of expression. Okay, so they are primarily, filtered by these things. They're mediated by the culture, right? But these universal designs, okay, of logic and math that combine, right, with the machine, right? They tend towards universalism. Okay, and this sort of technical universalism, okay, undercuts all forms of language and symbolic expression, right? Because it could create a sort of universal design, right, for the expression of symbols and language. And of course, this also leads to a universal symbol for man, right? But the universal symbol for man was sort of constructed, right, in anticipation, okay, for his sublimation, right, to these abstract and universal designs, right? So when they created universalism of man, they did two things, right? They put man above nature, okay, and secondly, right, they sort of made technical expansion, creativity, right, a part of this universal expression. And in that, they totally destroyed man's traditions. Okay, so there's no longer this idea that culture is mediating techniques or the arts, right? But it's this mechatechnics, right? The machine driven techniques, which is abstract, universal, okay, based on math and logic, and it's based on subverting cultural symbols, right, to its ends, right, which is the creation of the mass man, right, the man that is sublimated by techniques. Okay, because it's really a goal between two things, right? There's two types of guys here, right? There's one type of guy that wants to create the perfect world so that man doesn't have to struggle in the world, right? And then there's the one who wants to create the perfect type of man, but so that man can dominate over nature. But the fact is this, right? In the compromise between these two, okay, they're going to create a vastly uh technical world, right? And their aims to create a perfect world, and they're going to try to adjust man to the machine techniques, right? The machine driven techniques, right? So he will have to be assimilated to the machine, right? Because there's going to be too much work to either try to perfect man or to try to create the perfect world, right? So they're going to go into the into the mediation between these two goals, which is pretty evident and clear. Okay, that this is where the system is headed. Okay, in a sublimation of man to these machine driven techniques. Okay, and of course, as we said, right, this idea of um
It like I was already gonna like
yeah,
when
go
you're
ahead.
talking about like driving and people into like this technic phase or whatever, where they become like merging with technology. That already started in the 1900s, at least. I mean, with the automobile and people needing to get into
Yeah.
their car every day, like long time programming, and then it just evolves from there with all these different rules and regulations, and builds into like it's the fossil fuels and the it's all sourced from the same material. Very fascinating stuff.
Yeah, so I mean, it's sort of like, obviously the creation of a global system, okay? And the recognition of sort of science and history as these collective myths that create the myth of progress, and this leaves the person that is in this bubble, right, that is impinged on by all sorts of technical foundations, right, is this idea, right, of that there is no place, right? So if you go to any other place, it's kind of you have to like go outside to be in nature. So the sedentary man is not surrounded by sort of the wilderness, right? But the world outside is sort of outside of civilization, right? So there is no place, right? And if you move to a different town and get a different name and get a different job, and nobody will really recognize you. A bunch of serial killers have done this, right? Where you're not really attached to any place. So there's this idea of escapism, right? And this idea obviously, ties to a huge sort of sense of restlessness, and this is because you know society is expanding and growing and moving at a faster pace, and the rate of technical expansion is sort of geometric, and in any given civilization, right, technical advance is sort of irreversible, right? Whatever techniques civilization has at its disposal sort of will be used, right? And once a sort of new technique is invented, the only question is, right, is how can we put it into action, right? So technique sort of moves things into action. It causes this idea of movement, and since there is, right, this expansion of the system all around the world, right, through this technical universalism, right, it doesn't really care about race or culture. You could get on a plane and move to any other country, right? And they predicted that planes will be the death of nation states, just as a car will be the death of the um of the you know um extended family, right? Because people will be able to move around, and now all of your cousins and aunts, right, they all live in like different cities, and everybody comes together for one sort of family get together, and so on and so forth. And and it's because they drive in from far away, right? And everybody lives in a different town, right? So there's no reason to have like this small community. So every place is kind of like the same place. They got the same products on sale all around the world, right? It's like one big shopping mall, and so on and so forth. They got the same
Yeah, with
type
the
of
same stores,
commercials.
the same fast food joint, the same.
same
whatever.
fast food joints, right? The same, so this is the idea of monoculture that's created by international trade, right? By multiculturalism, right? And the importing of culture, right? The death of traditions, right? The creation of liberalism, and so on and so forth. And of course, um, the effects of these things are totally expounded, okay, by the mass media, right? By technical progress, by technical expansion, right? In fact, these are mainly caused by those main factors. So in terms of escapism, right? How there is no place for man. Okay, they have no roots, right? They have no traditions. They have no community, right? And you can go anywhere in the world and be whoever you want to be, right? Through this idea of technical universalism, right? There's this other idea of voyeurism, right? And of course, this goes along with this idea of, you know, um, seeing the world through a screen, and people, right? you know, having a sort of foggy sort of somatic detachment, right? Watching the world go by, right? Waiting for the next big change, and so on and so forth, and expecting these great changes. The people that are watching things happen, okay, and the watchers, right?
And they're being watched by watchers that are just watching them watch. They fucking like, are you gonna do
Oh
something
yeah.
about this?
Yeah, so there's this idea of projection, the whole didactic shift, how one is isolated yet interconnected, right, within a technical system, right? How everyone is talking at the same time, but no one's voice is being heard, right? And this idea that are living a life mediated through the screen, right? And this non-geological sort of consensual hallucination, right, is drowning out our inner voice, right? And so on and so forth, and it's canceling out our ability to daydream, right? And so on and so forth, and it's totally occupying our imagination, and sort of constructing a world within our imagination, right? And then also causing us to take our creative outlets and feed them into these encode them into these machine algorithms, right? So that they can construct and inhabit and curate our own thoughts and ideas, right? So it's
And like
all a fascinating process.
before people started like listening to before the smartphones, and the flip phones are out, like whatever. People had CD players and these Walkmans or these tape players, and some people would have like headphones in all day. Being programmed like back then, it really
Right.
mattered. Like they could like they would when you talk about the programming of the
Well, the
music,
iPod, right? Remember how much the
right?
iPods were crazy, right? Like,
Mhm.
like it was like a huge thing. Like everybody had their personalized playlist, right? That became a way to sort of withdraw, right? And it became a
Mhm.
way to like create your own thing. You had your own sound, and everybody wants to be different, and it's a playful rebellion, right? It's the rebellion that the system gives you, right? The ability to react, the ability to be different, and to have your own. And of course, they're feeding in thousands of these new songs and albums that show up from, what I mean, that nobody's ever heard before. Honestly, it's like, are these being generated by computers, right? Or are these
Mm.
actually old records, right? It's like, nobody even knows at this point, right? If this record's actually from 1980 eight, or or whatever year it says. I mean, it's it's hard to verify, right? Whether
It's
these
like,
record companies, these people, like, if we contact these people, like, are they real people, or what's going
and they
on?
already laid out the Mandela effect before all this, so it's like that's already in the back of our minds. Like, oh wait, and then Barron Trump's like when they talk about the Trump, like the historical book where it's Barron Trump's imaginative journey, or whatever the fuck it was, and like through time, and talked like from 1880s. It's like, do we know that they didn't just go back like 30 years ago and print that book and then put it on the internet like it was always there? We don't. I mean, like, you could test it through if you had the paper in your hand, you could test it, but like, it just is. At what point is it being manufactured and not? It's crazy, for sure.
Well, that's the thing, is that you figure out that when people talk about the AI, right, creating fake videos, it's not so that you could doubt whether certain videos that are obviously not, real or fake as fuck, and you point it out and laugh at it. No, 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 that's not what it's for. It's so that you'll doubt the real videos that you see, right? And you won't know what's real or fake, and that is the thing behind it, is that it distorts the
Wow.
capacity to tell what is real, and that's a new level of unreality, right? As it were, and I think
As if
that's
it
what
wasn't
people.
hard enough, they like added another layer of like phase changing. It's like the phase changing. It's like it's hard to like if you can remember accurately versus then all of a sudden there's a new video popping up every day. They could just push it out in front of everyone, and it's wild.
Yeah, and that's what it is that trending, right? I talked about that it is a vacuous terminology, right? Because it means something that everyone knows, that is brand new, that people haven't heard of yet, that is not going to be cool for very long. So trending is like this fleeting terminology that kind of means like something that's both important and unimportant at the same time. Right? So it kind of implodes its own. It's like hyper relevance that adds to its own meaninglessness, right? And in that sense, we talked about on Friday the current events man, right? They're forced to react to the new thing, the new swing, right? They're constantly kept up just to, oh, there's a new news item. Oh, you got to go and
Yeah.
cover it, right? And of
It's
course,
swept up in the modern state. Yeah,
yeah,
emotionally.
yeah, they're emotionally devoted. Obviously, they're whipped into frenzy by their own fans, right? And they're experiencing total audience capture, right? They are forced to do it also because there's monetary value attached to it, right? So it's like, in a way, they are totally dictated by the means that they're employing, and not their own, creative outlet of content creation, right? It's just totally, they're whipped into a frenzy by having to react to current items, right? In which their audience forces them to react a certain way for money, right? And their audience knows how they're supposed to react to this, right? Because they've pre-gamed them, and they've they're totally involved with their audience, and in some sort of ideological faction in which they can't move off the center of the axis of whatever they're constantly promoting. And their donors are, they're whipped in a frenzy to get them to have to say the same thing that they said last time, and so on and so forth, to get the money that they got, right? So none of what they're saying is being dictated by
Right.
themselves.
They put hundreds or thousands of dollars into their ideas, They're like, I gotta keep it up. I gotta pay it out, man. Eventually this idea is gonna pay off, man. Like, I already put $100,000 in this. I'm putting 10,000 more in right now.
Yeah. Now, of course, people enjoy success. They think that something is doing good monetarily, then it must be of value. And of course, this is what the people see, and they feed into it, and and that's why the means dictate the product instead of the people's demands of what they want and what they need, right? No, in fact, the system creates artificial needs, right, for the so-called consumer, right? Which, as we know now, there is little difference between producer and consumer, right? These people are prosumers, right? That are under the guise of being used, using free services to extract value, right, for other companies, right? As somebody said, if you use a service and it's free, then you're the product, right, and so on and so forth. Right, your data is being mined, as they say, right? And yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and move forward. I'll go ahead and drop the link again. It's already been seems to be at least 45 minutes. We've been rapping for quite some time. Now I'm going to introduce the things that we're going to be getting into here. Word propaganda. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Crazy.
You mean we have to understand the words we use?
Snickerdoodles? Man, what are you guys on about? Snickerdoodles? Somebody baking cookies out here? Chocolate chip, pecan, butter, or coconut oil. All right, we got another brother.
I hope this is what's being sent to you for your Thanksgiving Day package or something. A lot of good things going on there, man.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up, Dom? How you doing?
Yeah.
Good. How are you guys?
I'm okay. Yeah,
Doing
I'm
the best
right.
I can, man. What you got, man? You seen anything interesting you want to comment on? You tell me.
Have I seen anything interesting? There was some ontology guy critiquing this other guy about if LLMs understand what they're talking about or not. Some people think LLMs don't understand. But the guy he was looking at said that LLMs do understand what they're talking about because it's able to take language and put it together in a way that relates to what the user is talking to about it. So it has to understand language and the use of it. But the creator of the video did not think that. I don't remember what he said. Do you think LLMs understand what they're talking about? Or you think they're just code and algorithms producing output based on input?
I mean, verbal cues are interesting, right? Most people don't have the means of abstracting, right? So recently, I think a few people have proposed this to me. I tend to agree, right?
You think it understands what it's talking about?
No, I'm saying like most people don't even have this ability, right?
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you weren't, but I kind of thought maybe you were implying that the AI is beyond most people.
Well, I certainly don't think that. Yeah, no.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. But the collective AI systems, right, that people are just plugging info into by spoon feeding themselves content and then reacting to it lazily, right? You know, and not choosing any directionality behind that, right? Yeah, they're being farmed, right, by the AI, right? Their thoughts are being farmed by it, right? So there's nothing we can do about that cold hard fact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that an individual LLM is, you know, understanding itself more than an average human. No, I don't think that.
Do you think that an LLM or an AI is conscious? Maybe you would have to define conscious and then
Yeah,
apply it.
I mean, on its own, I don't think it is right, but I think entire networks and stuff, whether they're conscious, I think that might be a question, right? A good question, right?
It almost seems like they're coming from some other consciousness and like recreating themselves. No, like I wouldn't say AI itself is conscious, but
Yeah.
is it not like technology coming from somewhere else? Like where is that?
Yeah, I want to talk about something.
Okay,
that
really quickly, okay, so we'll have Buddha talk about what he's gonna mention, you know, and then if anybody wants to respond to it, we can, and then we'll move to some music, and then we'll move to Heidegger, right?
Okay,
So
this
we'll
is a
keep the
very
ball
deep
rolling
point.
here. Yeah, yeah, just real quick, I just want to say this, you know, then we'll move on with the presentations here on the channel. You know, we got Heidegger, then Skolomowski, then ellul, and of course we'll have intermittent music breaks. Now I'm gonna have to come back in the studio in a minute here because you know, my camera has crashed. So yeah, so go ahead, Buddha.
Yeah, but first I want to ask a question for all of you. What does technique, life, and AI, deep learning models, what do they all share in common? I want you guys to guess. I'll tell you what it is afterwards, and so just guess what it is before I give you the answer.
Do you want to go truth or cop?
I mean, I would just say they require us to think for them.
No. Okay, I'll answer it. It's recursion. Okay, recursion is what you see in both nature, cognition, evolution, even AI system. You know what I mean? Recursion is, you know, when the output of a process is fed back into the process, becoming a part of the conditions for what happens next. The self-augmenting loop of ellul is recursive. It is also recursive. You know what I mean? I could go into that more. And, you know, cognition has recursive elements too. You know, if you look at grammar, there are lots of peer-reviewed studies that go into this. Grammar is recursive also. And AI systems, they're not algorithms. You know, the deep learning is not algorithms or programs. You're training them. You know what I mean? You're training the model with input data, and that is labeled. It's called supervised learning, and it's a feedback system, reciprocal causation. So the model's weights are fine-tuning itself in the training process, you know, and then it can like output the prediction of something like distinguishing a cat or dog or generating syntax or something like that. No, like the hidden weights of the neural network, no one knows why when the weights are a certain way, why it gives a specific output. It's kind of like why is our vision, our visual cortex, why is it in the back of our skull, for example? Trying to answer that is very difficult. It's similar to the way with weights. But anyway, I want to also say that this fact that your cells can regenerate themselves and reintegrate themselves into the body, that is also recursive. So reciprocal causation occurs when two processes continually shape one another rather than causation running only in one direction. So, this gets into things that like, self-reference, or feedback throughout time. Organisms are shaped by development and selective environments, but through behavior and niche construction, they also modify those environments, thereby altering the conditions of their own and their descendants' evolution. So the same general architecture appears in cognition and AI. Cognition is an ongoing perception action loop. An organism interprets its surroundings, acts according to what it perceives, changes its relation to the environment through that action, and then receives new sensory information that revises subsequent perception and action. So that ties into active inference. Machine learning systems or deep learning systems exhibit an analogous recursive structure when previous outputs, errors, rewards, and interactions become inputs for subsequent updating. So basically the outputs become the inputs for subsequent updating of the weights. So formal work has shown deep mathematical parallels between evolutionary adaptation and learning algorithms. So see, the point is it's recursive. So is the self-augmenting loop of ellul. It's recursive. It is recursive. And the visual representation of recursion is a fractal, right? It's a fractal.
Yes. And I was going to say, I have said that human nature is basically based in the trivium, which is knowledge, or I'm sorry, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, or knowledge, understanding, and wisdom.
Yeah, I also have one more quick point.
You take in information, you process and sort through the information, and then you live out your life based off of what you know and understand, which is wisdom. And that's the output. And in instances in our life, the output can become the input.
Yeah, but let me say this. The search for efficiency produces efficient ordering, and that ordering feeds back into self-augmentation. Each fix creates new technical problems that only more technique can solve. And that is also a recursion. The self-augmenting loop is recursive. You know what I mean? And I could go more into how grammar is recursive. Because we have the ability to generate an infinite variety of expressions by embedding one language element within another. And there are examples for this, you know what I mean? So language itself is also recursive. So recursion is, in a sense, recursion is samsara. Yeah, recursion is samsara in some sense. Yeah, computers, I don't think you can avoid how all processes are effectively recursive.
Okay. We'll keep that in mind, Avian. Maybe see if Heidegger says anything about it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's huge on that idea. The same process feeds back into itself, as you said. Yeah, he's very much. I think that defines a lot of his ideas in terms of phenomenology, and also this idea of Gestell or in framing. It's got a lot of that into that. you know, okay, so I will now play a jam, if you guys don't mind. What I put together. Oh yeah, I put together like some Aesop Rock song. So you guys want to hear it? Aesop Rock. I know Reddington likes, but yeah, he's not here right now, but yeah. You guys know Aesop Rock?
And there's a few with similar names, is there not? If it's the one I'm thinking about, I do. There's one song I like by that guy, but I don't think of one.
Yeah, you definitely have heard. You know, he's on a lot of songs with Idea and Slug. You know, he's on a lot of those. But yeah. Anyways,
it might read different than it sounds to me in my head. It's like,
yeah. But yeah, okay. So we'll be right back. And then we'll get into Heidegger. You know. Yeah.
I like Heidegger.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that. Questions concerning technology.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Being in Time is his main work though.
Yeah, I got a little thing from Being in Time too. There's this lady talking about how he mentions tools and Being in Time as well. So yeah, so it'd be cool. But yeah. So we'll be right back. Blessings.
Remix.
I'm gonna do this real slow, you know, for the kids, for the children. Throw your babies in the air.
Dead men tell no tales. Push the daisies till the soil is stale. In the pad of blue tops for the farmer's sale. Mr.
Here we go.
The carpet can.
Look, once upon a time in the days of yore, when the people lived fresh out of legend and folklore, there was an old pirate who piloted a vile slang, had a bird perched on him, the swashbuckle the same. Peg leg, navigate him starboard to port. By the nautical story, nail in the harbor is yours, and you should tell him where you situate the gold. That is unless you'd like a vacation with Davy Jones.
Like walk, plank, for whom the shark bank. Maroon the mutineers, consume the souvenirs. And while the shiny spoils piled higher every year, he was suffocating slow in the box of a buccaneer. 10 summers prior on a night like this, crow's nests go something afloat to the boat's west. Swore blew him a kiss when he focusing the face of an angel upon the body of a fish. What the heck? Frazzled his telescope, shattered, gathered himself. She was ghost, he was down the rope ladder to deck. Circled the vessel to 360, swiftly found nothing in the water but salt, piss, and whiskey. Yar, heckled by the swabbies at the bar. He'll be the laughing stock of the Barbary Coast War. Like this dude either got 2 glass eyes or he wearing his patch on the wrong side. So I had to prove he was raw. So he raped and he pillaged and he feud and he brawl. Try to rekindle his rep via sabers and gun smoke. And vowed to always find her, though he never told us cutthroats. Meanwhile, back in the now, got a brand new skeleton crew on the move out. When they aren't manning 30 burning cannons stern about, they are prying shiny metals at your now. Okay, youth wins old age, holler wisdom and disease. Like the scurvy made his yellow gums bleed, and he was achy from his boots to the feather in his hat, till his quartermaster showed up with a stolen treasure map. One look down and leapt off the dock. See if you could guess where Rex marked the spot. The capital was buried at sea in a cursed cave, only 1 mile from where it seen the anchors up, hoist the Jolly Roger, thank you much. Day and night with his hook hands raised and clutched, but see the vitamin deficiency was strong. So by the time they bumped into the island, he could barely lift his grog. Crawled off the boat, collapsed in the sand. Prayers in the air, seashells in his hand. An area high tide so grand, it's the one that put the lady in the lake on dry land. And I wish I could tell you that it ended happy. Pretend like his bones weren't practically snapping. Pretend like her gills didn't dry up and suffer
but that's a half-dead pirate and a fish out of water. No lie, scout signer, got a million more. From the burgundy lighting above the shores of whores. Before your visions of grandeur go to swell those sails. Remember dead men tell no tales.
Dead men tell no tales. Up, push the daisies till the soil is stale. In the pad of blue tops for the farmer's sale. Mr. Big Sleep with the carp and kale.
Okay, so I'm assuming everybody forgot all this shit, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back to page 1.
Heidinger, man.
Heidinger, exactly. So yeah, he says technology is not equivalent to the quote unquote essence of technology. When we are seeking the essence of quote unquote tree, we have to become aware that quote unquote, right, which pervades every tree, right? He says, then likewise, the essence of technology is by no means technological. By no means anything technological, he says, right? The essence of technology is by no means technological. And of course, he wants a free relationship to it, right? But he complains here. He says, everywhere we remain unfree and chained to technology, whether we passionately affirm or deny it. So he puts up different definitions of this technology idea. Okay, and he says that instrumentality is not the main concept, right? It's got to be, it's different than causality, right? So he moves to Aristotle's definitions of causality. Okay, and he says there's 4 types of causality for Aristotle, and so on and so forth. And then he talks about this idea of bringing what presences into appearance, and this whole idea of just artifice in general, right, through this notion of creativity. And he then regards this idea from the Republic of Poesis, right? And I said this kind of like noesis, right? But it's like poesis, right? Where noesis is like thinking and thoughts and conceiving of new ideas, right? This whole idea of poesis is about bringing forth, and he says that natural things do it as well as artificial things. So there's like a sort of natural and artificial poesis going on, which has to do with this idea of, as he calls, revealing, okay, or aletheia, which is Parmenides' word for the truth versus opinion, right? So we talked about this idea. Now he then introduces some other ideas. Technology is a way of revealing, he says. Right? And he says technikon means that which belongs to techne, from the Greek word. Techne belongs to bringing forth or to poesis, right? Okay, which is that idea of bringing forth. Okay, and he says techne is a mode of eleutheon, right, which reveals whatever does not bring itself forth and does not yet lie here before us, whatever can look and turn out now one way and now another. Holy moly. So finally, he says technology is a mode of revealing. Technology comes to presence, he says, in the realm where revealing and disclosure take place, where aletheia or truth happen. And he says, what is modern technology? It too is a revealing only when we allow our attention to rest on the fundamental characteristic. Does that which is new in modern technology show itself to us, he says.
Is technology revealing that mankind is in control of the world and at the same time not in control of the world?
It's not really the world. It's that technology has a way of looking at the world, right? It's a way of thinking, right, that reveals to us, um, you know, um, different things within the natural and the artificial scope of things. And of course he's talking about this idea of bringing forth or poesis, like giving birth to something, pretty much, right, in terms of creativity, and how that idea has to do with like art, right? So I guess he's just saying that it's way deeper than just looking at use or what people are doing with tools or techniques, right? It's like a whole way of thinking about things, right? And then what does it say about the world? Well, this is an interesting passage right here, which we led people to consider. You know, here, and then we're almost to section 3 here where we left off. You know, we're talking about Heidegger's question concerning technology. Of course, we've been looking at this for quite some time. I have quite a bit of readings that I'd like to get through before I go on break from YouTube for maybe 2 weeks or so, and try to focus on some sort of internal affairs here. But yeah, he says here, a tract of land is challenged into putting out of coal and ore. Okay, so here he shifts gears a little bit. He says technology isn't just revealing on its own, it's a challenging revealing. Right? So it challenges as well as reveals. Okay, so this kind of like goes to what Dom was asking, right? Is it about, are we controlling it and the world, or is this thing controlling us and the world is, what is going on, right? So the earth now reveals itself as coal mining district. Okay, so for the technologically minded, if there's a plot of land where you need to extract coal from, this plot of land is now coal mining district. It's not just land anymore. Right? It's been closed off from being land. The field that peasant formerly cultivated and set in order to appear differently than it did when to set in order still meant to take care of and to maintain it. The work of the peasant does not challenge the soil of the field. In the sowing of the grain, it places the seed in keeping of the forces of growth and watches over its increase. But meanwhile, even the modern cultivation of the field has come under the grip of another kind of setting in order, which sets upon nature, says Heidegger. It sets upon it in the sense of challenging it. Agriculture is now the mechanized food industry, he says. Air is now set upon to yield nitrogen, the earth to yield ore, or to yield uranium. For example, uranium is set upon to yield atomic energy, which can be released either for destruction or for peaceful use. So he's talking about this idea of challenging, revealing, right? The challenging, revealing, and the setting upon nature as a means to a particular end, right?
But couldn't one say, not that I would necessarily agree with this, but I'm sure a lot of people would hold the perspective we build technology because nature challenges us and we want to reduce this challenge.
Absolutely. Is it the plants that is, being farmed by humans, or is it the, the humans being farmed by the plants? It's pretty hard to tell.
Well, I do agree that nature challenges us, but I think that the reason people develop technology and people, the reason I say people I think would agree with this is because they think that there's some sort of war or struggle between man and nature or some sort of separation. So technology comes in to fill the void.
Yeah. Yeah, where'd everyone go? It seemed like we had a lively panel. What the fuck happened?
Avian left. I don't know.
I'm
I
here
thought we were gonna talk about
listening.
Heidegger. It's so weird, but yeah. All right.
My phone's about to die, so I'll be out of here in a moment too. But yeah, I'm
It's no
listening.
worries, man.
You
Yeah,
were
go ahead and
Rachel
spit.
Carlson, the Botany of Desires. You're just that's
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yes, exactly, dude. Yeah, that's what I was bringing up earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad Truther caught that. He suggests, and I don't know if I said this to Dom yet, right? This idea that, apples and potatoes and, other types of things that have, procured ability of humans to transport and plant them in different areas, right? That their genetic, um, strength has endured through many different types of human civilization, and it's like these plants made humans grow them, right? They became things that became desirable to humans, right? So it's like the plants are farming the humans, right? Is like kind of the thing.
Well, if we look at it from the plant's perspective, okay, you grow from a seed, you get watered all day, you basically get pampered so that you live, and the land is made very pristine for you, and you're kept safe from predators until some time comes along called harvesting time, and then they take you, or take a piece of you at least, which I think would basically be like the children of the plants, and then the people eat them, and then it's not like before, plumbing and stuff like that, where people would leave the seeds and spread them. Now they just go straight to the sewer. So I don't know. Because you don't need to harvest the whole plant. You only need to harvest part of it.
Yeah, people want to talk about if AI is conscious or not. You want to know what's definitely conscious is plants. Plants are definitely conscious, man. It's just wild. But yeah, it's crazy.
Like how poison ivy makes an oil that causes your skin to irritate and fuck. But then there's other plants like poison ivy, I forget which ones, but they when the oil gets on your skin, it makes it hypersensitive to sunlight, so you'll get sunburn really easily and get a rash, get a burn. It'll burn you by making your skin hypersensitive to sunlight just by brushing up against it. There's a few of them like this. Just the toxins they make, it's just and they're making and then psilocybin mushrooms, the fact that they create compounds that have psychological impacts on people, whoa.
Yeah.
I watched this video today. I don't know. Maybe we can play it later. It's only 4.5 minutes. But
yeah, absolutely.
It's called The Only Video You Need to See. And it just basically pointed out how much farming has weakened people.
Noise.
And it showed alligators, how alligators lived in farms.
Diamond.
The alligator's teeth would grow crooked.
I'm tuning in the background, but my phone's about to die, and I gotta get up tomorrow. Great talking to you. People jump up here, man. Why is anybody jumping up here, Mom?
We'll drop the link again. I think it's been a while since we dropped it. Yeah.
Great conversations tonight, y'all. Talk to you later.
Yeah, peace on it. Okay, we got Emily. Yeah, okay. We got another heavy hitter on the panel. Let me turn my camera on. Blessings. I'm eating a cookie, so I apologize, but yeah.
Hello, Emily.
Hi.
Yeah, what's going on? I saw the entire debacle, yesterday, and I watched with some interest, and the first time I talked to that dude, I had a 2-hour conversation where he yelled at me consistently for 2 hours, and I made him rage quit. I don't know if he remembers that, but I went on for 2 hours. I got up and I made a obscene gesture continuously, and I said, "Thank you, come again." Right? Because he told me I should go to McDonald's and serve him, right, or something like that, right? He said you should go get a job at McDonald's and you should serve me, right? So I made it obscene, and I said, "Oh yeah, I'll serve you all right, right?" And I said, "Thank you, come again," and all that stuff, and yeah, until he rage quit. So, and then my friend deleted it. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just gonna say we had a similar exchange. Our first time exchanging with one another was on the Finding Gnosis show, and it went on and on and on. DNW was hosting back then, and he pulled him back a few times. And he was just trying one thing after another, but it really didn't work. We kept on having our convo around it, but it was so deliberately disruptive. mildly funny at times, but usually not even funny, and mostly just to be disruptive. Just spazzing out like a tard, and you know, circumnavigating around it. But he got really vicious on that show one time. I wasn't there for it, but he was using the N word and saying he wanted to RAPE immigrants. So that was the end of him being on that channel. And so this stuff goes on the other one too. So
Yeah, so much of the grapey, the grapiness. But yeah, his whole thing is all about that. But yeah, that's not what triggered him, right? I triggered him because he said that Isaac Newton was a Christian, and I refused to believe that Isaac Newton was a Christian because he openly practiced alchemy, right?
right.
And he openly said that he's a Judaic monotheist of the school of Maimonides. He wrote extensively about this, right? So for him to declare that the God of the that the Christians were talking about at the time, all right, in Europe, in European society, right, was the God of Maimonides, right? That is simply just ridiculous. It's ridiculous to assume that, and that a Christian would then practice alchemy and write letters to John Locke, weird, creepy letters,
Mhm.
saying that John Locke had embroiled him with women. What does that even mean? Because Newton thought that if you collude with women, that it would keep you from your spiritual practices, right?
Mhm.
Because he was like some sort of weird, I don't know if he was doing sex magic or I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he's a weird dude, right? To say the least, right?
Wanted
So
to. Oh, go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry. Well, I just wanted to add we had an altercation about something real too that I think stuck in his craw and made him, come after me a little bit harder. EMTALA law, because I really am a paralegal in the first year of law school, so I know about EMTALA law. I work in a hospital, so EMTALA law, he got it all wrong. He was talking about immigrants coming in here and getting all of this stuff when they have a baby. That's not how that works. They can have the baby, but they get a bill for anything beyond just the spitting out of the baby for thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. By the way, you also don't get Medicaid if you haven't worked for 10 years, unless you get refugee status, and there's certain things to meet for that. But he didn't know any of that. There's a lot of legal stuff he gets wrong. I call him out on it. And he also misspelled something. He was telling me he had dual citizenship and spelled it D-U-E-L. And I said dual, and I said D-U-A-L, you mean, you tard? And but he gets super butthurt about stuff like that. And then it amped up and amped up. And then I apologized to him, actually, just to try to create this atmosphere of, look, sorry if I hurt your feelings. Let's just start anew. I forgive you for the stuff you've been doing. It doesn't work. He's there to make trouble. So that's the name of that tune. And hi, Hank.
Hello, Emily.
well,
So
I don't know. Yeah, just I was gonna say, I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of those people that behave that way, they seem to know each other, and what I mean, right? They all interact very friendly with each other on the panel, but not with us. But yeah, I think Dom was gonna say something, and I want to welcome Hank. Blessings, Hank.
I said what's up to Hank, but I don't know who you guys are talking about.
Yeah, go ahead, Hank. We're talking about interaction from Finding Gnosis and Jack Talcott yesterday that they were all talking about for a bunch of hours. And yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yes. So I find that TML provides some of the best service. But yeah, with those people, I guess the drama clan, or what am I gonna call them? They aren't even that friendly with each other. It's just sometimes they like to team up with each other against someone they view as an outsider. But if the outsiders are not around, they'll just attack each other because they're bored, or if they're just by themselves, they get angry.
Yeah,
I
that
think
makes
they don't like being by themselves. That destroys them.
sense.
Well, his supposed girlfriend Mariah was writing in the comments that I'm filled with hate, and that the real problem is that I don't know how to love properly. So if I just learn how to love people that I'm not even bothering, everything will be okay.
That's probably like Joshua Jones or something like that. That's probably not even a girl. But
Right.
yeah, I think him and Joshua Jones are like brothers or something like that. I haven't been able to confirm this, but they have a very similar voice, and they seem to have hung out in the same like discords. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but when I was in like 2 or 3 discords where they were up in there that were associated with the quote unquote black shows. So here's the deal: they would go up on these black shows and then race bait people,
Mm-hmm.
right, by saying like anti-black things, or so it's all performative, right? So this is the
Right.
kind of and of course he's got the clown picture on there, right? So so he's letting you know that it's a performance and so on and so forth. So it's a highly discordian act, and so on and so forth. And so yeah, I don't want to break up the show too much, but yeah, let's just let's put Heidegger away for like maybe 10 more minutes, and maybe we'll then move to more music and then Heidegger, right? And of course we've been focusing on this on a number of days, and I think the point he just made was pretty strong, honestly. But it's mired in his terminologies, right? So obviously, he's got this complex terminology that he's employing in the German and so on and so forth. And yeah, as many have remarked, it makes him sound like an insane person, right? But of course, he's using Greek terminology, right? There's this idea of the technikon, as it were, which is everything that relates to techne. So he's kind of talking about how this sort of, at least conceptually, right, what this idea of technical monism and ellul will amount to, right, which is that techniques all become sort of interconnected. They, form similar designs. They use similar parts, and of many, machines, there is sort of but one machine, and and this idea of universalism, right, where it sort of spreads everywhere, right? Spreads to every cultural, every race, every and this is why all of these sort of ideas where people are very much fervent about race or religion or culture, or any of these formats, right? All of these mediums are dictated by different degrees of techniques, right? And obviously art and culture used to decide these things, but there's a movement, right? And art or skill and all these things used to comprise technology, and now it's mechanics. So as I explained in the opening, that's the major shift that's going on today. And of course, as Heidegger is talking about, it's all about like a way of thinking, right? And how you think of the soil, and a plot of soil that used to produce a relationship between a farmer and a soil. Okay, it wasn't like the industrial farming method, which sets upon nature, okay, and uses nature as a means to extract a certain product, right? The same thing as a coal mine, right? That sets upon a plot of land to try to produce a certain product. So then the plot of land that used to be available for the peasant farmer is now to extract coal. So this whole thing, it transforms how we view a plot of land, right? What it's for, right? And
Yes.
of course, he brings a different example of the Rhine River, and how this is going to be.
But also think about how the farming plot of land removed the value and what was there before it for the animals or however people used to live on that.
Right.
Every year I think about the hummingbird migration and think about how many lack of flowers they're going to have when they have monocrops to go past to get what they need, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the hummingbirds, the bats, you know, they're all screwed. Even the ladybugs and the spiders struggling because you know the bees are being hijacked, right, by like little mites and things. You know, bee colony collapse because you know they need you know you know they have a relationship to mycelium and plants and stuff, and they need diversity of different things to turn on their genetic expression to resist the mites. And of course, there's other things like ladybugs, spiders that eat the smaller insects, get wiped out by the chemicals and stuff, and you know, and so on and so forth. So it breaks the cycle there, even right, the food cycle.
Have you
That's
ever
been
read
there.
Thomas Seeley on the bees? Thomas Seeley.
No.
It's Seeley, and he writes all about like indigenous and ancient European beekeeping methods versus today, and the studies of the different bees. He studies them in upstate New York and other parts of the world. There's even some bees in England or somewhere where they were really never ever, cultivated by humans or interfered with, and they have no mites and they have no disease and they're fine. And the ones here obviously are struggling with not only the varroa mites but then the neonicotinoid poisons. They dump pesticide, they dump stuff all over them to try to deal with the varroa mites, and then that weakens them. Then they, have to navigate long ways to get past the monocrop farming to find food, and then also the beehives themselves, the Langstroth hives, they make them taller, deeper, demanding more and more and more labor from the bees to get more and more honey and more comb and more propolis to sell because it's a product. And they do these other things like clipping the queen's wings to keep them from doing their natural process of going and finding a new home when that one's too small. It's all completely unnatural, just like our lifestyle. And you're dealing with disease and then trying to find ways with chemicals to deal with the disease. So 50% of them die every year or more, sometimes, depending on the year. But yeah, they don't make it in this, but they're fine when they take care of themselves, and they don't do that weird clustering behavior. I know way too much about bees, but they don't do that weird clustering behavior when they're in nature. They believed that was natural, but now they've observed that it's really not. That's what they do when humans interfere, and that's the only way they can keep warm in the crappy things that we build for them. They have better methods on their own.
That's just the market, Emily. They chose to live in that hive. No.
That's probably what some people would say.
Yeah, I think like there was, well, obviously the one that we always mention is Silent Spring, right? So we mentioned that a lot. But in terms of the obviously there's the entire Fritz Haber like method with the sort of nitrogen production and
He wants to go.
and all that stuff. Yeah, and and that's seeping into the soil, and obviously that's one thing that Heidegger is mentioning too, right? The air is set upon to produce nitrogen, right? So so he's saying that that not even the air is safe, quote unquote, and in terms of the pesticides and the neonicotinoids and all of that type of stuff, I think it's actually going to create new fungus and new types of weeds and obviously new types of aphids and stuff. And they obviously found out that if you create like old growth systems, right, and all this type of stuff, then the root systems of plants will communicate, and they'll share sort of nucleotides, and these fungus like absorb the genes, and they like destroy like the old growth like forest, and they create like new trees and shit. Like they'll burn down the forest and shit. And how the mushrooms have like mycorrhizal, right, relationship with the trees. And obviously this is important in permaculture too, right? Because you create like the little mushrooms and the insects and stuff, and the relationship between them for the plants, right? So what you're really, I think like Joel Salatin or something like that, he
Yes.
like famously said like, what I really create is grass, right? He's like, I don't really do anything. I just like make grass so that the cows eat the grass, and then the the chickens, they scratch the cow patties, and then they eat the insects, from the cow patties and stuff, and then so everything is naturally fed, and then of course the cows fertilize the soil, and so on and so forth. So it just and then he closes off certain patches of land, and opens up certain other parts so that the cows can naturally graze on the land, and so on and so forth. Because feeding um, the pigs and the chickens and the cows, right? Huge amounts of corn and soy that's laced with these pesticides, it causes them to be totally diseased, basically, right? They
Yes.
create tons of poisons. They create industrial sludge,
Yes.
and that's hard to manage, and they don't know what to do with it, right? It's just pools of industrial sludge, right? Right, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's a grotesque type of situation that,
It is.
yeah, as Heidegger is saying, it sets upon nature, right? It not only reveals the truth, but it inframes, with like artificiality and challenges, as well as revealing, and so on and so forth. And of course, it's his weird terms that he's employing, and that makes me lose viewers, and it's
What a
Heidegger,
gain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
who's gonna listen to Heidegger on a Wednesday night? It's YouTube, right? So yeah, I appreciate people, anyways. But yeah,
There's different schools of thought on revelations. I was reading about the different ones. I have it somewhere. I didn't look at it real heavily, but the futurist view, and then the different views where it's like really talking about a comprehensive thing that happens in cycles in the mind of some scholars. So there, like one would be aggro, constant problems with greed and then pillaging, and then the food supply goes to hell, and then you have to start all over again. And that happens in cycles. It's not like it's just a one-time thing.
yeah, and they I think they said that like they had apocalypses for
Right.
like every age, right? That the apocalypse would be like the age coming to an end in like this violent way, using the sins that the age created to destroy itself. It was like these visions that these prophets had of like, like debauchery and
Yeah.
sin, fucking chickens coming home to roost, in terms of all these, you know, degenerate acts, and the time is nigh, and it's gonna be, coming around the corner, and so
And
on and so forth.
Babylon is really about a global system, not one nation. Like people always want to say, who's Babylon? It's all of you. It's a global system. And this is not the only time it's been a global system. But what's funny is if you read about ancient Babylon, it doesn't seem like that bad of a place. Uh, in fact, I think that might be a little bit of a slander going on about Babylon. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we got like I don't know if Dom wants to comment on that. He's kind of like the expert on that right now. You
Gotcha.
know, are you there, Dom? I don't know if he's there or if he like.
What exactly?
She's talking about Babylon being a world system. Is it bad? Is it good? Ultimately speaking, right? I know you have a slew of comments on this, right?
Bad.
Okay, I know that they mean it to be. They mean it to
It's
be bad in
horrible.
terms of like in Revelations, they're talking about it as a world system that's bad. But I'm saying it might be slander against the real Babylon, because the real Babylon, was it really that bad, or were they just anti-Babylon?
Yeah, it was real bad.
Okay,
Unless you're like the priest, then
gotcha.
it's pretty good for you.
Hey, Fatima,
Hi. Hi.
how you doing?
I'm doing alright, tired, but here, you know.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Of course, like always. Yeah, but I think Babylon is Antichrist incarnated in politics, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah,
it's Rome.
yeah, because I think that anything globalizing and totalitizing the world is like evil to me, you know? Me being who I am. I think that to erase culture is bad, you know? D- distinct groups of people.
In that context, I agree totally.
Yeah. I'm against that 110%. I'm against, like, you know, the globalization of anything, forcing, you know. Yeah, because ironically, like, people who want to spread like freedom around the world are actually the most oppressive people ever, you know.
100%. We're seeing that
Yes.
now.
Yeah. That's been going on since like I want to say like 1800s. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm not against globalization in principle, but when you don't allow people to build their own borders, then they do not have choice. They
Yeah,
cannot.
that's the whole point. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can cooperate with people, but I don't want to,
Sure.
you know, force to open up my culture to someone else's culture that I have a problem with. Now, that's not racism. That's just, hey, we're different. Just stay there, please. You know, don't.
yes, you don't want to be predated upon. You don't be
No.
sucked dry.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Well, true diversity respects other or
Difference.
boundaries or
Yeah, of
differences.
course it does.
Yeah, it's kind of a paradox for sure. Because you have to think that your people are like the best people in the world, but not allow this idea to become some sort
Hateful.
of global project. And I kind of talked about this as well with this idea of Balinization, right? Where the Levites, challenge Moses, right? By creating this priestly class, and a lot of times this priestly class usurps the rulers and try to hold them accountable, and obviously they're responsible for bringing in foreign influences, right? So it's kind of comical that they would hold their leadership responsible, right? Because they're the agents of corruption, right? The fifth column within the society, all right? And so on and so forth. And they exchange the they hold on to the higher aspect of God, and then they sell the people these lesser gods, right? These idols, right, for them to worship, and they make off with all the money. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they go back and forth. So sometimes they have people idolatrize, then other times they destroy those idols and say, no, you worship this god, or you're just out of society, however that whatever that means at the time. So kind of cyclical. It just depends on what benefits them. It's quite annoying. And it's just typical Machiavellian trick. You move your soldiers to the other countries so they're occupied about empathy, because if you have people policing their own area, then the corrupt government, they won't be corrupted as easily, and that's bad when you're the government. So
Mm.
Robbing indigenous people of their native faiths helped usher, kind of corral everybody into
Yeah.
sameness. That's one of
Oh
the things.
yeah, it did too. Yeah. Yeah. It goes all the way back. It goes back to colonialism and imperialism. The leveling of culture and stuff like that. But I think what makes it different now is that like we have a technocratic system that wants to atomize everything into like a rational efficiency and like slavery of like corporations, multinational corporations, governments to serve them, and it's pretty nefarious what they're doing. Like
Yeah.
when you have people like if you look at my handle, the RIGC respecter me, like I respect them because like they call out international criminals from their country, Iranian criminals in Europe that like do organized crime, like sell drugs and sex traffic. They're against that, and they say, hey, if you're gonna blow up our country, you better be ready for those people to come out because we're like trying to hold them in our country. So what are you doing blowing up prisons, here? Really goes without saying. And like what's funny is that like mass migration isn't just a problem in Europe, it's a problem everywhere.
Mhm.
Like in my home country of Peru, we have a problem. We still have a problem with Venezuelan migrants, and that's the fault of the U.S., of course, with the crippling sanctions. And
Yes.
I think in Thailand they have a problem with Myanmar, Burmese people flooding Bangkok because they're fleeing, civil war. And in Turkey they have problems with Arabs, Syrians. And guess what? None of those places are like sending their people back. No one is, except for Iran. Iran is like deporting like a lot of like Pakis and Afghans and Indians from their borders, like the millions. Well, everyone else I just mentioned don't do that. Like the one friend from Turkey who I met, she says that like yeah, Arabs are like staying everywhere. Like they're not leaving. It's funny because Erdogan like wanted Assad gone, and now that he's gone, like he pretty much has what he wants, but like it's not working out for him.
Yeah, one of the things my friend from Iran told me was that these lies they tell about how much Iranians hate Christians, or
No, that's a
things
big
about
lie.
and things they do to children and things like. First of all, you'd be hanged by the neck until dead if you did something to a child, and
Yeah,
the
in public.
second, yes, and the second thing would be that Christians are considered people of the book. So those
They
two
are.
are two big lies. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like they even they respect everyone there that's from a different religion within reason, of course. They wouldn't let like like New Age pagans in Iran, but I don't blame them for that, of course. I don't blame them for that at all for like banning like those people because I would ban them too. I would ban Wiccans from my country. Are you kidding me? I
I
don't
might
like
not be
those
as
New Age
pro
people.
Iran as you, but I do know that there's a lot of propaganda and they do demonize. And all those people that have come here from Iran, there's like a whole community in New Mexico they call themselves New Mex Iran, as little tiny
Yeah.
kids, and like they're badasses. You have to, if you do leave Islam, it's like they're not too happy with you, and then there's so many lies about Islam too,
Yeah,
taking
there
the bad end
is.
of any religion. Look at the bad end of Christianity. Like
Yeah.
look what you could say about that. So.
Yeah, it's oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like it's stupid. Like people who hate Assad are stupid in my opinion because you can have any criticisms you want of him, but like he respected everyone in the book and in the religion. Like Christians were heavily protected under him, and now they're being attacked by the new jihadi leader in charge. Julani. You know, and like he was literally trained by the CIA inside Saudi Arabia. So like it makes no sense. He's not even from Assyria. He's not even from there, and he's
Yeah,
still
yeah, but he moves the poppy better. So
yeah. Of course, that's why he's there. Like I don't know. I don't think he's gonna last long. I think in 5 years, the America's gonna like abandon him and have like another war happen there because like they're still like doing like sectarian uprisings, and contrary to popular belief, Assad still has his base there. Like they're the Alawites. The Alawites are heavily being like tortured by like the former like HTS of the region, that are now in charge. And those are the people that had like the most access towards like the state weapons, and they still do. They're just being heavily compromised now for because of the new leader.
And the anti-Arabic sentiment that's, when they talk about the people of Palestine, and they talk about Hamas, and then they don't care about Kenya because we're in collusion with certain people for the resources we want in Kenya. So it's just such bullshit. And we have Christian cults in this country doing things to people.
Yeah.
International Baptist, we have the FLDS, we have all kinds of things here.
Yeah.
And they keep going strong. They have plenty of money,
Hmm.
and we're not worried
Yeah.
about stamping that out. So
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's just like amazing to me that like America and the West hated like a secular socialist like Assad, but they're okay with like literally with like a jihadi in charge. Like they're okay with that. It's like they're warped in the head to me. Those people. That supported like the Syrian revolution. Like it was crazy how it happened. I was there. Well, I wasn't there, but I read like the news as it was happening. I was like, whoa, this is really bad. Until I saw Assad fled, and he went to and now he's an eye surgeon inside Moscow now. Yeah. So
I didn't
yeah.
know that. That's
Oh
interesting.
yeah. Yeah, and I hear that his wife wants to like divorce him now, so it's just really bad for him. His wife is very attractive. I'm not gonna lie.
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure geopolitics matters all that much because I think that it's all controlled people competing with each other basically just to earn their share of the world.
True. I mean, that's why we're so interested in Syria. It used to be called CGG Veritas. They wanted the gas pipeline that Russia has, and even the
Yeah.
Democrats were bitching and moaning about Russia all of a sudden. And now we're like, you sound like Reagan. What's going on? It's the pipeline they want. And then that company changed hands, so it's got a different name now, but it's the same interest. We were supposedly not going to go in there, and then there's been several chemical attacks in Syria, but all of a sudden in 2017 there was one that we had to go respond to because Ivanka showed Daddy some pictures. Now I'm not saying those chemical attacks make any sense, but I'm just saying our
They
interest in
don't.
there is our interest in there.
Yeah. I mean, like, there wasn't any reason, like, Assad didn't have any access to those chemical weapons anyway. It's been proven that he didn't have access to them. But you know who did? ISIS did. And guess who ISIS was formed by? Yeah, yeah, no. So yeah, it was to make him look. He was repressive, yeah, but you can't blame him. Like, there's literally a war in his country. He had to, be tough on people.
Using technology to acquire technology, which will give them resources to power their technology.
Yeah. Well, he's a part of the game as all leaders are. Yeah. Because I remember when I was 12 years old, before I became like, Fatima, one of the earliest conspiracy theory circles I was in was like regarding the Syrian conflict. And I remember like just trying to like read everything. It's like there was like 25 layers of it. It's like what the fuck? It's like there's chemical warfare, there's like animes based on it. There's like webs of like people everywhere. Like even like who was involved there? Every Russia, America, Iran, who else was involved? Even
France,
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 yeah.
and England. Yep.
England, yeah. Even some like old like did you know that like the father of Assad, Hafez Assad, he literally gave amnesty to like a former like Nazi, and for exchange, he wanted the Nazi to teach like how to like torture prisoners. So like for a long time, and that same like a Nazi died during like the Syrian civil war. He was like 99 when he died. Yeah, when like
Wow.
the war broke out. Yeah, and he was living inside Damascus when that happened. So yeah,
It's interesting.
I think his name was Alois Burner or something like that. He was part of the SS, and he was in Syria, and he was training all of those like Syrian troops.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the Syria war, but I've seen the Ukraine war, and that one's a mess. I think
Yeah, that's a massive mess, and that's like another thing because they have like these labs, they have like child trafficking there. What else do they have there? Adrenochrome is used there too. Like those kids are being trafficked not only for like their bodies, but like for like their blood. Like it's like a blood trafficking, organ trafficking thing too. A lot of like shady shit is going inside Ukraine. A lot of it, and
That would
yeah,
be the
it's
most shitty shit, but the land also that we're going to own and we're going to be renting back to them. If they can't pay back their loan, we're going to take it. That's the other thing that happens in a war.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like it's obvious to me that when that war broke out, like I knew to not support Ukraine. I was like, no, because I know that like if if like Biden is supporting it, I'm going to be against it. That was like my principle back then. And I made a good call. Now that I'm more informed, I know why it was kind of like a natural instinct to be like, no, I'm not gonna like follow the trend and just believe, oh, there's like a big bad country invading another smaller one, I'm going to side with the smaller one. No, there's a bit more than that, and there definitely was.
NATO
you know
was the main thing.
NATO.
RFK told a lot of truth on that.
Yeah, and it's crazy to me that like that war hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped at all. Like it's kind of like worse now because now they're shooting each other in like civilian like buildings. With
And we had to
drones.
divert our weapons to Israel. Some of the same stuff was being used there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was. Yeah. I think. Yeah, it was. And like even like Zelensky said that I want Ukraine to be like another Israel.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So
When they say not Israel, do you mean to be on welfare and getting millions of dollars from the U.S. a year?
yeah, of course that like the billions. Like how much we gave to Ukraine. Like it's like in like the hundreds, like billions. I think close to trillions now.
I
It's
think it
like
was 300 billion to Israel
yeah,
out of the
300
U.S.
billion.
Treasury. That's our tax dollars. Crazy
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. Though I think unfortunately that's going to end. And I would say fortunately, but like there's a reason why like they're doing this now is because they want to expand their land so that they don't need any help from anyone. They're like, oh, we are the greater Israel now. We can't be stopped. That's why, like they're kind of like accelerating their processes now, they're accelerating like everything, the world hates them now. And that's kind of what they want, because
The
like it's
Bible
part
predicts
of
that. That's what's so
yeah.
strange. The Bible predicts
Ex-
the world will turn on them, and then the Tigris and Euphrates will dry up, and then the kings of the east will march across. I mean, it's very. I mean, you can't help but notice for the people that believe it's about a specific event in the future, it's kind of starting to fit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes in cycles. Unfortunately, Israel's just not finishing the wars and go to peace. They're just stalling for they can beg for more money, and that's stupid. They could have gotten their work done in a single month, but they decided no, we want to fund the defense contractors and we want to get the welfare money, and it's very annoying. I can't support
Yeah.
them. You can't just if they can fight wars like the U.S. fights wars, which means not finishing the freaking game. This sadism.
Yeah.
The U.S. could have won their wars after 9/11 pretty quickly as well, but they chose not to.
Yeah, they chose not to. Like they could have blown up the world if they wanted to. Like they could, like they tried it on Japan, which, is like it's crazy that like America like hit the only place in Japan that had Christians, that had like the most Catholics. It's really weird, right? Like why would America bombed city that was like Hiroshima, that was like historically Christian. That's really strange to
No,
me.
we bombed the whole. No, we bombed way more than that.
I know,
That's
yeah,
why
I
we
know,
bombed the atomic bombs, but we use fire bombs everywhere else because
I
it was
know.
cheaper.
Oh, that's what you meant, yeah. But like,
Yes,
I meant that for like Japan, like they specifically target a city that had a large like Christian population, and like a lot of churches. Like that's really crazy to me.
yeah, for
That's like,
the atomic
It's
bomb
interesting.
specifically, but we did bomb many of the other states, but we just used fire bombs.
yeah, of course, yeah. And like in my opinion, like yeah, the Japanese Empire kind of bad guys. I mean, the what happened in China was horrible, but like I don't think that these civilians like I deserve to get like
You know,
atomically, or no.
I always hear, they got firebombed a lot as well. But you know what I
Yeah,
always
yeah.
hear is that we needed to drop those atomic bombs because then we would have had to invaded them. Now, I don't think this makes any sense because they're an island nation and we had naval supremacy, and the Soviets would have just went over there and fought them as well. So,
Yeah,
like,
right. And they were actually going to invade Japan. Russia was going to invade Japan, but America dropped like the nukes on them. But I think that Japan was like,
I don't even think they would have needed to invade. They're an island nation. All they would have needed to do was blockade them.
yeah, blockade them. Yeah, that's what I meant. They were gonna blockade Japan along with America, and then boom, it would have been over. But no, America decided to like nuke them, in specific areas. And yeah, that was really, really just like fucked because because it's really fucked because like they attacked like like generations of people there, and kind of goes with, like you have to separate the people and like the government. Sure, the Japanese Imperial Army was horrific, but like the people there, like they were just like there, like they weren't really doing much of anything. So like they were kind of like dragged in there, and like with their families, and they were just like nuked like out of like reality. Like they killed like three generations inside like Hiroshima and like Nagasaki.
There was a rumor that they made the city really pristine, that they were working on, like it was an experiment to see what this would do. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I don't know either. But I bet there is one fact though about the Japanese empire that they don't tell you in World War II is that like they actually helped like a lot of like Southeast Asian like independent anti-colonial movements like inside Indonesia when they were like a Dutch colony. Japan actually helped the founder of Indonesia, Suharto, with like arms and aid to like fight off like the Europeans, like the Dutch, and like inside Myanmar, Burma, they also helped the Burmese fight off the British. So like they were imperializing, but they are also at the same time decolonizing Southeast Asia. Really weird time to be Japan because like they were both enslaving but also liberating countries at the same time from like other colonial powers, and like of course they did not want America in the region. So yeah, so they kind of
yeah.
framed themselves as like almost like ironically like heroes of fighting for like greater Asian like independence, as they were telling the people who they were also, invading too.
I got a weird brag. I have a tie to the Flying Tigers who liberated Burma, which would be Claire Chenot. So that's part of my mom's family in the way back. So we
Oh
always
wow.
like to get braggadocious there. But my
Yeah, I
doggo
don't.
is. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't have anything much. What you gonna say?
My doggo is demanding to go out. He's looking at me and about to let out one of his chihuahua screams. So I'm going to go do that really quick, but I'll just mute myself.
Okay.
I'll be
Okay,
back.
that's cool. Yeah.
Yep. Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
See you, Halloween.
Mm.
You want to say something to me?
Wait, what would you say, Dom?
I asked, want to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll skip it.
Yeah.
War, war is basically, I think, a huge result of technology.
It
It's like,
is. Yeah. It
people,
is. Yeah.
I always talk about the egalitarian cultures and societies
Yeah.
that existed before, and interpersonal violence was the thing. I don't know how many of them would have been susceptible to interpersonal violence. The highest figure I read was that like about 1/3 of them died from other people, which I think is probably a bit of an inflated number, but
Oh yeah. What's your thoughts on the idea, Dom? Sorry for cutting you off, but like the fact that back then, before the rise of technology, war was like sacred. Now it's not sacred because like now it's just like a third person outsourced activity that doesn't have any like sacred sacred like things to it. It's just like, oh, like like even the attacks are like pre calculated. Back then there was more like no ability to be a warrior because like I think the person who said that is Ernst Junger. Ernst Junger and Julius Evola said that. They said that back then it was more heroic to be in a war. Now it's not anymore because of like technology just like desacralized everything,
There
including war.
is, yeah, go. Let's go ahead, Frank. Hank.
Yeah, so here's the thing. They used to have a noble class, and only the nobles went to war because they just had a separate class systems. I learned that, got reminded that from the Book of Five Rings from Musashi. So there was the nobles, the gentlemen, there was a warrior class, and they went to wars, and they were typically the elites of the society. Um, but we just kind of changed the caste thing, and now the elites are now people who move bits around, this financiers. So they
Mm.
don't have to do they don't really. It's only noble if they're just
Yeah.
pointing their finger rather than doing the dig work themselves. So um, we would need a cultural shift that say, hey, we don't feel like doing the wars anymore. You nobles go back to doing the wars yourselves, and we could build an arena. And you can just fight with whatever equipment you want, and you bet wherever you want. Just like it's Las Vegas, and we'll bet on it too. So
Mm.
that's how what to kind of fix this war thing. We'll just have a noble class. You banksters that have all the money, you're verifying all of us anyways. Your best workers. So you go in there and then win against the other guy that you don't like, and we'll just sit on the sidelines.
That's interesting. Okay, yeah. And I think that the only way to like, I think the only like way to be like a noble warrior or fighter now is to be like a private military contractor or just like a mercenary because like you can go anywhere like that. That's what like Russians are doing now, or like anyone that wants to fight them, they join like the Wagner group and like they join like the PMC and they go anywhere like in Africa or like in the Middle East. And yeah, you just like sign up and then you go, or like you pay and then you go, or like, yeah.
I was gonna say there's a video on YouTube. I think it was recorded in the '60s of some British dudes out in Africa, and
Mm.
they record two tribes fighting each other in war, and it's probably like the closest we'll see to what war looked like before
Primitively.
they had all this technology. Yeah, and
Mm.
it was just two groups of people. They were screaming at each other, they were sizing each other up, and they were throwing spears at each other. And no one died. I think one dude took a spear in the body, maybe some other ones, but it wasn't that serious, like where they're out there just killing everyone and willing to fight to the death like we are now.
Even now, we're not really that. We're not that willing to fight to the death. We don't rout the whole army. We just that's why this goes on forever. Um, and even back in the world wars of the last century, most of the deaths were due to disease rather than the combat. So just seeing them on the field isn't the entire picture.
Well, here's a difference we can think of, right? Um, like if we take World War One for example, like a common image they put in your head is they're going to have some officer order their troops to go over the top and charge the line into machine gun fire, right? So the guys before civilization, they would have no concept of charging ahead into certain death to achieve some sort of victory. That mindset just did not exist. And they weren't going to be coerced into fear or feared into doing it. So that's what I mean. And you know, one thing also, maybe TML could comment, but you know, one thing I saw was with Muhammad's first battle was that the warriors there, the biggest difference that separated them from the people they fought was that Muhammad had convinced his warriors to fight to the death, and the other guys were not willing to do that. Like that scared them. Am I right, TML?
Yeah, definitely. Also, like there was a strange, I guess, like you know, like habit among like at least in the beginning, right? Obviously this got like corrupted over time. And you know, there was like rulers that didn't want to really, you know, like fight and stuff, but like a lot of the like sort of leaders of Islam were like the ones who were like the people who led the army into battle. So that's kind of different. And then the leaders weren't really seen as like higher ups than the people that they were leading into battle. You know, so this kind of really shocked the people they were fighting against, right? Because it's like, you know, how are the slaves and the masters fighting on the same team, and there's nothing to distinguish between them, right? They're like sitting on the ground and like eating in the, you know, from the same plates, and you know, the same food, and wearing the same clothes, right? So you know, they thought that was kind of weird.
Okay. I came late. I wanted to talk about some stuff that Fatima, but he left. I would say that besides the Rushdie affair, which was very bad, I don't think Iran has done a single wrong thing. Like all of its actions in the region has been, to me at least, the way I interpret it and see it, has been a stabilizing force. Like they fought ISIS, and they tried to ward off the spread of Wahhabism too, and stuff like that. So, you know, Iran was close to becoming allies with America in the late 90s. Not many people talk about this, but Khatami was kind of getting close to Bill Clinton, you know, and Bill Clinton, it was the Israeli lobby that got in the way of peace between Bill Clinton and Iran and stuff. So there are some other things they did too. I actually think the Monica event could have been a Mossad psyop or Mossad operation against Clinton, because he was getting close to Iran, and he actually was trying to broker peace between Israel and Palestine too. I think he was kind of, but then he kind of flipped. Like maybe they did some kind of, I don't know, beam attack on Clinton, because like in the second half of his presidency, he was acting all weird, like goggly and kind of like brain dead or something. It's just speculation in this part.
You gotta be reminded, Avian, who's in charge. That means lobotomies.
Well, Iran didn't accept prestige in the central bank system, and that was the sin.
Yeah, I think that is part of it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but Iran has done. I think the Rushdie thing was one of the dumbest things ever Iran has done. It's very bad for PR, and so also it's kind of almost savage. And so I don't understand their obsession with that one writer and stuff. It's very stupid and stuff, in my opinion. That's like the only bad thing they did. So I'm not a shill or whatever, because I can criticize Iran too and stuff. That doesn't make much sense to me.
I don't know much about the politics of Iran other than, or I should say right now at least, other than You know, now that I think of it, I don't even know why the United States is there.
Oil. There's oil in them hills.
No, they have to have some other reason. The official reason, I don't even know what that is.
I just got back. Where are we talking about?
Why is the United States in Iran?
Oh, that's a good question.
You protect the petrodollar, probably.
They're the enemy of Israel, would be one reason.
Yeah.
So is UAE, but they're playing ball right now.
They've destroyed so many artifacts and cultural things. And even they were citing being proud of that. I remember Trump saying, your entire civilization is going to die in one night. I mean, who says something like that without that being part of the goal? Like, kind of speaking that into existence a little bit.
Could be that, or he could just be trying to threaten them and sound big and bad.
Yeah.
You guys ever notice, I think I was talking to TML about this one time, but the ratios of casualties amongst Americans and sides they fight in war and how lopsided they are?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I think if I'm not mistaken, like 30,000 people were injured in the 9/11 wars, like for Afghanistan and Iraq, and then like another 10,000 Americans killed.
Yep.
So that's about 40,000 Americans who died or were wounded. But then, if you look at them, it's like 5 or 10 times that amount. And then when you add civilians, it's like millions.
And you know that little invasion of Iraq that we did when we went into Syria when Trump was president the first time that a lot of people didn't even know about? We killed thousands and thousands of civilians, and they made it look like it was this little dingy operation where we went in and, you know, secured some resources and took care of ISIS and left. And that's not what happened at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you look up your question on the good old internets, you know, it cites how this is kind of a wrestling control. Okay, this makes sense. So Iran and Saudi Arabia are engaged in a proxy war. So that makes sense. We're always aligned with Saudi Arabia, it seems like, and kicking the ass, trying to kick the ass of any other kind of Arab and talk about how terrible they are while we're in bed with Saudi Arabia.
Because petrodollar.
Mm-hmm. What say you over there, the machine lies?
Well, it's obvious that these have like a prolonged like influence, like obviously the British expedition, right, to Palestine, right, where General Allenby, right, where he's declared famously, right, Suleiman, we have returned. So he's making a reference to the Crusades. And it's interesting that, we had an event here in Dearborn, Michigan, right, called the Christian Crusader March, right? So we had a bunch of guys show up here and proclaiming that this is a Christian country and so on and so forth, and nothing too wild, from what I've seen so far took place, I guess, right? But yeah, I mean, obviously there was a person, I was watching one of those shows, right, where they were watching the Dearborn March, and one of the persons sent like a super chat, right, and it said Vlad Dracul had the answer. Right? You know, so it's like from the Fourth Crusade, right? The guy who like hung Muslims on stakes or whatever, you know, or whatever. And of course he's interesting character in history because the Bathories and the Bathories are kind of like very nefarious, right? I think there's like accused of drinking the blood of their slave girls or something like that, right? Or something. So they had some interesting ideas, right? And this whole idea of how they're linked with the occult, right? One of their swords had a little Ouroboros symbol on it, right? I was observing, they had this idea, the Order of the Dragon, and this weird, Ouroboros symbol attached to it, and so it's interesting how Barbara of Sealy and Vlad Dracul and how the Bohemian Kings, right? How it links to the Bohemian Kings, right? And of course, that's where John Dee traveled, right? He went to Bohemia, right? And there's this idea about, obviously he created this language called Enochian or whatever, right? And this reference to the Book of Enoch and the alien shit, and how they're all trying to recreate this idea of the Bible and using the Bible to psyop millions of people, and and of course it's very suspicious how 1947, right, they created Israel, and then they magically discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls too. Oh, right, the same year, right? It's like, what? It's like, what are the what are the odds? Really, all right, and so on and so forth. So there's lots of different mysteries, of course, right, in the Bible and history. And who are the Jews? Obviously, we've talked a great length on this show. Just what is a Jew, right, in the first place, right? Just what is considered a Jew, right? Obviously, ethnically, racially, religiously, it's a quagmire, right? And of course, where did these guys come from? Europe, and then demand that they have some kind of holy land, and right? And people make up all sorts of stories, right? Like Arthur Kessler, he wrote a book called The 13th Tribe.
Yes.
And of course, it has a lot to do with Christian identity movement.
Thank
right?
you. Me and OE are going to do a show on that in the future.
Oh, nice. Right.
Yes.
Oh, I've already done like 6 or 7 shows on it. But,
badass. I need to check that out.
Yeah, of course.
It's a good topic.
Oh yeah, highly recommend. I don't know how OE will feel about this, but Bill Cooper has a series on it. That's very good. Okay. But I think OE might say Bill Cooper's like some sort of nutter or something. I don't know what he might say about it, but
we should ask him.
Yeah, I think Dom was telling him about Manly P. Hall the other day, and he got pissed.
Oh, did he?
Okay. He got pissed. He said Manly P. Hall's a mystic, not a scientist, and he got all uppity about it. But,
we kind of see eye to eye on some things and not others. But one thing I wanted to discuss with him would be, like you were talking about, I don't know if you've heard of Edenics. That's pseudo-linguistic garbage. And it's something where Edenics, it's where the Christian identitards basically want to believe that these Hebrew words were the first words ever spoken, and they tie them into German words and French words and English words. And it's been debunked. And so we'll kind of look at that. And also, they conflate a lot of things. A lot of them are dual seed line believers. So they take Genesis literally, and they believe that that Eve had 2 babies. One was Satan's and one was godly.
Oh yeah,
and that crap. Yeah. And so, and then you have to show them how the words have been changed too, and how it's allegorical about the serpent being a deceiver. There's no sexual encounter. There's a whole different word for that. Also, Adam having blood in the face, or versus David having blood in the face, whether they had white skin or not. They conflate those words. So it's all kind of interesting.
Yeah, I could show you some interesting leads. Like, for example, this guy right here, right? Isaac Lapareri, right?
Mhm.
And he's responsible for this thing, called the pre-Adamite hypothesis, right? Which offered a challenge to the traditional Abrahamic understanding of the descent of human races derived from the book of Genesis, right? And then he's also one of the first Zionists. It said he anticipated Zionism, okay? And he also colluded with this lady, Queen Christina of Sweden, right? Now it's interesting because this lady supported, right? This lady right here, right? She was a patron, right, of Rene Descartes, so she's very prestigious. And then she also danced in the streets in support of Shabbatai Zevi, right? It was 1666. He was declared the quote unquote Jewish Messiah, right? So a Jewish messianic movement started in Europe in the 1600s, right? What's also very notable is the return of Jews to England, right?
Yes.
Because
And
Oliver Cromwell,
that's where
right?
British Israelism got started by Jews, and it became in
Yeah,
America the Christian identity movement and the Klan.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So this guy Oliver Cromwell was linked to this dude named Manasseh ben Israel, right? And he had like one of the biggest printing presses in Britain at the time, or something like that, right? He like owned a printing press, and he was friends with Oliver Cromwell, and he thought that his wife was like some sort of Hasmonean princess or something like that, I don't know, I could be wrong about that, but yeah, he was like, he thought his wife was like descendant from like the ancient Jews or something like that, and he would promote this idea, and of course he was the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. So there's Amsterdam again, right? So this collusion between these Portuguese Jews, and of course, it's notable that Spinoza was exiled, right, from the Jewish community at Amsterdam, right? And because he considered that nature is God, right? And this offended both the Jews and the Protestants, because they had said that nature can't be linked with God. God is immaterial, right? So they were so this offended their sensibilities, and they declared Spinoza to be a heretic. But the same community would support the heretical, right, sort of rise of Shabbatai Zevi, right? So it's kind of comical,
Yeah. I thought you were talking about Jacob Frank, but yeah, same concept.
But that was too anarchist. You can't keep the power with the powerful if everyone can just get God from nature everywhere. That's free. No, you need to pay a toll. That way, the people who supposed to get the money, according to those people, get the money still for their tithes. So it was a dangerous anarchist, saying God's everything.
Yeah, and Jacob Frank adds a cool dimension to this, because he was saying that you should totally reject the Torah, right? So this is a shift in sort of quote unquote European Jewish messianism, right? In which you have a totally antinomian sect, right, emerging, that says that you should select the Zohar above the Torah, right? So the Zohar is above the Torah, and of course there's this figure in the 15th century, right, that's important for Sabbateanism, right, called Isaac Luria, right? And the whole concept of the Lurianic Kabbalah, how it is the sort of Kabbalistic tradition that most influenced Sabbateanism, and of course, Lurianic Kabbalah, and like Newton and all these guys, right? They were like obsessed with Maimonides. I think like Isaac Luria had like a huge thing about Maimonides. You know, they said from Moses to like, whoa, what is that?
Not me.
Making my phone to get
Cave deep in-
notification storm, and
Yeah.
that pissing me off because the notifications are stupid and they queue up. Let me just,
I need that ringtone for
Yeah.
work meetings. That would be awesome.
yes.
Yeah, so he said, you know, from from Moses to the rabbis would say, from Moses to Moses, there's no one like Moses, right? I mean, from Moses to Moses, Maimonides, right? And so yeah, so yeah, so there's a lot of developments within obviously Judaism, and there's this idea of you know, Edom and you know, Ishmael, and how they represent like Judaism gone wrong, but they're like sort of vessels to you know, spread Judaism around the world, right? But B, right, both in their own respective ways, right? Because they say that that Christians spread the Old Testament, right? Because they like, you know, still hold that the Old Testament is true, right? And then the Muslims spread the Mosaic Law, right? Because they say like, you know, stoning and you know, and all that stuff is still good, right? You should punish idolaters and all this type of stuff. So there's certain commandments within the Mosaic law that they still uphold, right? You know, they uphold the circumcision and other things. So they consider them to be partial, you know, adherents to the Mosaic law, and then they also conclude that, you know, that that obviously that that this is like something where they're going to be obviously subsumed by Judaism eventually, right? So they're going to completely destroy each other and so on and so forth, you know, because they comprise, you know, first they're going to punish the Jews. Okay, so first they got to punish the Jews, right? So the Christians and Muslims are going to have to do this, right? Because the Jews have already done fucked up shit, right? But before they return to the Holy Land, right, they got to have this suffering. That's why Sabbateans say, look, why don't we just sin, right, to make this process, you know, sort of go faster, right? Because
Accelerationist.
yeah, exactly, right? Because if we have to fulfill a certain amount of sin and suffering, right, in order to return to the Holy Land, right, and this has to come about, okay, and then we're punished by the Gentiles, and let's just go ahead and do this, right? And so if you have a linear sort of time schedule, this works out, right? You could speed it up or slow it down, right? If you already have this prophecy set in place, you know, so that's the entire thing, you know.
Yeah. In a nutshell, absolutely. And
Yeah.
you know, and you have another variation of that among you know, Hebrew Israelites. You know, they're the Jews. Like, why does everybody want to be the Jews so bad? It's interesting because there's this supremacism going on within this book, or their interpretation of it. And but then you have the Torah observant Jews. They still have a this might be controversial to say, but they still have a supremacism version of events. They just believe they're following the Torah. You do not establish a nation, which it does say. You do not do this. And then when the time comes and your actual Mashiach or Messiah comes, then that's when you will be in Jerusalem, and he'll be on the throne, and we'll all be their slaves. So either way, you're getting supremacism, basically. But
Yes, and the Jewish Messiah is a just a warlord rather than a hippie. So
yeah.
Yeah, and actually there's rabbis that say that and I forget exactly
Bless you.
which
Thank you.
rabbi exactly announced this, but I think there's a number of ones. If you look it up, it's a well-known saying that the dwelling in the land is worth more than all the observance of the laws of the Torah.
Wow.
Right. So they claim that they're committing to a certain quote unquote religious service just by dwelling in the land. Right. So they can disregard any of the laws just to get to that. Right. In other words, or at least that's what it implies. Right.
Mhm.
Let me actually look that up. I'm sure if I type it in now, the AI will spit out, right, exactly who said that, right? Unless it's like trying to hide info, right? The dwelling in the land is worth more than the observance of the Torah.
While you look that up, I'll say I've already caught AI trying to hide info. I'm sure you have as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. The classic statement reflects on a rabbinic teaching. It says, cited by major commentators like Nachmanides. Right? It teaches that the dwelling in the land of Israel is equal in weight to the importance of all the commandments of the Torah combined.
That's nuts.
The Sifrei, this foundational midrash links the verse, quote, "and you shall dispossess the land and dwell in it," unquote, directly to, quote, "and you shall observe and do all these statutes," unquote, equating living in the land with the entire body of the Torah law. Is that that seems like a loophole, right? Yeah,
Big one.
the Talmud, Ketubot 110b 111a, the sages emphasize that living in Eretz Israel connects a person directly to God, while living outside the land is metaphorically compared to having no God. Walking just 4 cubits in the land is said to guarantee a share in the world to come.
Sheesh.
So in the Sifrei and the Talmud, it confirms that, and so does Nachmanides, according to the AI. So they have confirmed what I've said.
And
I noticed. Go ahead. Sorry.
We really can't really debunk it because the God of the Bible's done other things just as insane. So I can't really have a good ground for debunking it other than just presenting my own interpretation. But it's wrong because he calls the shots anyway. So
I noticed Vera mentioned Jews for Jesus. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, Vera mentioned in the comments. Hi, Vera. What about Jews for Jesus? That's really interesting. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with Rabbi Skobach? He does a whole thing about debunking Jews for Jesus, especially using those passages in Isaiah and Daniel where they change a word for the only time in the Bible they ever change the word to try to make it fit the Messiah narrative. So it's really interesting to look at all that and do a deep dive. Not that I necessarily believe everything that he says is exactly spot on about other things, but they know that language so pretty well. So
yeah, ironically, the Messianic Jews are considered Christians by the scholars. So so guess the way they would define it, they can't possibly be Jews for Jesus.
Right. Yeah, they're like, that's an oxymoron. So because it's our book is you have to change those words, and just a couple times it happens, everything else doesn't fit. So, and I remember talking to people before also about the supposed genealogy of Jesus in Matthew. His 8th great grandmother or something, Rahab, she was a Moabite, and Moabites were forbidden. And I think it's the book of Daniel from ever being, the Messiah can't come from a Moabite because they were enemies. And there's other similar things where he can't fit the narrative, but I could be wrong. I've had people argue back at me with some interesting arguments. I can't remember what they are at the moment because it's like years ago, circular arguments about the Bible. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to explore for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of weird stuff in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, and then in the New Testament. That's got a whole different thing to it. I mean, just Paul's letters are weird, right? And then if you look at Acts, right, in comparison to Paul's letters in the Gospels, and how it's trying to tie together, right, sort of what Paul is saying and what's written in the Gospels, right, because it's bringing together the disciples of Jesus, right, with Paul, right, and it shows how he is, he meets with the Jerusalem Council, and so on and so forth. And there's this linking up of, the message that's preached to the, the Gentiles and the Jews, and so on and so forth. And of course, it's this great culmination because in the Old Testament, right, many Gentiles are brought into the covenant, right, and so on and so forth. Moses marries, the daughter of a Midianite priest, right? So they're not Jews, right? And then David marries a Hittite, right? So they're not Jews supposedly, right? And so on and
Yep.
so forth. So it's all very interesting how, what is a Jew, and
There's a Greek word used in the New Testament a lot. I can't remember it now. I think it starts with an L, but it when it's used, back then you could convert if you were just simply living Torah law, living with Jews as a Jew, you'd be referred to as a Jew too. So then we have that dilemma. If you're going to be looking at it biologically and have people wanting to do that, they have a little bit of a difficulty there at that point.
I think, if I remember right, at least in the English translation, they're referred to as God-fearers.
Right. There's this whole group of like the Gentile converts that's like studying Judaism and stuff, and and of course a lot of the Jews that live in Roman society, they don't even know Hebrew, right? Like Philo, there's evidence that Philo didn't even know or understand Hebrew. That he was kind of going off the cuff and just making up different ideas and words and stuff, for his Hebrew words that he was translating. So there's Hellenized Jews.
The Hanukkah story. It's so funny how you'll hear these stories and they make them look so cute and sweet. And once I really, as an adult, realized it was, monotheistic Jews murdering other Jews who wanted to be Hellenized, who were, interested in science and stuff. Let's go unalive them and rededicate our temple. Not that lovely of a story. But hey, let's get 8 presents, light some candles.
Sad, Jamal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Rugrats. They had like a Hanukkah special. Because I think a bunch of the parents in that show were like Jewish.
Yeah, Didi's parents were Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. Hank. Me and Hank grew up at the same time. It looks like, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I went to an evangelical Zionist Christian school for middle school, and I hadn't been in that kind of an environment before. I also hadn't really read the Bible. So my childhood, I was just a believer because I thought it was just sweet and lovely, and I had my ideas and my notions of what it was all about. And then I got into that school, and we were prancing around talking about Israel, and we had one of the teachers was Jewish, and he was wearing the full Jewish garb, and I hadn't even really thought about that component of, Christianity. We hear that Jesus is a Jew, but I hadn't thought about Jews or Israel or anything like that. And these people were pretty, theatrical. I'll just put it that way. And yeah, that was when I first started, and it was real disturbing to me because my faith was pretty personal, and then I kind of started seeing this as a put on theatrical show that these people were putting on who weren't the best people in the world. And then I'm reading the Bible and I'm reading some of this stuff that's not the best stuff in the world occurring. And I'm like, wow, what's happening to my life here?
Oh, that's your problem. You're doing sola scriptura, just reading what's in there instead of just asking your church daddies what does this mean. You can give more money. That's the problem. You're just looking in there and just reading the words and trying to understand them.
Yeah, at my previous school, we had these little preset things. They were all very sweet. And, my concept, too, was very Bells of St. Mary about religious people. I would have never thought, that there would be, like, religious figures to me were noble. So to see them act ignoble was, like, disturbing to me,
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Charlie Kirk talking to Yale Eckstein. This is great.
That's neat.
Why don't we actually just play this?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Here with a real amazing person who is fighting for...
amazing person. Oh, my God.
Wait, is that the chick that's in all the commercials for, like, the international aid?
Yeah, exactly. The International Fellowship of the Christians and the Jews. This is a lady that's like one of the top founders, like one of the top ladies that's like pushing Christian Zionism and so on and so forth. They're funding these churches, right? International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. But it's super weird that Charlie Kirk is glazing this lady, and they said that, all these guys are saying that he was like supposedly against Israel or something. I don't know.
No. That's only at the end of his life because he just made a few public statements slightly critical. And then he also refused some donos, supposedly, and was afraid of them in his text messages. He said he was. And but yeah, up until then, glaze away. He was totally funded by Zio Christians.
It sounded like, at least from one of the texts I saw last year, was that he was losing certain donors and he was kind of mad about it.
Oh,
and he's like, and he had no choice to he wasn't going back to it. It sounded like.
Gotcha.
Allegedly.
Well, yeah, this is crazy that I searched this lady up and this is like the 4th video down. And it's this video.
All things good and spiritual in the Holy Land across the country. Yeah, Yael Eckstein, great to see you.
It's so nice to be here with you. I follow you from Israel. I can't tell you how many times I've watched you from Jerusalem, and I always feel the Spirit of the Lord with you, to be sitting with you.
And of course, they got the bricks. The brick background.
Got my bricks.
We got them brick boys.
Yeah, I had to get a bookshelf because it didn't have the bricks.
I'd be sad if you had the bricks, Hank.
Yeah, I don't want to get popped, so I won't play that.
Okay.
Oh, it's like barf already. Like not even a minute passed, and it was like, ugh.
Yeah, that looked like an icky video. Like, good lord.
It's like so fake and gay.
Yeah, that did not look pleasing.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that lady. Oh my god. Yikes.
Guess she looks like Walmart Miss Frizzle. That's the avatar was specially ordered by Orthodox guy, by the way. So
yeah,
I've seen that before. Not from Orthodox guy though. Where did I see
I got
that was his interview with what's the Canadian comedian called? The child actor comedian. Let me double check his name. I'll look it up. I'll get you.
I'm kind of tempted to use the one Smoke Boy picture as my avatar, but nah, I don't want him dirtying up my my avatar space.
Yeah, this is the one I have.
That one, he looks a
Yeah.
little porky in that one.
I don't know why. It's like porky and pale, so that kind of makes me think like the character that sits in the dark like that might be AI. Because this is how he really looks.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, because look at this guy, right?
Yeah, he looks hopped on.
And then look at this. Like this is just
on
weeks apart.
cocaine or some shit.
Aren't these two different guys?
Yeah, I don't think it's the same guy.
Like that's got to be two different guys.
They're two different guys, but yeah, I was thinking of Steven Crowder.
That is definitely two different dudes.
He's a strange animal, that's for sure.
I mean, body doubles are a thing, but for him to have one, that's kind of weird.
That's not even passable for a body double.
I don't think Shavit could make.
Is Dom must be asleep by now.
How many Charlie Kirks
Sorry.
were there? 3?
Who knows?
5?
I don't know about you guys, but I always thought he had like a really weird shaped head.
Right.
Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just a weird shaped head. I guess that doesn't really amount to anything. Although I will use this guy as an avatar, though.
Okay, classic.
Well, I hate to be lame, but I have work tomorrow. But I did want to pop in and talk to you guys. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. And it was an honor to speak with you.
I greatly appreciate
No worries.
it. Emily.
Easy.
Yeah, it was a great honor to speak to you as well, and I hope you have a great night, and thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Yeah.
I'll listen to the rest
Great
tomorrow.
fun. Yeah, excellent.
Bye-bye.
Easy.
All right. Well, I'm eating some food, and we haven't really played that much music here, so I think I'll go ahead and play a little bit of music and take a break here so that I can finish eating and maybe make some coffee. So that'll
Thank
be
you.
the plan. Yeah, of course. So if you guys want to, if you don't like the music, just mute it up. We'll be back in, 10 minutes. Oh, whoops. Can you guys hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
what the fuck? What was that?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let me come back in the studio so I can. So give me a second, because my thing seems to be crashing.
Ruh-roh. Yeah, bunch of clown actors out here. Clown actor grifters.
All right, there we go. There's my camera. Thank you for not eating with the mic on. I hope you guys didn't hear too much of that. But yeah, I was trying.
I didn't hear it. I heard Hank typing, I think. Doing something.
Keep the mic away a little bit while I eat. So blessings to the people. I greatly appreciate that, and I probably have done that in the past. So don't give me too much praise there. But yeah, it's a long show. As you guys know, it's a very long show, and
very long show.
And we got lots of, hours and hours and hours and hours of discussion on, I think really, really important topics. But we'll bring you guys some music here. This is a sort of mix I made earlier called Hurricane, and maybe we'll play Metal Birds as well. In a little bit, we'll get back into Heidegger, maybe. Am I right? We'll drop the link. We'll see if anybody else wants to join, and you know, and yeah, so on and so forth. Blessings.
Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind. Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind.
Talk about paying the ultimate price. Hurricane been incarcerated all of his life. Started out at like 12, trapped in the belly of hell. Grew into a man inside of a cell. Yo, anger just swell up. At an early age that developed. Hot-headed, now it ain't shit y'all can tell him. They said he's on a road to become a felon, but instead he swung blows that'll split your melon. He did his thing and was the king of the ring, undisputed. Started making noise, but they tried to mute it. They put him through it. For him to make the system look stupid, they'd rather look you in the face and shoot it, and leave your spot looted, or leave your whole life blank future in court. When you scream, I didn't do it, with sweat leaking from the outline of your silhouette. Don't understand the point that you at, or how the hell you came to it. Flashback the images of that night out in Patterson. They pulled him over heading home from a gathering, and when they told him the charge, it kinda baffled him. Murdering the first for the champ, we on that again.
Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? You built for that weather. Yo, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta fight what you believe in. Nobody knows the trouble scene. This flick left me wondering what can become of kings. A young kid, summer dream deferred. Incident occurred, freedom blurred. A freedom that would only be retrieved again in words later on. The cops, y'all know what they be on. A nigga's life is like a field that they play a part away and gone from. Natural life, but solely had to fight, learning himself. Sleep days, stay up half the night amongst dead men walking. He got afterlife exercising, developing his knack to write. Never leaving his cell in this world, he trapped himself. What he loved on the outside world detached himself. You know the cards blacks get dealt by the system. He drew a picture of freedom with many dimensions. This picture proved to be bigger than black and white. A young soul named Lazarus brought him back to life. It's amazing to a man what a book can do, and how certain books seem to look for you. This is the story of a champion's fall and rise. The story left me wiping my eyes.
Yo, forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever and ever. Yo, locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Yo, I can't even explain the pain. Just imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
Yes, I am the inescapable, the irresistible, the unnegotiable, the unchallenged. I am time. I scroll the measurements, control the elements. I hold the evidence, I tell the story. I am time. I know no prejudice, I bear no sentiment for other settlements. I move forward. I am time. You can't recover me, conceal or smuggle me, retreat or run from me, crawl up or under me. You can't do much for me besides serve me well and have good dividends returned to you. Or attempt to kill me or for have me murder you. Many have wasted me, but now that you're facing me, treated me unfaithfully and now endure me painfully. Plaintively, I wait to see what history will shape to me. Whose hearts will never die inside the sake of me. Angels drive the page for me. Keep a full account of all the names for me and make a special mark for hurricane who will be patient
forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? I can't even explain the pain. Imagine if your life was like a hurricane. Forever and ever. Could you hold it together? Yeah, can't explain the pain with words. You know what I'm saying? So imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
The clouds clashed and the heavens gave birth to a storm. God placed it in a man on the day he was born. Convicted minutes after a true natural disaster framed for manslaughter. The hurricane caught a rising from out the south water like torrential rains. And the rain, no opponent escaped unscathed. You can't believe the world we live in's unjust. All I see is more proof, there's no place for us. They had my man Carter locked in a cage like an animal. Drive him to the point where the mind works mechanical and works by remote control. It was done to all of us. They tap directly into our soul. Either it's Sing or it's bars around your mind. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In a 6x6, a guilty man cries for repentance and losses where innocence is.
The same story.
Ruh-roh. Looks like we're experiencing technical difficulties yet again. Hopefully he'll be back in a moment or two.
I can wait.
What the hell?
It just went burnt and then you disappeared.
So it just crashed out in the middle of the track. But I think that was it, honestly. Hold on, let me
Also
see.
kind of eating some snacks.
Wait, what is that?
Also eating some snacks.
Yeah, that's the whole song, man.
It's a battle with a mind.
What the fuck? Again?
You freeze again? I'm gonna take your silence as a yes.
Don't you love technology?
I don't know why it keeps doing that.
Love-hate relationship.
Yeah, it just keeps kicking me out. But yeah, all right, let's just go to the next song. Yeah, we'll be right back with the things. We're making coffee and eating food and doing other things. But yeah, we'll be right back. And hopefully we don't crash the StreamYard studio, because this thing is just garbage today, man. What the fuck? Yeah, we still got stuff like, Heidegger and and Skolimowski and ellul. So, it'll be interesting if you stick around, and I'll show you guys where I've been at in terms of the panels. Now, obviously, I kind of go to the same spots recently, so it's going to be pretty evident where we're at. But yeah, blessings.
I think we were on Jack Talk at the same time a couple of days ago.
Right. Oh yeah. We'll be playing that. Me and Hank did a good show on Talcott. So yeah. But yeah, so we'll be back on in a bit.
It's only worth a memory. 1,000 words is 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 only words. It's only worth a memory. It's only worth a memory. Landscapes look different when you can't escape. When drawings are no longer models. And falling stars sing songs of sorrow. Superimposed swan diver really knows when the dawn dies. The metal that the dark sent. Incredible compartment, a prisoner's apartment. Arisen from the precision of a dart's dent. My heart's bent, contaminated. Under the sun when man is mated. Away from the artificial yellow, it's hard to kiss you hello. Apart, I miss you alone. No more shadow to grow, full wars in the shadowy world. What can you pull away from evil art? One fool per day will lead to seeming hearts. Nemesis is presence. In super panavision, stupid man decision, no choiceless. I hoist my fist. Had a lazy laser, hazy days where mazes, ass crazy waves blur. 2 zeros make great lenses through mirror, fake dates, pretend it's really an odyssey when it's only releasing the god in me. 1,000 words is only worth a memory. 1,000 words is only worth a memory. 1,000 words 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 metal birds.
Throw the dead homie in the furnace flame, give the testimony to collect their insurance claim, and then be stubborn and crunch numbers like an elite southern duck hunter. But I've never got some bird on one summer. I've learned the one number and think of plural. Now I sink into the mirror, enveloped in a color palette tenfold and just soar through the phallic symbols filled with shroud and info. I'm not a bombardier with a metallic symbol, but I am the stone you hear from a valid minstrel. And I've never been terribly patriotic as a ball escape my baby colic, and now I'm flying rare. Who's crazy and frolics in the face of mass terror? When we're both on policies, they bear more mascara than Christina Aguilera. But this is obvious, people are morsels trapped in their beard, stubble hair, being thrown in the mouth of a weird double square. That's in plain view, but not ordained true. Bypass the leaders who act like basket weavers. Then they transfer relief from God to commander-in-chief, disaster relief and star power. Media blitzkrieg will turn your TV to Swiss cheese.
1,000 words.
1,000 words only equals a blanket of flesh which drapes over the eyes and is pulled back to show the makeshift mesh of energy and solids. These 1,000 words cradle two metallic birds that soar in cloudy skies which have disintegrated walls and particles of empty dreams floating in vacuous space. 1,000 words float in between the sun and the man-made.
Beep boop.
All right, let's look at this process of enframing. So he says the hydroelectric plant is set into the current of the Rhine. It sets the Rhine to supplying its hydraulic pressures, right? And then sets the turbines turning. The turbine sets those machines in motion whose thrust sets going the electric current for which the long distance power station and its network of cables are set up to dispatch electricity. In the context of interlocking processes pertaining to the orderly disposition of electrical energy, even the Rhine itself appears as something at our command. The hydroelectric plant is not built into the Rhine River, as was the old wooden bridge that joined bank with bank for hundreds of years. Rather, the river is dammed up into the power plant. When the river is now, namely, a water power supplier, derives from out of the essence of the power station. Okay. Whoa. All right. So he's talking about the transformation of the Rhine River, right? So now he employs a bunch of terms, right? He says what is stored up in turn distributed. What is distributed is switched about ever anew. Right, so he says this unlocking, transforming, storing, distributing, switching about are ways of revealing. Right, so these are sort of technical processes, right? The revealing reveals to itself. This is why they say that he's a tard, right? But yeah, the revealing reveals to itself its own manifoldly interlocking paths through regulating their course. Let's go to a video, right? From the tool. Hopefully this doesn't crash our thing, right? But of course we were talking about this with Hyperborean last time, this Gesselen height or whatever, right? Or Gesellenschaft. Which one is it?
A text he writes, just about, depending upon when we count this, 5 or 6 years later, as part of a memorial lecture on letting be. The title of the lecture is Gelassenheit, toward which letting be, already in the question concerning technology, as we'll see, Heidegger already seems to be going. But what does that mean? One can argue that Heidegger begins his reflections on technology already at the outset of his 1927 Being and Time, and one wouldn't be wrong, or at least not too far wrong, because there Heidegger not only reflects on tools, but also equipment. Equipment, tools, equipmentality, Zeug is the German word, that fit together in a technical or technological constellation. Now,
here's what comes off a bowl of strawberries when you drop this device in the water. These berries are fresh from the store and already rinsed under the tap, but within 10 minutes...
Bowl of strawberries.
Fuck!
Sheesh.
Damn, these motherfuckers, they look more like doctors than strawberry growers, I'll tell you that. But yeah, pretty weird. They got masks on. They look like strawberry surgeons or something. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
In what he calls the formal structure of the question of being, that's in Being and Time, that's the second paragraph, Heidegger reflects on questioning. That is to say, he writes, and this is the Macquarie Robinson translation, every inquiry is seeking, and every seeking gets guided beforehand by what is sought. Very interesting. The reflection on inquiry or questioning looks at the dynamic of the question as such. And as we all already know, already when we ask a question, we know what we're looking for to the extent that we are questioning about it. One undertakes to question in a specific direction. So, and my favorite guy here, as you already see him, is Peter Falk's Colombo. Inquiry is a cognizant seeking for an entity both with regard to the fact that it is and with regard to its being as it is. Now, I like to compare Heidegger's reflection on questioning to the best known questioner on TV of yesteryear. That's Peter Falk's Colombo. As Peter Falk played Colombo, the confusion of the detective, he's younger here, so he's still questioning. You can tell by the gesture, stumbling through his questions, insisting on his questions. By this point in the show, he's probably annoying the suspect. But with that dogged pursuit, disarming the suspects, because they may have been hiding something, but they didn't think that he, of all people, would be able to ferret it out. Now, that's no different from Sherlock Holmes or any Miss Marple story, Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot. But what's different, and I think this is why Paul Feyerabend was so fond of Colombo, is simply the focus on questioning. For his part, in his Being and Time, Heidegger proceeds, and note that he breaks questioning down to its elements as he does so. As we continue to quote from Being and Time, any inquiry, as an inquiry about something, has that which is asked about. And the German is sein Gefragtes. all inquiry, Heidegger continues, about something is somehow a questioning of something. Anfragen by is where you're going to make your inquiry. So in addition to what's asked about, an inquiry, Heidegger says, has that which is interrogated. And then we need our Colombo, right? And Anfragen by requires also a suspect and befragtes, or something else that we're going to do our research into. And to continue, notice Colombo once again in his characteristically questioning mode. In what's asked about, there lies that which is to be found out by the asking, das Erfragte. This is what's really intended. So there's what the suspect will think that Colombo's on about, and then there's what he's really on about. Inquiry, Heidegger goes on to say, is also the behavior of a questioner. So we can see that he's behaving as a detective, and therefore of an entity, and consequently has its own character of being. Now, if Heidegger goes on to reflect on what we're doing when we do anything at all, in as much as pretty much anything we do involves what Heidegger calls an equipage, that's fancy term. The German is Zeug, and just means stuff, the things we have in our kitchen, the things we need to make this Zoom connection, the things we need to read, to write, to watch TV, build something, even if it's just a matter of hanging a picture on a wall. This is Heidegger's example actually later on in his book. And in fact, for him, you're already involved in it if all you're doing is checking to see if it's hanging straight.
Is something which rather turns over our usual notions, because our usual notions try very much to escape from the fact of death. Now, this is something very peculiar about death. We usually think of death as a fact in the world. We read about people dying, we read obituaries and so on. It happens to other people. To be sure, it'll happen to me, but not yet. So it's something out there in the world, as yet external to me. But the peculiar thing is, if I start to think of it as my death, my death will never be a fact in the world for me. I will never read my obituary, which is, I think, a very significant little fact. So it can never be a public event in the world for me.
Well, as Wittgenstein says, death is not an experience in life because we don't live to experience death. It's not something we live through, and therefore not an experience we have.
Yes, it's not, unless my death is as essentially mine is something which cannot be an event in the world for me, but it's a compelling possibility for me now. I mean, the meaning of death is that it is a present possibility. I may not be at any time. The meaning of death is that it's the possibility of not being, or it's, as he puts it, it's the possibility which cancels all my possibilities. Now, in this sense, it's the most extreme of possibilities. But his point is, once you realize that this particular possibility inhabits your existence, it's sort of the warp and woof of it in some way, that you can either collapse and scurry away from it in fear, or you can face up to it, and then you ask yourself the question, there is that possibility. In the face of that possibility, what meaning does my life have? See, I think for Heidegger, he would agree with Tolstoy that the fundamental, or at least at this stage of Heidegger's thinking, he would agree with Tolstoy that the fundamental question that a philosopher, as well as every man, has to put is this: since there is death, what meaning does my life have? And that I think is where suddenly, if you think of death as this interior possibility, it takes on a new dimension from what it ordinarily carries. You see, when we refer to so-and-so died and so-and-so died and so on.
I must say again, this is something that I find deeply congenial. Although I was trained in philosophy in an entirely different tradition from this, everything you're saying makes very much sense to me.
Yeah.
I've very strongly this feeling, and I suppose large numbers of people must have it, that our everyday life is at one and the same time sort of banal and over-familiar and platitudinous, and yet at the same time mysterious and extraordinary. I have that double feeling about life. And I certainly have very strongly the feeling that in the face of death, one wants to seek some meaning in one's existence. Now, having reached this point, does Heidegger call in aid a traditional religious explanation of existence, or what does he do?
No, he has no answer. All he's pointing out is the structure of human existence, or the framework within which one has to pose these questions.
Okay, actually, I have another one here, and I don't know how accurate this is, but he is reading Heidegger's own writings here, so I think this will be interesting because this is, I guess Heidegger wrote quite a bit on Christianity as well. So, although I've not seen this entirety, it gets into some, I watched like a little bit of it. It gets into some weird stuff. But we gotta skip to the part where he reads. But yeah, he'll hold it up and say that.
Writes about Christianity and the Christian faith in Remarks 1-5, Black Notebooks from 1942 to 1948. Heidegger's Black Notebooks are deep reflections on and meditations on all kinds of things like language, silence, being. And from time to time, he will mention contemporary political and quote unquote cultural affairs. He reflects on liberal democratic German anti-fascism and things like that. But in this particular section, he has some reflections on faith and thinking and on Christianity as a system of thought and Christianness as faith that I wanted to share with you in case you have an interest in this topic. So he says the following: understood in a Christian manner, faith is the unconstrained trust in the claim of God, who as Father speaks through Jesus as his anointed Son and is thus the Redeemer from sin. Faith is standing in the grace of the Son of God. Heidegger writes, faith knows nothing other than redemption from sin. While faith is a form of knowledge, it is never a form of thinking, he says. Faith considers thinking foolishness. Faith does not concern itself with thinking. It does not attend to the task of thinking as such. Faith is even indifferent to its separation from thinking. So he draws a contrast, and you might think of this as the well-established contrast, for quick approximation, between Jerusalem and Athens, between the Bible and Greek philosophy, between reason and revelation. But here we have it as between thinking and faith. Okay, so given this difference between thinking and faith, given that faith is unconstrained trust in the claim of God who as Father speaks through Jesus as his anointed Son, and so on, Heidegger now goes on to distinguish between Christianity and Christianness. And here's what he says about that. Christianity is metaphysics, by which he means a certain thinking about being. Christianity is metaphysics that presents Christian faith as knowledge. Christianness is faith in Christ, in the figure of Christ. So, on one hand, you have Christianity presented as a metaphysics of Christian faith as knowledge. And on the other hand, you have, as it were, the faith as faith, not thinking it in terms of being, not trying to present it in terms of knowledge, not, as it were, philosophizing, just faith, just unconstrained trust. Okay, redemption from sin, and so on. So Heidegger, to repeat, says Christianity is metaphysics that presents Christian faith as knowledge. Christianness is faith in Christ, in the figure of Christ. And whoever thinks against Christianity, as Heidegger does, because Heidegger thinks against metaphysics. Metaphysics for Heidegger is the name of philosophy from the beginning until Nietzsche, in effect. That whole period he thinks of as metaphysics. So he doesn't just see metaphysics as a discipline among philosophical disciplines like logic, ethics, aesthetics, philosophy of this, philosophy of that, epistemology, ontology, and metaphysics. No, the whole thing for Heidegger is called metaphysics. Why? Because for Heidegger, the decisive question in all instances is how we're thinking being. What does it mean to think and to speak being? What is being? What is the truth of being? What is the meaning of being? And metaphysics, meaning the whole history of philosophy, according to Heidegger, metaphysics is a way of thinking being as that which is most common to beings. So that's what Heidegger says. The whole period is called metaphysics. So when Christianity sees, which he sometimes says, right? Not Christianness, but Christianity sees God as the highest being, the supreme being, and so on. This is Heidegger. I'm only giving you very rough aspects of the picture here, but still, that's Heidegger saying, look, Christianity as a system of thought is implicated in the general tendency of metaphysics to think being in a certain sort of way. Now, Heidegger.
Okay, let me play like 20 more seconds of this.
Heidegger's sole concern across his writing, public and private, to the extent to which these notebooks are private reflections, his sole concern is to think everything into and out of the question of being in a non-metaphysical way. Again, I'm simplifying in a way. I have a lot of videos on Heidegger on this channel.
Okay, so like, so this whole idea that he's trying to get into, right, is about like trying to get to the essence of the thing or where it's located to its like sort of being in the world, right, which is tied to its essence. And he kind of thinks that externalizing and sort of abstracting, right, this idea will complicate things. It'll tie us back into the process of thinking and so on and so forth. And so we're bound up in this process unless we're able to sort of look at things on their own, and see them for what they really are, so to speak, by unveiling their essence. And it's just like in this idea of death, right? Death or the thoughts about death sort of blur our idea of existence because death is really the end of potentialities, right? And seeing your death as something that exists outside of yourself that you're going to reach is sort of, illusory because you're not going to experience it anyways, right? So it's like this weird idea where anything that's beyond experience and beyond being in the world is sort of like, cast to the nether realms of thought, where they're just sort of externalized, abstract entities that are impinging upon the world and, trying to plug up our thought process and so on and so forth. So in a lot of different instances, right, with faith and death and, and of course with, the idea of, this technology, right? He's getting into the same sort of thought process and trying to unveil what is the true essence. So hold on, let me just see where we got to with this. Okay, we're 9 minutes into that, 21 minutes into this, and 5 minutes into the other video. Okay. All right. Okay, we'll continue on with looking at his words here. And so he says, so he brings out this idea of standing reserve, right? He says, everywhere everything is ordered. Okay, and of course he's talking about these sort of technical terms like unlocking, transforming, storing, distributing, and switching about, he says, right? That this gets to that, the sort of true essence of what technology is actually doing. Right. Not pure instrumentality. Okay, not just revealing what reality is on its own terms. Okay, but it's as it's sort of setting upon nature is creating this thing, right? Standing reserve. And he says that this is the idea that explains his concept of challenging revealing that he was getting into earlier. And as he says here, he says, man can indeed conceive, fashion, and carry through this or that in one way or another, but man does not have control over disclosure itself, in which at any given time the real shows itself or withdraws. The fact that the real has been showing itself in the light of ideas ever since the time of Plato did not bring about. The thinker only responded to what addressed itself to him, he says. For example, so he says, only to the extent that man, for his part, is already challenged to exploit the energies of nature can this ordering, revealing happen. So he says there's a setting upon, a ordering, a standing reserve in relation to how technology views nature. And so as I just read, he wants to exploit these energies of nature. And if man is challenged, ordered to do this, then does not man himself belong even more originally than nature within the standing reserve? So as man is like set upon ordering nature, right, he's part of the sort of technical process itself, right? He doesn't stand apart from it. And he furthermore says that today, commanded by profit making, right, so he says the forester who in the wood measures the felled timber and to all appearances walks the same forest path in the same way as did his grandfathers, today commanded by profit making in the lumber industry, whether he knows it or not. I'll go down here. It says, yet precisely because the man is challenged more originally than are the energies of nature into the process of ordering, he never is transformed into mere standing reserve. Since man drives technology forward, he takes part in ordering a way of revealing, but the disclosure itself, within which ordering unfolds, is never human handiwork, he says. Any more than is the realm through which man is already passing every time he as a subject relates to an object. So this goes to his idea of the subject and object relationship, right? Which, as we said, it's never really like a quote unquote free relationship, right? This is kind of what he was trying to explain to Jean-Paul Sartre. You know. Okay. Okay, so we finally made it back to section 3 here. Let me go get my coffee here. I appreciate you guys. Okay. So where are we at here? Okay, let me play a little bit more of this now that we're in this with this fucking dude here. Unless it's totally crashed.
He's showing that this is a dimension of human existence which has to be faced. What answer you give to the question, what meaning do I have, will depend upon the particular individual. I mean, Heidegger has no ethics in this sense.
The one feature of human life which he does draw a great deal of attention to, in addition to this, what you called Geworfenheit, the fact that we are flung into it and find ourselves in the middle of it, is the finitude of it, isn't it? I mean, not only do we just kind of wake up in the world and find ourselves here, but the whole situation lasts a very short time. I mean, we've scarcely got used to finding ourselves here, then it all stops again. And the fact that it all stops again is, for most human beings, as you were just saying, very frightening and very alarming. How does he recommend that we proceed from there?
No recipes. The point is, he points out that whatever decision you take to give your life meaning or to encounter death, it is the human condition that must be faced in one form or another. And perhaps, I mean, he doesn't say this, but there's suggestion of Tolstoy and others that perhaps all philosophy is a response to this question of death. Socrates remarked that all philosophy is a meditation on death, which we might interpret liberally in this fashion, that man wouldn't philosophize if he didn't have to face the fact of death. If we were all Adam living eternally in the Garden of Eden, we just saunter along and ruminate about this or that, but not any serious philosophical issue.
One thing that Heidegger and the existentialists face
Did it crash again?
Oh, you guys are there? Yeah, I'm. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm crashed. Yeah, I'm totally crashed. Yeah, I gotta restart this thing. Or,
Man,
or I can't see you guys.
Technology's not great tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's been happening recently more often. Now, that could be faulty.
Oh, sad trombone.
Or it could be enchirification. I mean, StreamYard did get taken over a couple of years ago by a different corporation, and they raised the rates. Then scale down the service so they can make more profit. So read that.
Definitely in shitification for sure.
But hey, they made new logo. New logo, everybody. Buy it because it's new logo.
It's not even that different anyways. The logo.
All right, let's get up in this.
One form or another. And perhaps, I mean, he doesn't say this, but there's suggestion of Tolstoy and others that perhaps all philosophy is a response to this question of death. There, Socrates remarked that all philosophy is a meditation on death, which we might interpret liberally in this fashion, that man wouldn't philosophize if he didn't have to face the fact of death. If we were all Adam living eternally in the Garden of Eden, we just saunter along and ruminate about this or that, but not any serious philosophical issue.
One thing that Heidegger and the existentialists face, which I think previous philosophers didn't face, is the fact that our knowledge of death induces anxiety. It's terrifying. We're frightened when we try to look in the eye, the fact that we are going to die. And so anxiety in the face of our own finitude or mortality becomes one of the central themes of existentialist philosophy.
Yes. And I think it's important to see that this places what I consider fundamentally a sound and healthy assessment on the fact of anxiety. Anxiety is sort of led a checkered career in modern culture. I mean, it became fashionable a few decades ago. Remember when Auden wrote his book, The Age of Anxiety? Well, it seemed to be the thing that was fashionable. It was the in thing. People went around cultivating their anxieties and so on, which is rather silly because if we've followed our previous description of death, we realize that anxiety is there anyway. As a matter of fact, anxiety is simply our human existence in its contingency coming to the level of consciousness. It is the
All right. Whoa. Okay, I'm on the wrong spot here. Okay, so let's go to section 3 here. It says, so it says that where and how does this revealing happen if it is no mere handiwork of man? We need to look far. We need not look far. Right, we need only apprehend in an unbiased way that which has already claimed man and has done so decisively that he can only be man at a given time as the one so claimed. Wherever man opens his eyes and ears, unlocks his heart, and gives himself over to meditating and striving, shaping and working, entreating and thinking, he finds himself everywhere already brought into the disclosed. The disclosure of the disclosed has already come to pass whenever it calls man forth into the modes of revealing that are allotted to him. Okay, so it's obvious that all sorts of thought that man embarks on already happens within a sort of precondition, right? And obviously it's preconditioned by several modes, including language, but obviously the whole connection of thoughts and ideas. And obviously he said not even Plato sort of thought for himself in this way, right? That there is no person that's like on their own, like coming up with ideas, pretty much, for Heidegger, right? It's all happening within a sort of disclosure, as he calls it, right? And this disclosure is already set upon, right? It's not something that people can take control of, as he said. Okay, so he goes on to say modern technology as an ordering, revealing, okay, is then no merely human doing. Therefore, we must take that challenging, the one that sets upon man to order the real as standing reserve. In accordance with the way in which it shows itself, the challenging gathers man into ordering. Okay, so the challenging gathers man into ordering. This gathering concentrates man upon ordering the real as standing reserve. And here's the main part. He says, we now name the challenging claim which gathers man there to order the self-revealing as standing reserve, gestel, or in framing. Hank, there's a lot of noise coming from you. I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah, it's like squeaky whatever. But we now name the challenging claim, right? The standing reserve or gestel or in framing. According to the ordinary usage, the word gestel or frame means some kind of apparatus, right? So interestingly enough, he's talking about some sort of sort of tool, but he's in this sense he's saying that the tool is like a or like a not a tool, like a construction, I guess. All right, something you construct, like a table or like a bookshelf or something, right? So he's saying that this in framing, right? So it's not like a tool that you use, but like something you construct, okay, that sort of reveals reality to you, but in a way that, you know, transforms how you perceive nature, way, right? Okay, so maybe that wasn't Hank, that was like Whittington. I'm not sure, but yeah. So this is crazy. But yeah, so many. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, I think it's just a StreamYard, honestly. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. So yeah, so yeah, gestel is also a name for a skeleton. Whoa. And the employment of the word gestel, dude, this is like heavy metal, right? Skeleton. The word gestel that is now required of us seems equally eerie. Yeah, totally. Right. Not to speak of the arbitrariness. Dude, there's a lot of mention of death here, right? Like first they were talking about death and Heidegger, and now he's like, Gestel actually means skeleton, and he's like, it's eerie, isn't it? This is fucking crazy. Yo, this is tripped out, man. Not to speak of the arbitrariness with which words of a mature language are thus misused. Right, I'm probably getting popped tomorrow, right? This is all premonition. The day I get popped, right? Right, you'll see me talking about death on the last episode of the Machine Lives. Can anything be more strange? Says Heidegger, surely not. Yeah, no shit. Yet this strangeness is an old usage of thinking, and indeed, thinkers accord this usage precisely to the point where the matter of thinking, that which is highest, we late born are no longer in the position to appreciate the significance of Plato's daring to use the word eidos, which is a Greek word meaning idea, eidos. It's spelled here in its transliteration, right? For that which in everything and in each particular thing endures as present for eidos, ideas, right? In the common speech meant the outward aspect that a visible thing offers to the physical eye. Plato exacts of this word, however, something utterly extraordinary. That it name what precisely is not never is not and never will be perceivable with the physical eyes. Okay, so it's kind of like Plato inverted the concept of the word idea. That's fascinating, isn't it? Yeah, that's honestly mind-boggling, right? To think about, right? Is that even true? Okay, where am I? Yeah, it's weird they keep talking about death, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay, but even this is by no means the full extent of what is extraordinary here, for idea names not only the non-sensuous aspect of what is physically visible aspect, idea names and is also that which constitutes the essence in the audible, the tasteable, the tactile, in everything that is in any way accessible. Compared with the demands that Plato makes on language and thought, in this and other instances, the use of the word gestel as the name for the essence of modern technology, which we now venture here, seems almost harmless. Oh man. Yeah, not sure what's going on with Red there, but yeah, look like he's like I don't know, doing something and then
Oh, it says that he's passing out. And I need nap time too, so I'm gonna hop off and let the next one come.
Yeah, for sure, man. No worries. I appreciate you, Hank. Yeah, blessings.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later, Hank. Well, didn't think this would happen when I started reading Heidegger. That everybody just leaves and falls asleep. But yeah, no, yeah, that's precisely what I predicted, right? But yeah, so there goes my beautiful panel. Yeah, Heidegger, as you know, he sucks. But yeah, let's go on. Inframing means the gathering together of that setting upon which sets upon man. Oh, baby. Ooh, baby. Yeah. Okay, let's play a song here. Even and then we'll move Yeah, we'll do more of Heidegger after we play a song. And hopefully I don't crash the computer here. Let's just play this short one. Yeah. um yeah, I appreciate you guys. We'll get up into section 4 here. We're making our way there. He's talking about why he's choosing this idea in framing or gestel And it's kind of paradoxical how, as I pointed out at the beginning of all this, he's saying that enframing means a way of revealing. So see, this idea that he's trying to get at is that it's a doubly a concealing and a revealing. And of course, this deals with the main issue of technology, right? That technology unveils things, right? We know, like, you're seeing me on the screen, right? But only a few physicists and experts really know how those images got on the screen. Okay, so this idea that technology is a way of encoding information, right? But also a way of transmitting information. Okay, and of course it's doing both. It's neither of those things constitutes the essence of what is going on, right? Okay, that's why he's saying enframing is a way of, revealing. And even though that sounds paradoxical, right? How could you enframe something but then, show people what it is, or get to the essence of what it is, right? It's kind of really confusing way to say things, right? Enframing is a way of revealing. Sounds retarded. But when you think of technology, what technology is doing, it actually kind of makes sense, right? Let me turn this off because this thing's wigging out, right? When I'm not reading this, I'll turn that shit back on because I'm not like moving around so much. That shit is wigging out, man. It's tripping me out. But yeah, let's go to this. So he says, enframing means the gathering together of that setting upon, which sets upon man, challenging him forth to reveal the real in the mode of ordering as standing reserve. So obviously this idea of enframing has to do with this concept of nature as a standing reserve and setting upon nature as a process of ordering. So he says, enframing means the way of revealing which holds sway in the essence of modern technology and which is itself nothing technological. So there's that idea of the essence of technology is by no means technological. The essence of technology is by no means anything technological, he says, right? And he said here, enframing means the way of revealing which holds sway in the essence of modern technology and which is itself nothing technological. So is he himself admitting the paradox here, right? About how technology conceals and reveals. And so in a way it's telling you what's real, but in a way it's manufacturing its own reality, so to speak, and then using its own process to treat reality as its own subset. Who they is? Who they is? In the chat. Yeah, of course, we got the link for you guys. If anybody wants to come up. It's been that way the whole time. It's been that way the whole time, folks. All right, so the word stellen, to set upon, stellen in the name gestel. So it looks like to set upon or stellen is this idea he's been using, to set upon, right? He's saying technology sets upon nature. It's like it has like a preordained design upon it, right? Wants to use it for a specific end or purpose. So this thing stellen is kind of like means, whereas gestel is like encoding means. So he's kind of saying like technology is like encoding means or techne, right? Into logos or speech, right? To draw a parallel to ellul. At the same time, it should preserve the suggestion of another stellen from which it stems, namely that quote-unquote producing and quote-unquote presenting, which in the sense of poiesis, remember poiesis is like natural and artificial, bringing forth, right? Which he was talking about, this idea of causality and bringing forth, right? And okay, so he's gonna get mainly to what this has to do with nature, right? So he says, so he's talking about this idea of poiesis, this producing that brings forth, like creating a statue in the temple precinct, the challenging ordering now under consideration are indeed fundamentally different, and yet they remain related in their essence. Both are ways of revealing, he said. Aletheia, right? Or like basically like uncovering truth, right? And unframing that disclosure comes to pass in conformity with which work of modern technology reveals the real as standing reserve. Okay, so here's where we're getting to the bottom of the thing, right? Okay, so what does this mean for modern technology is that this disclosure, which really is not a free process itself, right, has to pass in conformity with how they treat this nature as a standing reserve. So he's going to get into this idea of nature as a standing reserve. This work is therefore neither only a human activity nor a means within such activity. Oh, wait, neither only a human activity, he says, nor a means within such activity. So he's saying it's not like purely human, which is kind of weird, right? The merely instrumental, merely anthropological definition of technology is therefore in principle untenable, he says. So he came all this way to say this. But it cannot be rounded out by being referred back to some metaphysical or religious explanation that undergirds it.
it remains true nonetheless that man in the technological age is in a particularly striking way challenging forth into revealing. And here's the main line. That revealing concerns nature. Concerns nature. Above all, he says, above all, as the chief storehouse of the standing energy reserve. Okay, so there's nature, right? Okay, so there we have it, right? We got technology as a inframing process that's ordering nature as a standing reserve, and that's the process that it's revealing to us, and that's how it concerns aletheia or truth or poesis, right? Is that it's ordering nature as a standing reserve, as he's saying, in terms of Heidegger, right? And of course, he and we and all of us have hopefully taken great care to define these terms that he's employing. So shout out to all my gunslingers and hip ringers.
Hi. How you doing?
Blessings.
I think Heidegger is kind of interesting. I don't agree with much of what he says, but it's definitely interesting.
Well, he definitely is weird.
I don't know. I think the weird is better than. I think he's more like kind of odd or like, I don't know. It seems worse than weird.
Oh yeah, but this kind of gets to his main thing. Chief storehouse of standing energy reserve is like it reorders nature.
Yeah, to be a commodity. Yeah.
Kind of like, yeah, but like more like, you know, in terms of, you know, the chief storehouse, right, of the energy reserve for the process of creating new technology. So it's kind of like, see, a commodity would be like something where, you know, the technology in nature is used for a third thing, which is like profit or value. But in this, it's like the nature and the technology are like in a feedback loop.
So like Lush, like
right?
a Lush farm. It's a Lush farm.
Well, it's just how he explained with the Rhine River, right? Or the coal mine, right? How it, quote unquote, sets upon nature. And here it says the setting upon, right? Or stellen is part of this idea of gestel, which also has to do with skeleton. So skeleton and gestel, right? It's like they get the words from the same idea, and your skeletal frame, right? That's like your frame, right? It's like the bare bones. It looks at nature as like the bare bones, like what it can get for it in terms of stuff. So it's like dead stuff instead of living stuff. It's kind of like, you know, so it's like he's doing a lot of like weird like genjutsu with the terminology, right? But gestel, right? And then like think of it, it sounds like skeleton, right? Gestel, skeleton, right?
I thought
It's
it
like
was just salt. I thought that's how it's said, but
gestalt, right? Like it's another thing, right? How they say gestalt, right? How they say gestalt psychology, right? That comes from Heidegger, right? Gestalt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like you get the bare bones analysis, right?
And
so
I
it's like
think it seems like the skeleton is a scaffolding of the body, though. So, and it's like I carry a human skull around with me everywhere. So, you know,
oh
that
yeah,
might be
I
more.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's like a gestel skeleton.
And anybody who thinks that that's weird, you do too. Duh.
Of course. Right.
But it's how they think about it. I mean, it says a lot about you if you thought that I actually have like somebody else's skull.
Right. 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 So it says, accordingly, man's ordering attitude and behavior display themselves first in the rise of modern physics as an exact science. And here we'll transition right to Skolomowski because he's going to talk about science. He says modern science's way of representing pursues and entraps nature as a calculable coherence of forces. Okay, modern physics is not experimental physics because it applies apparatus to the questioning of nature. Okay, so he's saying that technology guides the process of science, right? Rather, the reverse is true because physics, indeed, already as pure theory, sets nature up to exhibit itself as a coherence of forces calculable in advance. So he's saying they already set upon nature in their thought process whatever they are already thinking they're going to find, right? Which is physical processes, which they've calculated in advance that that's what they're looking for, right? So it's not surprising that that's what they find, right? Is what he's saying, right? You know what I mean, right? It's like they're kind of like no shit Sherlock Holmes, you know, type of people here, you know, right? So it says, so he says, so he's like, you know, it's not experimental in its questioning of nature, right? It's the reverse is true, right? It sets up to exhibit itself as a coherence of forces calculable in advance and therefore orders its experiments precisely for the purpose of asking whether and how nature reports itself. So that goes back to what Buddha was saying in the beginning, right? This idea of recursion, right? Or whatever, right? The feedback loop, right? I mean, so to speak. It's a fancy way of saying feedback loop, right? But yeah, so he says, it therefore orders its experiments precisely for the purpose of asking whether and how nature reports itself when set up in this way. But after all, mathematical physics arose 2 centuries before modern technology. Right, there's disjointed, right? How then could it have already set upon modern technology and placed in its service? Right, it's a paradox, right? How could the thing that created modern technology be placed in service of technology, which is now happening? Holy smokeroonies. The facts testify to the contrary. Surely technology got underway only when it could be supported by exact physical science. Reckoned chronologically, this is correct. Thought historically, it does not hit upon the truth. The modern physical theory of nature, prepares a way first, not simply for technology, but the essence of modern technology. I now have a cough drop.
That's good. You've been talking a while, so that probably helps.
Yeah, it's making me sore throated. Yeah, so it is what it is. But yeah, for already in physics, the challenging gathering together into ordering, revealing holds sway. Ho! Let me read that again. For already in physics, the challenging gathering together into ordering, revealing holds sway. Right, so they're getting things together, right? Which is already part of the process of disclosure, as you said, right? Right, which is something that's already a given, right? You don't get to control the process of disclosure. So you're just ordering this revealing. Well, that's all you can really do with it. Right, but he says but in it, the gathering does not yet come expressly to appearance. Modern physics is the herald of enframing, he says. A herald whose origin is still unknown. Right. So he says the essence of modern technology has for a long time been concealing itself. Okay, so here's this idea of concealing. Right, and as I said, the concealing and the revealing kind of go together in a very paradoxical way. Even where power machinery has been invented, where electrical technology is in full swing, and where atomic energy is well underway. So he's kind of saying that, we use technology to understand our scientific advances, but ultimately, we don't understand science. So that's the process that is not illuminated by this technological, scope, which, by the way, we use to engage in, to discover new scientific, knowledge. So he says, nevertheless, it remains with respect to its holding sway. Oh, wait, hold on. He says, all coming to presence, not only modern technology keeps itself everywhere concealed to the last, he says. And he says, with respect to its holding sway, that which precedes all, the earliest. He says, the Greek thinkers already knew of this when they said that which is earlier with regard to the arising that holds sway becomes manifest to us men only later. That which is primally early shows itself only ultimately to men. Therefore, in the realm of thinking, a painstaking effort to think through still more primally what was primally thought is not the absurd wish to revive what is past, but rather the sober readiness to be astounded before the coming of what is early. So he's saying that when people think about stuff, right, that comes to pass later, right, what is early shows itself ultimately. And he's saying, like, when you think about stuff and the long effort of thinking, right, what was primarily thought is not absurd wish to revive what is past. So when people have ideas about things, there's sometimes where a lot of their views haven't yet come to pass, even though they serve as understanding of, all other sorts of truths, and people yet still don't understand them. So I think it's kind of like the same with technology. Like, we use technology to understand nature, but what we're getting is still incomplete knowledge, right? But it's gonna like come to fruition later. Just because we don't understand it now doesn't mean that we haven't, that there isn't a place where all these things haven't already come to fruition, right? Namely, that which ultimately has to be. right? It shows itself early in all sorts of thoughts, right? Because what ultimately has to be is like, you know, obviously it's like the writing on the wall, right? So it's saying sometimes when you reflect on people's past words, you're actually reflecting on what's going to happen later, right? That people still don't fucking understand. So he says, chronologically speaking, modern physical science begins in the 17th century. In contrast, machine power technology develops only in the second half of the 18th century. But modern technology, which for chronological reckoning is the later, is, from the point of view of the essence holding sway within it, the historically earlier. Okay. So it says, in modern physics, must resign itself ever increasingly to the fact that the realm of representation remains inscrutable and incapable of being visualized. The resignation is not dictated by any committee of researchers. It is challenged forth by the rule of enframing, which demands that nature be orderable as a standing reserve. So saying the whole process of discovering new technologies is obviously affecting, what type of science we can figure out, right? So it's like the thing that came later is affecting why we were developing our physics in the first place. Right? So it's like our physics were done for the technology, and now our technology is ordering physics and getting us to think of nature in a specific way. It's getting us to, refine our process of developing new theories of physics, which, by the way, is not being carried out by like some sort of research board of scientists. That's ridiculous, right? They don't control the process of disclosure. They're not in charge of that, right? We're almost done with Heidegger here, folks. Then we're going to move to Skolomowski. I'm going from the Germans to the Poles. And, okay, so he says if modern... Oh, wait.
Skolomowski kind of sounds like skull too. That's kind of weird.
Oh, yeah.
And it also sounds like skull. That's what they say when you're drinking. So that pulls Cecil in.
Yeah, it also sounds like skull and mouse and key.
Yeah, there's lots of kinds of keys though. Because there's like key is how you actually pronounce chi. Like it's key.
Yeah. Yeah, so he says, in framing, which demands that nature. Oh wait, where was I actually? He says, okay, if modern physics must resign itself ever increasingly to the fact that its realm of representations remains inscrutable and incapable of being visualized, this resignation is not dictated by any committee of researchers. It is challenged forth by the rule of enframing, which demands that nature be orderable as a standing reserve, he says. Hence, physics, in all its retreating from the representation, turned only toward objects that has alone been standard till recently. Oh my god. All right, my StreamYard might crash here in a minute.
Oops, it just did. He'll be back. That's weird about the cake. And also the key in the door. Oh, that's weird too. There's a lot of intersecting synchronicities going on right now.
Okay. So we crashed out there, so it is what it is. Yeah, so where were we here? Hence physics in all its retreating from the representation turned only towards objects that has alone been standard till recently will never be able to renounce this one thing that nature reports itself in some way or other that is identifiable through calculation and that it remains orderable as a system of information. This system is determined then out of causality that has changed once again. Causality now displays neither the character of the occasioning that brings forth nor the nature of the cause efficient, right? The efficient cause, right? Let alone the cause formal, right? Or the formal cause, right? It seems as though causality is shrinking into the reporting challenging forth of standing reserves that must be guaranteed either simultaneously or in sequence. So he's kind of saying like the whole idea of causality is like, sort of like convoluted by this very fact that there's multiple standing reserves in nature that impinge upon this process of creativity, that look at nature as a system of information. So he says, because the essence of modern technology lies in framing modern technology must employ exact physical science, though it's so doing, the deceptive illusion arises that modern technology is applied physical science. He says that's not true. He says it's a deceptive illusion, right? This illusion can maintain itself only so long as neither the essential origin of modern science nor indeed the essence of modern technology is adequately found through the questioning itself. Okay, we got another guy here. I'm not sure who this is. Let's put this up and see if it's actually.
Yo.
Yo, okay, it's you?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, we're taking a break here.
Cool.
Yeah, I just got into Heidegger. And we're going to get into Skolimowski in a minute. And yeah, he's going to touch on a similar idea about science and whether, we control, this idea of disclosing sort of scientific facts so that we can like invent things. If science is the basis for human civilization, then we can't control it. Because then it controls and mediates huge aspects of our life. So yeah, we did take a little detour when people did call into the show. For like an hour or so, and we did talk about like news items that may be of interest to people.
Yeah, sometimes you need to hear the news.
Yeah, of course, we're doing like a news show on Friday on Truth or Comp, and we'll play a sample of that at the end of the show.
Truth or Cop is one of the truthest. It's crazy. Some of the top truth.
Yeah, we already had a conflict with who'd we bump into there? Enslaved by Tortellini's, right? The powdered donkey. They all came up to talk to us. Obviously, we had already questioned a bunch of people on Truth or Cop, including Wizzy Wig and Made by Jim Bob and a number of other internet personalities. We questioned Paul Enslaved. I know Brown's Boy was involved in that too. He admitted to his LARP. And so, yeah, many people online sort of admitted to lots of things on Truth or Cop. We got EBT to admit that he's, friends with Jim Bob and so on and so forth. And, we got lots of people to admit interesting things. We didn't get the powdered donkey to admit that he's a sign spinner for Android Blunderson. But it's pretty clear to us that that's all that guy does. So yeah, so we're keeping an eye on the different internet personalities in this space and looking at what type of news they come up with, what type of narratives they're trying to sell. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that there's not too many real people out here.
Yeah, definitely not. There's a few though. You guys are pretty real. Hi, BB. By the way, good to see you.
Subs.
Was that a rhetorical question? I'm assuming because I'm not ignoring you. I just figured it was sup, like, because I'm baking a cake. That's what I'm doing. Red velvet cake. It just came out of the oven. It's cooling down. I'm gonna ice it with some cream cheese frosting.
Wow. That's highly advanced. For sure.
Yeah, I don't know about the red velvet. That was Dan's like choice that he wanted because I think it's got the
top
bugs
thing.
in it. You know.
No, that's real. Red velvet.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
It doesn't.
fancy.
It doesn't taste like anything different, really. I don't think it's bug dye. That's all. It's different.
Bug that. I'm on a
I'll,
bug diet.
I'll still eat it because how else are we going to become immune to this stuff? You know, gotta minimally ingest it until our immune system is stronger. That's how it's working. It seems.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Brownsville over there. Is it like on dialysis or what
Yeah,
is
it
going
sounds
on?
like a ventilator a little bit over there. What's going on over there at Browns Boy? Is there a ventilator in the background over there? Is Darth Vader visiting?
Is it just like crickets?
Oh, that might be it. Actually, just like far away, they sound like that. Yeah, I could hear that. That could definitely be what it is. You must be out by the woods because I usually only get one
I'm
cricket.
breathing. Oh yeah, we got like
Yeah, it sounds more like a cicada than a cricket or something.
It's a whole swarm of crickets. Like they're
Yeah.
having a party out there.
It's actually like a whole bunch of bugs. There's like at least 5 or 6 different types of bugs, definitely like contributing to all the sound right now.
Maybe they're mad because they know I've got bugs in my cake.
Maybe. I mean, it kind of sounds like a referee whistle. No.
That's wild. It rained here earlier and there was a big frog, and Dan came to get me to look at the big frog. And it was like literally like less than a minute and the frog disappeared. We don't know where it went. So I didn't get to see the frog. Or it was a toad, actually, but because we're in the desert, there's no actual frogs. I was telling him how I the last time I saw a big toad like that I picked it up and I tried to kiss it and it peed all over me. So no prints. Poor thing. He probably thought I was going to eat him or something. I was just like, that was kind of rude on my part. I didn't think about it at the time, though.
Oh yeah. You ever piss on a toad? You ever have a toad piss on you? Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy world, man. But yeah, the thing is like, it's Toad Central out here on the Machine Lines where we talk about toads 24/7 all the time. So you got an opinion about toads? Call in.
They eat bugs too. Oh, now I just hear one cricket all of a sudden. Just one. It just went. Now I hear them all again. Sounded like one got closer to you. You better watch out.
Holy jumping jackfish. Yeah, if you're rolling up here on the machine lies, then fuck your beliefs. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead and call in and tell us what you think. You know what I'm saying? I'll drop the link again for those clout chasers and wannabe philosophy experts or wannabe if you like science and technology, go ahead and call in.
Trick knowledge, clever. I like that.
Science and technology.
Is that like Soylent? I don't know. Oh, Soyance. I get it. Okay, never mind. I'm a little dingy. Sorry. I said that earlier.
She's crazy, crazy lady on panel. And
Oh yeah, I'm totally insane.
Yeah. Another crazy guy. Two halves of the juiceable.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm the duck mushroom. Or duck olive mushroom.
All right.
You know what's really crazy is they've got little ducks of everything. Like there's ducks everywhere, and my friend Kelly loves Hello Kitty, and they have Hello Ducks now. It's crazy.
Noise. Okay, psychoactive frog pee. Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, it didn't give me any psychoactives. I was playing hide and seek.
Past the boof. Let's boofo.
I would rather not torture the frogs, especially when you can get that stuff synthetically.
Let's boof some boofo.
It's really not necessary to torture the frogs.
By sticking them up your bunghole?
Aw, I'd rather not.
What if they just put the whole frog that's leaking out bufotenine and just stuffed it right up their butt? Would they be tripping forever?
No, I don't know. I think they probably die because I think too much of it is toxic. And the frog would definitely die because it would suffocate.
Yeah, that'd be a bad way to go for the frog.
Yeah, and you probably wouldn't have many frogs left if everybody did that, so it's probably not sustainable.
Boofing bufotenine frogs.
Yeah.
That's like the ultimate occult ritual right there.
You'd need a really big fork to toss that salad.
All right. With that, we'll go
Did I just say that out loud? I didn't even think about that. I just said it. Sorry.
And with that, we'll go to the break with some music. And yeah, I'll eventually change this episode to 18 plus, mate. But yeah, I'll play some music.
Probably a good idea if you're going to leave the chat up for obvious reasons.
Oh,
I don't think you should.
Wait, what?
I don't think you should do the 18. I don't think you should do the 18 plus thing. I think that's a huge minus.
Yeah, it's a minus in terms of views, but it'll save the episode in terms of strikeable jinjitsu, man. So I've noticed that. I've noticed like if I turn my music streams to 18 plus, I get less of a strikeable ratio, and if I don't do that, it's like they'll hit up the stream. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird, man. I don't know. I've noticed it, but yeah. Okay.
It's weird. I know it affects engagement because certain people then in other countries have to give their ID to sign in and watch certain things, and and that could be a huge barrier. But yeah. Anyways, let's go to some music and take a little musical break, and then we'll go to Skolimowski and Ellul. I'm trying to get done with the show so I could put some replays on because I have to eat some food and prepare to fast today, and also perform some prayers. So I'm not sure how this will work, but I'll try to do this fast. But let's go to some music, and then we'll figure out what we're doing. But yeah, this is Nuclear War by Sun Ra, remixed by Alec Empire.
Nuclear war. Nuclear war. You're talking about nuclear war. Nuclear war. The nuclear war. You're talking about nuclear war. It's a motherfucker. Don't you know? You're talking about nuclear war. You're talking about nuclear war. It's a motherfucker, don't you know? It's a motherfucker, don't you know? If they push that button, your ass gotta go. It's a motherfucker, don't you know? If they push that button, your ass gotta go. They're talking about nuclear war. They're talking about nuclear war. If they push that button, your ass got to go. They're talking about this nuclear war. They're talking about nuclear war. If they push that button, your ass got to go. If they push that button, your ass got to go. Gonna flash you, so high in the sky. Gonna flash you, so high in the sky. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye. You can kiss your ass goodbye. If they push that button, if they push that button, gonna flash your ass, so high in the sky. You can kiss your ass, goodbye. You can kiss your ass, goodbye. You can kiss your ass, goodbye. If they push that button, they push that button, you can kiss your ass, goodbye. Kiss your ass, goodbye. They're talking about nuclear war. They're talking about nuclear war. Radiation. Mutation. Radiation. Mutation. Radiation. Mutation. Fire. Hydrogen bomb. Atomic bomb. Kiss your ass. Goodbye. If they push that button. It's a motherfucker. Don't you know? Motherfucker. Your ass got to go. Your ass got to go. Oh, what you gonna do? Oh, what you gonna do? About your ass. About your ass. Oh, what you gonna do? Oh, what you gonna do? About your ass. They push that button. If they push that button. If they push that button. If they push that button. Kiss your ass. Kiss your ass. Goodbye. 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 Kiss your ass. Kiss your ass. Goodbye. 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 They're talking about. They're talking about. Nuclear war. Nuclear war. Talking about. Nuclear war. Mutations. Mutations. Radiation. Radiation. Mutation. Radiation. They push that button. They push that button. Radiation. Radiation. They're talking about. They're talking about. Talking about. Fire. Fire. Melting. Melting. People. People. Building. Building. Burn grass. Burn grass. If they push that button, if they push that button, it's gonna blast you so high. It's gonna blast you so high. You know it's gonna have you missing. You sure is. You sure
Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. Yeah. Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. The earth's surface hottest blowhole, so watch the spout sport. I'm free due to the odds of firearms. I was a specimen of near perfection in the college professor's pod. Now I'm the only thing you should be fearing for the next landing or clearing. If only time will tell, then I'll tell time no secrets like he doesn't know. I throw Vega's bullets at Bellevue Ball. There'll be bullets over Broadway for all of our fall.
People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
I agree.
People who live in glass houses don't throw stones. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, cause they risk having boulders crash down on their lovely homes. Then wind, rain, sleet, snow cones come showering through your roof. Need a fine-tooth comb to find the truth. But my house ain't made of glass and my cherry ain't no pumpkin. I'm not a backyard bumpkin, I'm from the concrete slab. Well, people take any and everything that they can grab. But what's so bad, it's a whole lot of grabbing, lot of jaw jabbing, gremlins, goblins, rabbits, squabbling amongst the ranks. From the punks to the drunks to the monks to the saints. Keep your eyes on your oxygen tank. Either is or you ain't, either you can or you can't. Heartbeat, start, skip, stop, off, crank. You go blank, you go blank, you go blank, you go blank.
The fascination of the infinite consumes me. The fascination of the infinite consumes. The fascination of the infinite consumes me. Vitality to hurt you all in virtual reality. Actual natural plants enhance. My words are crystal clear. Deep intensified trance in a relaxed atmosphere. Features optional imagery, high-tech full-color processing. Metallic existence roams through the galaxies. Trails of stardust remain. I'll crush your palace of fallacies. Warlords who swung swords now hide behind steel shields on the battlefield. Mortal weaponry stays concealed as they kneel. Once my power cosmics reveal.
I'm the Piccadilly of the carnival, the unharnessable, remarkable, the sheath that holds the arguably truest tempered sword in the Western world. I'm ahead of my time and I'm heading your way. A word of warning: the world is turning, torquing and contorting while a ball of gas is burning. Meteor shower warnings leaving grinding grit and granite winding. The second hand towards the finding of tablets for derelicts and martyrs, puppeteers and marauders, juggernauts and argonauts, who's barking irons to butter into waters uncharted. Chartered.
Now enter the labyrinth of mad child's amusement. More intense than the shining, you're in a difficult course. Feel the pressure from all angles of Prev's centrifugal force. Unremorseful sorcery, firing flames more frequent. As strength the attacker and black magic clash in sequence. My activities are extracurricular, one particular. Immaculate, masculine, muscular, rap spectacular. Coercion casting curses in articulate verses.
What do you do when there's no response to your distress signal? When your SOS is busy, is he dead or alive? Since I put my mind in overdrive, I've derived this method of meshing and molding, shaping and holding on to this golden microphone. Alone in the wilderness, skillless yet fearless, I've experienced your experiences once already. Now once you're ready, I'll redream your dreamscape, landscape, skyscrape, skydive in the Swan Lake, chasing beat breaks. We can take a cakewalk through my program and talk megabytes, gigabytes, kilohertz and electric inserts. I can pole vault with a lightning bolt over the wall of China and cruise by a cruise liner, trying to find a rhyme, and if I decide to sink your Lusitania, there'll be pandemonium, mania, drowning in my aquarium, terranium.
Dukes and Maharajas pass the time of day with me. People in glass houses, don't throw stones.
The fascination of the infinite consumes me.
Consumption.
Yeah, I actually talk about Heidegger and my book. You want to read about Heidegger? I mean, is it too late to talk about Heidegger more? I mean, kind of got here a little bit later.
Yeah, you can if you want.
Yeah, so I actually don't talk about Heidegger that much, but I give him a semiotic spin. So I'm just reading the section from my book. Heidegger's account of modern technology deepens the problem. For Heidegger, technology is above all a way in which beings are revealed. In older forms of craft, or poiesis, things could be brought forth with some respect for their own appearing. The potter shapes clay, the farmer works the season, the artisan responds to material before him. Modern technology, by contrast, reveals beings through what Heidegger calls inframing. Is still a mode of disclosure in which the world appears primarily as resource, energy, data, or standing reserve. A river becomes hydroelectric potential, a forest becomes timber inventory, animal becomes an experiment, a commodity or conservation statistic, and the human being becomes labor, consumer profile, and behavioral prediction. Poiesis lets beings come forth, and framing by contrast sets them up as calculable flows, turning things and time into inventory, to be measured and dispatched. And framing transforms science as well as matter. The semiotic world of Homo mechanicus is organized so that beings signify according to technical availability. The bird is not first encountered as a singing subject within its own world, but as a data point in a population model or a collision risk. The forest, encountered the same way, becomes a carbon sink, a property unit, a recreational asset, or an extraction zone. Even the self is interpreted technically. Sleep becomes a problem of optimization, attention a resource for productivity, social life a form of networking, desire a consumer preference. And framing therefore captures semiosis by narrowing what things are allowed to mean. Under enframing, science are bent towards measurement, prediction, and control, a systematic impoverishment of interpretation, in which beings appear by their usability rather than in their fullness. Heidegger's warning is therefore close to the Buddhist concern of this book. Once everything appears self-evidently available, compassion becomes difficult, because beings are no longer encountered as centers of suffering, meaning, and possible awakening, but as resources within a technical order. If framing is thus the metaphysical background of Homo mechanicus, a civilization that can only see what can be used, entombs the very possibility of signless awareness. Friedrich George Junger gives this critique a more bodily and temporal form. In the failure of technology, technology's perfection is not moral completion, spiritual fulfillment, or human liberation. It is the completion of an automatic order. The technical world trains the human being to move, work, and perceive according to mechanical time. Junger's phrase, lifeless time, is useful here, because Homo mechanicus is increasingly synchronized to clocks. Work becomes a sequence of functions, the worker becomes a functionary, and identity fades into operation. In this sense, mechanization reaches past external industrial organization into the temporal disciplining of consciousness itself. Okay, I'm almost done. Technical time also mechanizes science. One's life is organized by schedules, quotas, and performance indicators. Science no longer gather beings into meaningful worlds. They become commands within a system of operations. I'll repeat that. They become commands within a system of operations. Sleep, work, and attention become synchronized to an order that has no final purpose beyond its own expansion. The result is a deeper submission to automatism, not liberation from labor. Such a civilization cultivates heedlessness while calling it efficiency. And I'm still editing my book a lot, but that was my section on Heidegger. Well, just one second. Did I get the important stuff? Yeah, that's my section on Heidegger. Let me see here.
I was like, is that a rhetorical question? Because we don't have any idea if that was the important stuff or not. It sounded important, and I understood it.
Well, I've been covering it for quite a bit. I think I did one show where I did it for a few hours, right? Talked about Heidegger for a few hours, right? Where we read through the work and so on and so forth. So I've done several hours on the subject matter there. So so go ahead and check it out, and feel free to. And of course I've provided other materials like videos and things on Heidegger as cross references for what we've talked about. So yeah. Anyways, so we'll move on to Skolimowski here, as I was talking about earlier, right? So it says, we have arrived at another conception of science. Science is a civilization. The institution of science is the history of the development of science. And this is similar to what Heidegger was saying, right, about this idea of Wissenschaft, right, which is this sort of collective process that develops over time where the scientists themselves are not really in charge of the process of disclosing the information, right? So the disclosure and the revealing and, and the modes of, revealing, right? Obviously, they're not in control of those, right? So it's not some sort of like research team, as he was saying, right, that unveils this, sort of understanding. Okay, but he's kind of saying like the understanding that they have is kind of baked into the pie of their understanding of physical science in the first place and what is measurable. Right? That seems to be what they are using as their, sort of, measuring board, right, or whatever, to discover all other forms of truth. So in that way, he's saying that this idea of, the history of science, right, and how science interacts with society. Okay, and of course, to look at the previous ideas, he talked about how science was first seen as something that wanted to unveil these essential truths about the world, but then it moved to something that became critical of itself and figured out that its truths are actually replaceable. So then it changed and shifted from an understanding of being something that unveils essential truths about the world to then being something that counts as just pure knowledge in and of itself. Right? So it became the sort of epitome of pure knowledge or untouched objective truths. Okay, and so on and so forth. But obviously, when it moves to the basis of civilization, okay, then this idea of you know people trying to drive this process of knowledge becomes a little bit difficult, because then it's all about how it interacts with the civilization as a whole. Okay, not according to the ingenuity of this or that person, right? So yeah, so he goes on to say the point is when it develops into like a sort of institution, right? So he says the institution of science is the history of the development of science, which includes the impact on and its interaction with society. The point is that our social institutions have been shaped by science, not only in their structure and organization, but in their goals and aspirations. Science has inspired us to set up such institutions that further foster the development of science. So this is kind of like this idea of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? It goes along with art for the sake of art, okay, which underlies this idea of universalism and technics, right? Because you know, it constitutes the, as Skolomowski said, it shifts from a game of sort of eternal truths to one of just pure knowledge, right?
I haven't read Skolomowski yet. I need to get to that.
So science has inspired us to set up such institutions that further foster the development of science, as you just said, right? The most spectacular example illustrating this point is United States space program. So remember, we were also talking about this idea of science as a mythology. And yeah, he's saying that, along with Mumford, that science has replaced this idea of mythology, and the way is that it took over this thing called art or technics, right? Because technics used to be solely concerned with ritualistic means of expression, and that was mainly art, right? But art, right, became sort of dislodged from cultural means of expression, right, when it became attached to techniques. And the transformation of techniques into sort of mechanical expressions, right, sort of changed art, right? And and it took over the man's like mythological sort of capacity, right? So like space are technical means, right, which were used to be devoted to symbolic expression of these rituals. Right now they're then transformed into expression of our ingenuity and progress, right, through like space travel, right? So the pyramids were like man bringing heaven down to earth, right? With the cathedrals, they modeled heaven on earth. Okay, but now we want to go from earth to space, and this underscores a new boundary for man's sort of imagination, right? No longer bringing heaven down to earth, right, but trying to go beyond heaven, right, into space, right, through dreams of ingenuity and progress, right, which is this very same dreams that wanted to bring the celestial realm down to the earthly realm, right? So
Yeah.
it's the same mythological drive, being replicated in our scientific pursuits, right?
And
To quote,
Spengler calls that.
yeah, give me a second. Yeah, to quote Skolomowski in a previous thing, right? He says, he says science is a form of mythology, right? It has its unwritten and unproven dogmas, and he says that it claims pursuit of objectivity, gives sanction to certain moral order, otherwise known as neutrality. The structure of scientific mythology is neither less complex nor less question-begging than the structure of traditional mythologies. Quite a claim. But yeah, let's go ahead. Buddha, did you have something?
Spengler says that's the Faustian spirit. What you were saying about the transformation of the bringing the heaven to earth versus now wanting to transcend heaven and do space exploration and stuff like that. That's like the Faustian.
Yeah, and Steiner talks about it too, right? It's Lucifer versus Satan, right? In this idea of Ahriman, right? So the Ahrimanic, sort of desire in man, and so on and so forth. It's interesting stuff. In Faust, there's the character of Mephistopheles, right? He's the guy who wants you to, do the deal with the devil, right? And he's kind of like the son of Lucifer, right? Mephistophelians, right? They're everywhere, right? To be found, right? I've seen them everywhere, right? But yeah, let's go ahead and continue. Science can be seen as a blind force, he says, which tends to multiply itself. Militarism, as an extension of contemporary science, is perhaps not so much an expression of the corruption of scientific minds, but rather an expression of inherent tendency of science to multiply itself in whatever form. Now, if it is true that science has pervaded the fabric of Western society, and if it's true that every established institution in society has a tendency to perpetuate itself, and if it is true that American society is most saturated with science and technology, then it is quite natural that science will flourish here in the variety of forms of which militarism is one. The Stars Wars missile defense project is a syndrome of both. The insane drive for nuclear superiority and the tendency of technology to multiply itself. even more striking example of institutions inspired by science to further foster science are the institution of learning. The course of civilization is determined by the quality, quantity, and character of learning pursued and the institutions of learning in that civilization. Since science has continually shaped the character of learning pursued in our schools and universities, its influence should be expected to be profound. And so it is. For we inherit from our schools not only knowledge about the world, but also a particular conception of the world. Now our Weltanschauung, our world view, is acquired with and through our knowledge. It is the scientific Weltanschauung, or world view, that we acquire in schools and in our academia. Okay, so here's that word that we've employed on the show multiple times. Weltanschauung.
And that fancy word meaning worldview in German. And another fancy word is Lebens philosophy. Have you heard of Lebens philosophy? It's kind of different from Weltanschauung, but yeah, they're both fancy German words.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so yeah, let me go
So
back.
Skolomaski, question, he sees nature and technology as being ontologically different, like different kinds. They're not reconcilable, right, for him, or does he still see it as like seamless, ontologically speaking, or is it more like different kinds? You know what I mean? You see what I'm trying to say? Ask. So, because I haven't read Skolomaski yet.
Well, Skolomowski talks about this idea of the participatory mind. So I don't think he thinks we necessarily drive the process of creativity, and he definitely thinks nature is creative, and so on and so forth.
Equally
So
destructive too, because how else are you supposed to get ingredients?
right. So we read a little bit of that on the show, but so let's go ahead and let me see where we're at in terms of like, I don't know, I'm gonna rewind my own show. Okay, yeah, let's
I
go
think
on reading.
creativity is hard to domesticate. I think it's more wild than
Yeah.
domesticated.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, the nature of knowledge determines the nature of the world around us. We perceive and understand what we are made to perceive and understand through the knowledge we acquire. Okay, the dominant position of science in our system of learning assures a further perpetuation. of what is called the scientific outlook, what is tantamount to a vision of the world through the spectacles of science. Seen in this context, science does control people. It does control people subtly and indirectly because it furnishes them with categories of understanding. It acts as a series of filters through which we view reality. Okay, so it's kind of like what, was said in the previous thing, right? The sort of process of sort of disclosure is not really up to us, right? It's not up to really the scientists even. Okay, at least not individual scientists, right? They don't determine the history of science, right? Or the methodologies that they employ. Okay, so they're pretty much completely conditioned, right? So if the scientists themselves are completely conditioned, then what does that mean for science as a basis of civilization, or whether human beings control it in general? Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Well, and there are some scientists that are like, if you think you understand like quantum physics, like you don't. I don't even, and I'm a quantum physicist, It's like that's what they're saying. And if they're saying that, maybe that is a valid point. Yes. It just works for certain things in a very local and temporary manner, I think, and like, yet it becomes this established, like, quote unquote truth until we discover something else, or something else emanates that contradicts it, and then we move on. It's like, and I understand the scientific method is very useful, but like, everything's dynamic. It's not going to stay that way because everything's changing all the time. Some of the things may last quite a lot longer than others, maybe even longer than we do, but that doesn't make it stable forever or eternity. Something, I don't know. I guess it's still worth exploring if you're curious, I guess. But knowledge is the enemy of understanding.
Oh, yeah. And actually, Skolmowski quotes T.S. Eliot, where he says, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge, and where is the knowledge we have lost in information?"
Probably at the edge of some black hole somewhere.
Oh, yeah, the abyss that's staring into us, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, not everybody should be staring at abysses right now, but we all are. It's the black mirror. We're doing it, and it's staring back at us, and we're surprised. We were warned. We were warned, all of us.
Yeah, be forewarned to be forlorn, as they say. So, yeah.
What would Cassandra say about that? She'd probably agree with it, probably. She's like, nobody believes her anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna move into a new definition of science where we don't really control what it do, and obviously on the level of it being a civilization, it tends to control people, but on the level of also it being a sort of conceptual framework, it controls people, right? Because they have preset modes of thinking, which they're educated in, and that determines the way they think, right? So he goes on to say that to put the matter in more general terms, our thinking is to a large degree determined by our language. The conceptual framework is a matrix which enables us to express certain relationships and does not enable us to express other relationships. Every civilization is under the influence of these subtle, yet all encompassing conceptual determinants. The conceptual framework of Western man in modern times has been profoundly influenced by science, and so was his language and his thinking. Here again, we see an indirect but important influence of science on the thinking of man, and thus on the thinking of society. According to proverbial wisdom, our habits control our lives. Is it not also the case that the conceptual habits of a society control the destiny of a society? We have thus analyzed science in yet another context, science as a conceptual framework. Determining our thinking, this conception of science may be regarded as part of science as a civilization, yet this context distinctive enough to deserve separate treatment. And he says that there's one aspect of this science so conceived, and that's this notion of rationality that's developed by modern science. Right? And he says it is this notion which often determines whether our behavior, decision, or action is deemed rational, thus acceptable or not. I heard this the other day, right? I was on a panel and somebody was saying that, religion is an irrational belief, right? And they said that science tells you that religion is basically an irrational belief, right? If you rely on religion, you're basically irrational, right? And then it was pointed out by somebody who was on the panel that, later in the conversation when we were talking about this panel, that a lot of the thinkers that develop scientific concepts are actually religious people. So it's kind of weird how they, on the one end, are, hold these irrational, so-called irrational beliefs. On the other end, they develop these scientific, the foundation of scientific beliefs, right? People who believed in totally irrational things, like Isaac Newton, developed these ideas and concepts, who followed all sorts of pseudoscience, and, they believed in things on faith, and, they proclaimed things, it's just fascinating. So, yeah.
I would say that, well, personally, my belief, I don't think anything in science will, on the conventional level, contradict the Buddha Dharma, but the true nature of mind, science cannot tell you because of the hard problem of consciousness. But, when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, Bell's theorem, or, just the recursive processes we see all over nature, including in our own cognition. In some ways, I do see that as like validating the Buddha Dharma, especially, like the Flower Garland Sutra. It's very recursive, and it has like a very unfathomably large universe, and so it's like, kind of like that. So I would say that, and that's what I think. But the true nature of mind, science cannot tell you that and stuff, because of
It doesn't stop it from guessing, though, and that's as good as telling if people believe it.
Yeah, and we've talked about this many times. Obviously, modern science relies on naturalism, and Buddhism rejects this firmly, right? It rejects materialism as a basic starting point, right? So it would reject empirical analysis, right, to a certain degree, right? So this idea that, Buddhism just accepts modern science. Obviously, none of the modern scientific theories are contained within the Buddhist texts, right? They do talk about like atomism and things like that, but obviously they're talking about it in a very long, drawn out philosophical mode of understanding, right? So, in terms of that, I would venture to say that, although there are ways in which certain religious beliefs can seem rational within a scientific context, right? And of course, people have, Jewish scholars have said that, if you look at Genesis, it's talking about evolution, right? Because God creates the plants and he creates the animals and he creates the humans, right? So that's talking about the hierarchy of being, right? That there's mineral souls, and then there's plant souls, and there's animal souls, and there's rational human souls, and the rationality is contained within the human, and but the human contains the plant soul, and he contains the vegetative spirit, and he also contains the animal spirit within him. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth. That these are parts of the human, and the gradual, as he graduates up the hierarchy of being, and so on and so forth. So yeah, so yeah. Let me go grab some coffee. Blessings.
I think that the Buddha was like, he was dream space exploring the Bodhi tree, I think. That's what it seems like. He made that connection while he was unconscious.
Yeah, the traditional account is that he achieved enlightenment underneath the Bodhi tree.
I think that is a very powerful symbol, and it is also probably close to a reality, but not the reality that we labeled it as necessarily, because it's way more than what we apprehend generally, in my opinion, at least. I'm just guessing, though, too.
Yeah, so this idea of
scientists aren't all in agreement either. You know what I mean? Like, how to reconcile quantum physics with gravity. You have different options, like loop quantum gravity is one, and string theory is another one. And it seems they're not in universal agreement. Also, I think some scientists don't think laws are fixed, but that's rare. It could be due to habits, or whether or not there are fixed laws in nature is.
Yeah, well, and there's local laws, and ones that are more general, allegedly, but there's no real way, because we haven't been that far out yet to be able to test it. We haven't been close enough to a black hole to be able to find out if we can actually time travel.
And one of my favorite video games is called Chrono Cross. It's about how they time travel, and that causes in Chrono Trigger, it causes an alternate reality to form where reptiles become sapient and they evolve toward becoming dragons. And then that realm, a different reality conflicts with the reality of the human dominance. I thought that was interesting. They're like,
yeah, well, and there's theories that we're in a bubble, we're basically existing on the surface of some bubble universe, and that it can bump into and merge with other universes. And there's some scientific evidence that they've gathered from all the sensing equipment that they have pointed out into outer space that shows some sort of what could be interpreted as evidence of where another reality's bumped into us. But I don't know about that. It's a little bit out of my pay grade.
Yeah, Flower Garland Sutra has kind of stuff that could be interpreted that way, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, the nesting, it's one inside another. It's kind of like how our bodies are. So that makes fractal sense to me. And I think fractals is pretty much the closest thing we have to figuring out how, beginning at nature, how things progress outward from here. But, and by progress, I just mean move forward through time. Nothing more complicated, not positive or negative, more neutral on that one.
Yeah, it's like a topological metaphor that Dom talks about, or that J.P. Farrell guy, kind of like that, with the nesting and stuff. About the topological metaphor?
Yeah, well, and it's like a recursive loop, too. It's yeah. And it's like, how deep do you go? How deep does the rabbit hole go? I don't know. We're going to find out. Somebody is. Maybe not us, but somebody's going to, or maybe not. Maybe the universe already knows, and it doesn't need us to do that. But we're going to do what we do until we're done doing it. That's how I look at it. I don't know. It's kind of both disempowering and also very empowering simultaneously, though, to hold it like in that space, even though it's not even still. It's kind of hard to hold on to.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, the Flower Garland Sutra and what you were talking about, the recursive loop. All of that is it's kind of like samsara and stuff. That is interesting. Yeah, loops. Feedback.
Well, no, there's the Ouroboros eating its tail. It's sustaining
Yeah.
itself like eternally, allegedly. That's a symbol. It's all archetypes, and it's really weird if you start looking at everything as an archetype. There's like brilliant revelation everywhere that you look, because like it just depends on how you look at it, like what it really means. And in dreams, I think is like practice for us to like understand that language of like the symbolic. And I don't know, I've really been I like language too, but like because my dad made me use my opposite from my dominant hand because I was left-handed, and he was superstitious. Like I think both sides of my brain had to translate to each other because they were like doing the opposite of what they were supposed to be doing, and so my brain got wired like a mirror image of itself, sort of more. And
Yeah, let me tell you this. Evolution. It's called the extended evolutionary synthesis. That one is based more on niche construction and how when you create your own environment, that reciprocal causation, that it also exerts selective pressures on yourself too. So that's like a loop. If you look at the brain, there's something called thalamocortical loops. The thalamus, it connects to the cortex, and they send signals to the cortex, and the cortex sends signals back to the thalamus, and it's like reentrant loops. They call it reentrant loops.
And it creates like superhighways of like neural pathways. It's like that you got some interstates going on there. It's like really weird because they can actually image your brain, and like they can tell like where your core like intelligence strengths are pretty much, because like everybody has the same sort of base brain, and then it, as you age, it like grows. Like you even get more wrinkles inside. Like it's kind of crazy. And a little bit of brain damage actually like causes your brain like to do interesting things. That's pretty much the only reason why we know about anything about consciousness, is because of brain damage that people have gotten, and the weird effects that it causes.
Let me tell you this. I did talk about this before, but there's this person named Clive Wearing, and he had a 20-second memory. His memory would reset every 20 seconds. So while he's doing something, he would forget what he's doing after 20, 30 seconds, and it would reset. It's like he was stuck in a loop.
That's horrifying. I had a similar, like where I thought I was stuck in a little time loop like that once whenever I was in high school, and I smoked a joint that was laced with PCP, and my friend like repeatedly did the same thing over and over to make me think that I was in a time loop. But thank goodness I wasn't really in a time loop, but I can sort of relate to that feeling of like being stuck. And then like it just like it seemed like it faded back into the same moment and started over like 5 minutes later, like 5 minutes back, 5 minutes forward, 5 minutes back, 5 minutes forward, 5 minutes back. But it was like, yeah. And I was bargaining with God at that point. I was like, I'll never do drugs again. That's pretty funny in retrospect, but
it's like false awakenings, basically.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's false awakening. I think it's like it's kind of like stress is like getting you ready for an emergency that you don't even know about yet. You know, it's like I think it all happens for a reason that we don't know what the reason is exactly, but it seems to make sense in hindsight. Like almost always, it seems to make perfect sense once you finally get to the level of like acceptance of the way that things are. And not to say that you should not like disagree or like forge your own path, but like certain things like you really can't change. Like if there's war, you know, like what can you do as one person? You know, but you can do something, and but it does require other people's assistance. So we kind of all got to get on this boat together and work it out. We're already on the boat, actually. It's flying through space in a sea of whatever is out there, seemingly at least. Maybe it's all just a simulation. I don't know. I just know that I'm here, and we're gonna work on it while we're here, and maybe even longer if what I suspect is on the other side of this life. Uh-oh, there goes TML again. He'll be back. He's having some connection issues, his computer. I swear. We gotta freaking send that guy a freaking new computer. Start a collection. Sounds like a good cause. I'd contribute to that. I've been exploring other income streams. I've been making jewelry for the last few weeks, and I've got like quite an inventory going on right now. But that's pretty much all I've been doing lately. That and reading weird, obscure books.
Any interesting book you read recently?
Oh, I don't remember the title of it. I think I sent a PDF copy to Dom of what I read, and it was weird because I watched his video and it popped up because I was reading it on my phone, the book, and like I just finished it, and then I saw a notification and I went over and I watched his one of his shows the other day that was like it wasn't live. He did it like some production or whatever. I don't know how he does it exactly, but I watched it and I was like, huh, it kind of reminds me of some of the stuff that I was just reading. And it was like, that happens a lot. Seems like there's themes to reality, like from day to day.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Let me see, wasn't it? I was gonna say, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, and if things are cycling in a fractal way, it's just only slightly different every cycle. But it's like if you're zoomed in on an individual life, it's going to appear like like something totally different than any other section. But it's like all still the same gigantic, infinite algorithm, like outstretching and self-similar, like recursion. You know, we've got that going with our consciousness for sure.
Many
But I
people
think
don't know this, but genes and their interactions with each other are extremely complex. They form
yes.
regulatory networks, and only 2% of diseases are monogenic. They're caused by like one gene. You know, like sickle cell disease, you can actually easily determine if someone has that or not. But 98% of other diseases are due to complex interactions and genes. The way they interact, they can switch on and off based on stuff like RNA interference.
Yep, or
epigenetics.
environmental factors, trauma, stress, sustained stress, all sorts of things. Yeah, I'm learning that because of my cancer. And they did do the like genetic testing, and I didn't have any markers that they are aware of, at least. And I've got like the most common type of breast cancer. So, and which is actually a good thing because like that's the one that they have the most experience treating and the most success. Even though I'm stage 4, it's like they have to tell you that there is no stage 5 and that it's terminal. They pretty much accept that it is because like that happens, and they can't really disclaimer their way out of it otherwise. So, yeah, but I'm going to be going to the to get some scans at the end of this month in just a few weeks, like a week or so, and we're going to see what's going on and if I'm friggin' defying the odds or not, I guess. And I feel like I am because I feel pretty good.
Yeah, I hope you are too. Yeah, I hope you are too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Well,
get
I
better.
think it's become my life's purpose in a like involuntary way, really. Because if I want to stay here, I have to, you know, I have to do that.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I think as long as you do
I
your
think so.
best.
No, I'm always doing my best, and I think we all are always doing our best. Sometimes we don't like know what to do, and we're not like, but that's the best we could do at that moment. I mean, even shitty people, they're just doing what they think is the right thing for them to do. Because why else would anybody do anything? Like, why would you do something knowing that it's wrong, unless like your brain is broken, maybe? But like I don't know. To me, it doesn't make rational sense. But I guess maybe that's just rational sense being irrational.
Yeah, I remember in my Zen center, they say most people are just doing the best moment to moment based on what they know. Something,
Yeah,
you know, it's not
it's
good to
totally
feel
true.
guilt. Like if you
Yeah.
look back, beating yourself up over choices you made isn't the right
Or
thing.
things that happen to you, like blaming yourself for things that happen to you, like and like thinking you're like a bad person because of things that happen to you, and or like letting somebody traumatize you, and then like you continue to like live out that trauma. You're essentially doing that thing that was done to you over and over in your head to yourself, and that might be called victim blaming. But if that is, then I blame myself for that because it's like whatever. Because it's like if you can't blame yourself for what you're responsible for and you can't blame the other person, then maybe you just blame. That's what's worked out best for me, and that because there was no good answer otherwise. And maybe that is just a cope, but seems to be pretty effective. And I think as long as I'm gaslighting myself and I don't forget that I'm doing it, it probably is going to be all right.
Yeah, that's a good way of viewing things. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, yeah, that we're definitely influenced from the time we're born to take certain things as reality, and it's like it becomes ubiquitous over generations, and people forget reasons for things, and you know, like why something was good back then, and they forget like that things need an update for the way that things have changed over time, and they get stuck with some things, and some things are still good, and they forget why. But it's like I don't know, it's like traditions, you know. Traditions are good, I think, but like the whole tradition of like gift giving on certain days and stuff like that is created like uh, a vulnerability in like society that like not only does everybody get all stressed out around like holidays where you're giving gifts and stuff, it's like they put themselves out and like it becomes this huge competition and like as sort of an obligation that nobody asked for really to like do all this stuff, and then they don't like teach you why you're doing it. So it's kind of I don't know, I just like if I see something that I makes me think of a friend and I happen to be able to afford it, I will just give it to them, you know. It's like that should be enough. Like, and I sort of like came to that as a good conclusion because I had a friend that was a Jehovah's Witness, and I was really distraught as a kid. I was like in like fourth grade that I could not get her a birthday present. And then I was like, I asked her dad, like, can I just give her a present because she's my friend at any random time? And he said, yeah, that's fine. And I was like, oh, that's the answer. And it sort of just like impressed upon me at a young age that it was like, that is the really important thing, not what day. And they're kind of right in that, I think, that because if you get too habituated, like, then you forget why you're doing something in the first place, and you like don't think of like you don't see what you might notice if you were actually just looking at it with fresh eyes every day, you know.
Yeah,
And you kind of
that
gotta
makes sense.
like
Yeah,
It's almost like those stereoscopic pictures. You have to like relax your vision to be able to see the depth in it. It's kind of like that, but the whole world. And it works. Like if you can just go with the flow of it in a weird way. But it takes practice and, you know, like exercise, it hurts. But it does make you stronger. It's like if you think about like going to the gym, I always thought it was silly, like because you're not doing anything like productive other than it just seems like you're just like when you could be using that energy to double time it, you know, like you're doing something productive and you're exercising and making muscles. But so to me, it always seemed kind of vain, but it's like you do need exercise, whether you're doing something or not. So I guess it's better than not having exercise and just getting like turning into a slug. Which is basically like a booger with eyes. I don't want to be a booger with eyes. Although they are tasty. Some of them. Escargots. Mm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. That's all very good. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, like in the in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the experts, there are a few. It's always good to decompress. And you know, my friend once told me, you know, when understanding breaks down and reforms, only then you can see how things really are, or something like that. Because it's not good to get
And
too
during my
happy.
epiphany, because during my epiphany, it was like everything was speaking to me in a very overwhelming and bombarding sort of way. Like, and it was really cool. But like after 3 days, it was starting to get like, wow, how am I going to like function with this level of like everything bombarding me constantly? I kind of imagine that it's like what seriously autistic people feel. And I can understand why they want like limited structure, like very tightly limited structure in their lives that makes them comfortable, because like then they have less bombardment. But like, yeah, it's like I think that also doing mushrooms, you find out that like it's not like activating a whole bunch of neuron pathways in your brain, it's actually calming your brain down, so it's shutting some stuff off. So maybe your filters are getting shut off is what I'm thinking, and like you're experiencing reality for like what base reality is more like, which is pretty friggin' overwhelming if that's the case. So yeah, and it definitely did, like it does reorder the way that you see things in a very profound and lasting way. That's why they're using it as like treatment, and like ibogaine treatment they're doing like for people that have opioid addiction is looking pretty promising, because but it's like it has to be done in a structured way. People can't just, I mean, yeah, there's going to be like people that just go off and try stuff, because there have been people that did that throughout all society, but like I don't recommend that for everybody. I think a lot of people, it's better if it's in a like safe and controlled environment. But yeah, I think there's some potentials there for like, and there's also like some potentials in like virtual reality, augmented reality, like treating trauma, like shell shock and things in people, because like they found out that it's like just that traumatic event ends up repeating like and going over and over in your head because it's sort of out of place in time. And so if you can like put a timestamp on it in your head, and like then it goes into the past and it becomes less over time than it becomes growing if it's just, you know, staying in your consciousness, like in your conscious awareness and persisting, like. But for some reason, because of the way that we sense time, it just like really works to like put you through like a fake simulation of your same trauma, but with a timestamp on it that you are aware that you're going into it. It's so weird how our brains
Yeah,
work.
people tend to relive their trauma, you know, and it tends to repeat over and over again, almost iteratively.
Yeah.
And you know, I had a friend who his thesis was about that kind of stuff. He actually used have you ever heard of the graphic novel Mouse, MAUS, with the mice and other
Yeah.
stuff? He
Yeah, that's
used that
cool.
for his thesis at school, where he argued that trauma tends to repeat itself, and it's like a ghost that haunts you over and over again. But the way to overcome it, I think, is with non-grasping, non-judgmental awareness. Let it just
Yeah.
come and go and stuff.
Well, and as a woman, I think there are a lot of women like in this world that have gone through like a lot of trauma. I mean, I think there are men that have gone through trauma too, obviously, war and like men get traumatized too. But I think like with women, it seems to be like pretty much like I cannot think of one woman that I've ever gotten close to that has not like told me something like that was like basically they were abused in some way, and that's pretty yeah, I think that's not good, and that we don't have effective ways of dealing with this. Like, and so I think that should be a number one priority rather than going to friggin' Mars. I mean, sure, put a little bit of material towards that, but like, let's like work at what is right here that we need to figure out first, or else we're going to skip over a bunch of stuff that we don't even realize that we're skipping over. And we're going to end up out in the middle of the wilderness, like probably friggin' turned into a popsicle out in outer space somewhere, just like no air. Because we're not really built for out there. Like even just the short period of time that people spend in the International Space Station, like they come back down and they're like their bodies are messed up in ways that we're just now starting to realize. Because we're basically built for this planet. We evolved here, or we were put here, or whatever happened. We're here, and we're built for this environment.
Well, that's true, but there's some parts of the Earth we cannot go to either. Like if you go deep sea scuba diving, you can get decompression sickness, for example.
Yeah. Well, and we could come up with technology that'll overcome that. So I guess maybe that's what made us think that we can have technology. But why not just send like some machines out there? Why don't we just send the machines out there, or just like astral project? Because it's like you're gonna get like information that you don't even realize if you just like turn inward and realize inside of you space. But most people just don't know it's there.
Hey, in a sense, I guess creating artwork is one of the best ways of exploring the inner dimension of your creativity and creating artwork. And I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. About women. I think porn industry is very bad. It should stop. Personally, I think it should stop.
I don't know about regulating anything that has to do with drugs or sex, because it's never been successful, and it's always been a waste of resources and energy, because there are going to be people that want to do things, and as long as there's a desire, there will be people that do it, and people that it will be commodified in some way, as long as we allow commodification to continue.
Yeah, but I feel like, stuff what people do in their own homes, you cannot regulate that, but I think you can stop the big businesses from growing based on porn industry, because porn industry is just like
turn it into a black market, though. It'll turn into a black market. Like that's what it's always done. Anything, it always goes underground, and then it's not regulated at all, really. And enforcement is, laws are only good as enforcement. So it's like we don't need 1984, and we're already like dangerously close to that. Like maybe even like we're already there, and we're just like in denial a bit about it, because like flock cameras. Wow. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Since the Patriot Act, basically, right?
Yeah. And I think that was like done. I think that was done like it seems like very on purpose by who I do not know exactly was the plotter of that. But I have like some information from someone that was like connected to the Middle East, like somebody that I know personally, because they were dating like the illegitimate son of one of the sheikhs that was basically with this British lady, and she was dating him, and she's kind of like a psychic, people that are of that ilk, she gets activated. Like whenever I was in her presence, she like had some really awesome divine like premonitions, and we were able to pull off some crazy things. Like we kept her in her house just with doing like bottle spells on eclipses, like for 5 years until she got all of the equity of her house back, and then we turned it over to the bank. So she didn't lose anything, or it all broke even, which is pretty amazing considering that I don't have any legal training and I did all of her paperwork. So yeah, it's like, I don't know. That's there's a lot more that can be done in the world if you just get creative. That is definitely true. And necessity is the mother of invention. So I guess we'll just have to wait until people feel that pressure enough to do something like collectively. Until then, I'm here just waiting for that day and doing what I can in my own small way to friggin' wake people up a little bit if they want it. I'm not pushing it. If anybody ever wants to talk, just hit me up.
Yeah, that's cool. You brought up a lot of interesting points. Yeah. That's right. I don't know what
Yeah.
else to bring up.
What have you been up to lately? Just doing any? You said you were writing your book. Are you writing a different book or the same book?
Yeah, same book, but chapter 4 wasn't the best. But I think I've fixed a lot of it. I'm reading another book right now, several books actually, to make sure everything flows well. And I've just been obsessively editing it, but I have a lot of books I want to read to also improve. But I feel like it's close to done now. It's changed a lot in the past month or a few weeks, like
And the
2 or 3
publishing
weeks.
situation, have you like made any inroads on that? Because like I think really self-publishing seems like the best option, and there's a lot of different resources for that. As far as the internet goes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna self-publish.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, after I'm done with the book, I'm gonna focus on some artistic stuff. Like see if I can do anything art related, because I feel like the book also kind of leads in that direction in the end and stuff. But yeah.
Well, if you want to collaborate on any sort of illustrations, I used to be really good at doing illustrations, like sort of, I don't know, like I could do photorealistic or like friggin' cartoonish or like whatever. But if you ever need illustrations, I can help with that. And editing, I'm very good at editing because I'm good at finding the things that the AI would overlook because it doesn't understand the sentence structures. And it doesn't get pick up like the small flaws in text, and I'm really good at that. I've always been really good at that, photos and language, because I used to do photo editing.
You can put your Discord username in the studio chat. I'll message you in like a few days.
I think we're already connected. We're connected. I'll just hit you up on Discord because we're definitely already connected as friends over there. I'll just like say, hey, over there.
Yeah, create a new Discord. I want to keep the new Discord kind of private. Kind of keep it private. So I just
Everybody's creating their own Discord. I thought about doing it. I already have a Telegram, but nobody ever goes there. And I'm very bitter over my MySpace because my MySpace was so cool. Like it had hyperlinks to like all sorts of cool things that are no longer on the internet. And then they just deleted it all one day. Like it didn't exist. But I only just spent like a little time being bummed out about that because like I always like I don't jump on the bandwagon to the new thing. Like I never have. Like I'm always late to the party, but always right on time. Since then, at least, because like I put a lot of work into my MySpace. I learned how to program like hypertext and friggin' like So you'd like accidentally click on a picture and you'd end up somewhere really like, how did I get here on the internet? It was like a rabbit hole of like friggin' snare traps that would send you to cool places instead of sending you like to your death. It was like a whole universe. And now it doesn't exist. But it was like back whenever the internet first started, like we thought that it was going to be this utopian sort of where everyone could make their own universe, and boy, has it not turned out that way. It still is somewhat, but it was much nicer during the Wild West years, as far as like it being a open society, like with free connections, and like information was free and ideas were exchanged.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so the book I'm reading right now is called Evolution in 4 Dimensions: Genetic, Epigenetic, Behavioral, and Symbolic Variation in the History of Life. It's very dense, though. It's very dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like super dense.
What level of dense? Is it like Kantian dense? Because, yeah, I don't know.
It's not that level of dense. So Kant is a waste of time, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I had to continually look up definitions, like, and I do think that a priori thought was like the gem of like Critique of Pure Reason, but that's about all I took from that, and I spent many hours trying to understand that book.
You have to read Hume. You have to read Hume before Kant, because Kant is responding to Hume's problem of induction.
Oh, well, I totally don't ever.
And the problem, you see, because for
I
Hume,
don't even read fiction series in order, so it's probably not
for
going to
Hume,
happen.
there's no necessary connection between cause and effect. We only see the conjunction of events, and from that, based on habit, we infer, that there is a connection between cause and effect. But we only learn that from the repetition, the repeat. We never see the necessary connection between cause and effect.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is sort of correct, because it's sort of the same way that we like that reality breaks down on a micro level. Like they never know where the electron is at or how fast it's going simultaneously. They just like can guess, and we're kind of like that, but on a bigger scale. And I think it is all scalable in some way, I think it's not so far-fetched to think that if you look out into space and you see the planetary motions and you realize that there are like invisible forces that are affecting us all the time, even though we're interfering with them by creating our own artificial ones that interfere with it, or like somehow change it. It's probably just so dynamic that we can't ever actually, it's like the weather. We can't predict still, like the weather. We're getting better at it a little bit, maybe, but like we still get these like things that are seemingly disparate that just happen. But yeah, can't predict the weather. It only goes so far out accurately. Same thing with reality. We can only like really, our little local bubble is pretty much all that we can rely upon with any sort of reliability.
I'll be right back. My cat is driving me nuts. I'll be
Oh,
right back.
again? Why does your cat do that? Cats are not supposed to be like that. They're supposed to be very independent. But our pets are a reflection of us, so I'm not blaming you, but I'm just saying that maybe it's a study in self-reflection. And she's trying to teach you something about yourself. Maybe. My cat is pigeon-toed like I am, and he's very noisy and loud like I am. So, and he's bossy. I'm not bossy. I don't try to be bossy anyways. And I don't like bossy. But that doesn't stop him. He does a good job of his job, though, as a cat. I regularly find half-eaten mice here and there. Have to dispose of. Ew. Did you fall asleep, TML? Did we go off on a tangent? Sorry. Oops. Not really sorry, but oops.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you have stuff to do, don't you? Are you going to put on your thing, or are you going to continue on? Did we interrupt you sufficiently?
No.
Good. I'm glad. So I know you have a sort of a schedule that you try to
No,
stick
not
to.
really. No, there is
Well,
no.
sort of. Well, I mean, you have like aims of targets that you hope to hit.
Not really.
Well, you say you do. Well, so what the fuck? Are
No,
you lying?
no, no. I've made it up as I've gone along. I plan literally no show, so I've not really planned one show, right? So if I
Oh,
say I've have a plan for the show, right,
it's
it's
just like,
definitely tentative, but I've made it up literally that same day, right? So that's actually astounding, right? I mean, if you
yeah, it
see
is.
like all the material that I've covered, right, and
Yeah,
you
you've
guys
done
will
really
see
good.
once I put it all together, right? Because these types of conversations that you guys are having
Mm-hmm.
will kind of be edited out, and it'll just be me reading, and explaining like Heidegger, and then I'll cut the part out, right, where people start talking, and then I'll go back to when I start explaining the thing. So if you just pause the recording, right, and then play it, you can edit out all the parts where people are talking. So all of these presentations will be there in their entirety. Especially, I'm developing one that I did 2 or 3 years ago on Nietzsche, right, where I did section 58, 59, and 60 of Nietzsche's Antichrist, and it's looking really good. I just cut out all the parts where, I just cut out all the parts where people have like little, things, and yeah.
Can I make a request? Like, whatever you cut out that I'm in, could you put it in a folder somewhere? And then, I can even
Well, it's on
provide
the
the folder
show.
on the
Well, it's
cloud.
on the show. Well, it's on the
Oh,
show. All the shows are there. Yeah. So yeah. So just go watch the shows, right? Yeah.
oh, but
Because
I
all
thought
the
you said you
shows
were going to edit them out. So I thought maybe
No,
at some point in the
I'm
future.
saying of my own presentations. So
Oh,
yeah.
so you're making a separate, and it'll still be
Yep.
there. That's good, because I was getting
Mhm.
a little traumatized, like thinking about my MySpace disappearing, like all the conversations we've had here disappearing would suck.
No.
But that
That's
was
not
just
what I'm
me.
saying. I'm saying that I will represent just the information that I presented again, right?
Yeah,
So
that's awesome.
yeah. So that
I
will be
think that
amazing. And
that will be amazing, and that'll be really good, because it's like it's almost like you're reaping the fruits of like this long time thing that you've been working on, and like I'm sure that like it'll be good to have it distilled in a succinct manner for other people's apprehension. I mean, for them to apprehend it in a succinct way would be good.
yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of move on here. I appreciate you guys, and I'm gonna play some music and move with onto ellul, and so I
Cool.
appreciate you guys' blessings, and yeah. So hang on to your hats, and
Back at ya.
yeah, we'll move on at the thing. Hold on a second. Man, I feel like I got like some kind of rash here. So yeah, so give me a second. So what are we looking into here? All right. Blessings.
I can't walk these streets at night. Humility reveals and puts me right. trust these eyes for reality's disguise. Till you put me in my place, put me in my place, put me up. This mind is not a microscope. Illusion is good, the same as hope. For stripping it away, I'm thanking you today. I am knowing more and hating myself before. Thought that I was doing wrong. I wasn't ever doing anything wrong.
And so therefore, I'm gonna stir myself up.
In just that criminal roaming way. A curious life knew I'd never stay. Invite you down to come and hunt me out. But good luck seeing if I'm still around. 'Cause I'm not sure if my life did end. I'm so incredibly old, my friend. I'm so incredibly old, my friend. I can walk these streets at night. The melody reveals and puts me right. I can't trust these eyes or reality's disguise. Take me out of here.
Yeah, look here, you son of a bleep. Right, so we left off here, techniques of integration. Some excellent results have been achieved along this line. For example, the tendency to adapt the machine to man and to assert man's primacy over the machine has produced a body of respectable research. Until recently, very few designers and manufacturers of machine tools bothered much about the workers who were to use the tools. It represents enormous progress for them to acknowledge the machine should be built with the workers in mind, that the human being ought to be the point of departure. However, the further they advance in this direction, the more complicated the problem appears. They were at first concerned primarily with elimination of physical fatigue. Having succeeded in this, they find that nervous or mental fatigue is now a problem. Business machines are highly adapted to the worker. From a material point of view, physical effort has been almost completely reduced by the progressive elimination of fatigue due to standing, sensory overburdening, and the need for overtime work. But the reduction of the physical effort has only served to increase fatigue due to mental concentration, reflex attention, and dissymmetry of motion, factors which rapidly produce nervous exhaustion. Okay, it was certainly not anticipated that machines designed for man and well adapted to him physically would occasion even more rapid deterioration and an accelerated aging of their operators. Indeed, worker productivity markedly decreased after only 4 years, and in general becomes marked at age 22. The optimum age of an employee who operates business machines would seem to lie between 16 and 22. Now, this last fact comes from the machine in itself, from its tempo and so on. The human problem has been intensified rather than resolved. It even seems insoluble. The concern for a human being that is evident in these attempts must, one supposes, be reckoned progress. The same holds for the technician's concern with the person of the worker and attempts to furnish him with the means for self-improvement by establishing libraries, by helping him resolve his personal problems. Now, it's obvious that, right, there's two sort of contradictory ends or processes that ellul talks about at the very end of the chapter and the book, right, with the goals of these scientists, right, in either improving society or improving the human, right. Of course, they come to some sort of middle ground between the two, right, between technocracy and technical humanism, right, which suggests that man has to be sort of adapted to the machine. You just humanize the techniques, you use psychopedagogy to assimilate man, right. There's the techniques of assimilation, the techniques of integration, and so on and so forth. You use the media and the propaganda and all this stuff, and you use techniques of amusement. in order to make life enjoyable, right? So there is all of these different methods. And of course, these had a profound effect on different thinkers, right? Okay, from Huxley to McKenna, right? Who is a sort of he hammered in this idea of Rousseau, right? That men will be taught to love their chains. Give me 1 second. It seems like this thing is malfunctioning yet again. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can too.
Okay, well, I can't see the screen, so I'm gonna go ahead and reset this. Give me a second. Okay. So he goes on to say. The same holds for the technician's concern with the person of the worker and the attempts to furnish him with the means of self-improvement by establishing libraries or by helping him resolve his personal problems. But on further consideration, are not these efforts and this interest part of an abstract ideal? What do they really signify? Leon Walter, a great theoretician of the adaptation of machine to man, states that this adaptation has as its end the maximum productivity with minimum expenditure of human energy. But such a goal represents a primacy of efficiency with reference both to man and machine. The greater concern is to make men work effectively in marvelous dispensation. Advantages for production turn out to coincide with advantages for the individual. One of the principal creators of libraries for workers has described the concept of practical utility which ought to govern such libraries. Books are to be selected on the basis of their eventual moral yield, quote unquote. If a book enables the worker to escape direct control of the bosses, quote, it ought to be authorized only to the degree that the subject treated allows the management to exercise control indirectly, unquote. Damn. This shit's like fucking 1984. That's pretty bizarre that he's quoting like manuals on how to construct libraries. With this proviso, a book can be an invaluable auxiliary. It's kind of like how I explained YouTube shows at the beginning of this, right? How like they're totally technically determined, right? Uh, it's like how he's showing like collections of books, right? Since it introduces personal interest, serves as a source of initiative, satisfies curiosity, but on the condition that the worker is ignorant of what he ought to know, and that management has the duty, quote unquote, to choose for him. It might incidentally be asked, quote, are these ideas capitalist or communist, unquote? Anyone who could give an unambiguous answer to the question would indeed be an expert. For the same conceptions occur as frequently in one system as in the other. Yep. They do not represent theories, but are direct expression of the fact that work technique necessitates the complete integration of the worker. It is inadmissible that the worker's reading matter should occasion slowdowns, rebellion, or displacement of the center of interest. Such things are unthinkable. Whatever the regime, culture must conform to technique and encourage productivity. Censorship in this area ought therefore not to be regarded as evil, but as an unavoidable condition of objective technique. The same holds for the surprising creation of a post of quote-unquote counselors, of which Friedman writes, of which Friedman has written, after it has been observed in certain industrial plants that the conditions of modern labor provoke psychological difficulties, psychologists were hired to act as safety valves for employee grievances and dissatisfactions. Employees may express their feelings to these counselors, quote unquote. I think they have like pretty good looking ladies nowadays that fulfill this role, right? Or something like that, right? We have like a counselor at your job, and it'll be like human resources, and it'll be like this like bougie woman. So we're getting to this crazy idea of the psychological technician and this idea of human engineering, psychological engineering, and so on and so forth, right? And these counselors that are working as safety valves, so on and so forth. So he says employees may express feelings to these counselors with the assurance that the counselors will say nothing to the management, but the counselors never actually counsel anything. Their activities have nothing whatever to do with the positive cure of the soul, a mission which would suppose at least a possibility of profound changes, new orientations, awakening of consciousness on the worker's part, all of which are highly dangerous. Nor are the counselors concerned with the investigations of concrete modifications that might be binding on the company. Their sole duty is to encourage the voicing of complaints and to listen to them. It is well known that the suffering expressed is suffering relieved. It has been observed that certain psychological disturbances are provoked simply by being silent, and that rebellious are nourished in secret. To let people talk does them good and quashes revolt. It is dangerous to allow the workers to talk over the problems among themselves. It is far more prudent to give them the safety valve in the form of discrete company agent, a psychological technician, then to let them air their grievances in public. These quote-unquote counselors play the same role on the industrial level as Soviet magazine Crocodile does on the political. It is difficult to find a human interest in any of this. The concern here is primarily with technical development, the palliation of human difficulties raised by technique is secondary. Michael Crozier asserts that this is true also for a technique called human engineering. Okay, I think that's all we'll get to today. We've been here for a very long time. You know what I mean? I've at least talked for hours and hours and hours about a couple things here. So I think if I successfully talk for 3 hours about anything related to philosophy of technology, I'm pretty satisfied here.
Yep, I think you're doing a good job. I always enjoy when I'm in the chat and when I'm up here too. Learning something new.
So not sure who's out there. Maybe Ragamuffin. I mean, if Ragamuffin's there, I'd love to hear from you. If not,
I love Raga. Come up, Raga.
I always stand a G on my enemies. Much worse when a motherfucker dead to me. Trying to write it would take you a century. Cause essentially, I'm detonating the bomb on the original formula I created. Rappers that go after my rapper evaporated. Captain of the ship and he should be decapitated. Captured and trapped in a cabin and castrated. I never took a stranger's candy, and I never made a hater family, and I never gave away the fancy top secret plan we get money with, and never ever needed a plan B. As self, this is all organic. Keep calm, no need for panic. I'm just playing, we should all be frantic, trying to find a spaceship just to flee the planet. Pop shots at the ship as it takes off. Ricochet through the shield, shoot your face off. Motherfucker never stop the beat or interrupt my rap, or try to turn my tape off. Y'all trying to sound smart when you sound more shallow than water inside of a tub. Half shit so deep that the pressure when you dive implodes every side of a sub. I don't ever pay attention, never stay on topic. I got ADD, bitch, if it ain't about profit. I don't ever pay attention, never stay on topic. I got ADD, bitch. If it ain't about profit, not Muhammad. The kind that go in your pocket and no one can stop it. I'm a Soviet rocket, a giant on the mic, so it's microscopic. There's clues in the rap, so the cops will cop it. Try to solve the murder of the beat when I chop it. Put it in the wood chip, I'm flipping and rockets. Smack it up and hack it up and kill it with axes. Skill that I practice to fill up the caskets with half-ass rappers who glue in gaskets. Fuck what's high, I'm about the classics. I used to have an Audi, but I crashed it. Now I got a Beamer and it's so fantastic. Used to be broke with a hand-me-down jacket. Now I'm on a yacht with a new tennis racket. Maybe I went too far, but I got a nice crib and I got a fly car. And I'm not a millionaire, but I still live large and I chill with stars. Cause I'm ill with bars. When my daughter grow up, I'll retire on Mars with the hearts of MCs that I sealed in jars. Displayed on the mantle, some shit I write's too much for them to handle. So I put the pen down, blow out the candle, good night. Take them out with the sample.
When you rock the sound, you know the vibe, baby. DJ Crush, she get down. You know the vibe, baby. Caminati get down. You know the vibe, baby. I'm most deaf, keep the crown. Representing Brooklyn, you know the vibe, yo. From all borders, doorways, and gates. Resurrection drawing near as mankind awaits. When you're living in this world, you got to survive. She torn us looking on the look, attacking from all sides. Witness before all eyes, the evidence of unseen. The power past our comprehension that controls all things. The battle for by good and evil is a real contest. It is the outcome of the struggle that brings play contact to all sex sections, cruddy cliques, crews and clans. Good greens to badlands, jump up to understand. I'm just a man, not the universal architect. We tread the face of this heavenly place and show respect. Tokyo, raise your hands where you at. Osaka, raise your hands where you at. Yoshiwada die, no die, Sapporo, East and die. DJ Crush, most deaf on the touch. We land fly. I send my salam to my entire squad, my sahab, yo, wherever you are. Stay on your jaw, struggling hard to overcome the perils of life. We writing rhymes on enemy lines to shine light. Stay in meditation to keep the head right. Spreading wings like heavenly things. We take flight, fly, 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 fly. Everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. And you got to believe everything gon' be alright. Everything gon' be alright. Said you got to believe. Said you got to believe. Yo, bust it, baby. Me and Crush, we politicking, building on this money mission. Send me a fucking something, so I had to stop and listen. If time forever ticking, my gift forever clicking. I'm trying to get mine, cause son is here for the kitten. A lost provision, but help us live the providential. My pad and pencil, but transcribe the elemental, the raw essential, the southbound residential, the pure simple, to resonate in your mental. I flash the temple, my key gon' shine like precious metal. Left the raw, living alone, about to settle fast at trying to gas so down and save your petrol, cause the beat don't stop like yellow cabs in the metro. B-boy traverse the earth is the first the next. This is a daily operation like birth to death, and I burst the rap, yeah, some so-called vet, or orchestrated designs while they set quiet is kept. Everything that you heard in advance was just a glance of the landscape. Furnished with crops and props, still sunsets and treetops, backdrops of pure skill. Ignite, I do right to excite, but you got to believe that the most high I see every degree of this 3C, X to E. We maintain sun and carry on officially. We're talking projects to the shores of Tripoli. I speak prolifically, I write specifically, transmit upliftedly. It sounds terrific, G. Allah has gifted me with great ability to speak to my beloved and make them all love it. Fine, rugged, a product of the ghetto public. Allah is the king of the world, we just subjects. Allah is the king of the world, we just subject. Allah is the king, Allah is the king. You know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. And you got to believe everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. You know the vibe, baby. Everything's gonna be
Yo, Bill, what up, daddy? Hazman.
The heavy metal king.
Yeah, King Solid.
The heavy metal king.
Yeah.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. The heavy metal king.
I murder you and laugh. I'm Barry Sanders slashing through the path. You a magician's assistant, I'm sawing you in half. You a heathen that rely on the beast. I'm a demon that defying, crucifying the priest. I shine over beats, a motherfucking beast on the mic. I'm a lion out the jungle, raw meat what I like. I bleed in the fight, Vinny like the taste of his blood. And I'll open up your stomach like the case of a slug. I'm faithful to drugs, putting metal plates in your mug. Dunk your body in the motherfucking lake in the rug. Face in the mud, y'all create the facade that my people have exterminated faith in their God. Patience is hard, cousin, but it pays to be calm. Go to war for anybody who embraces Islam. I'm gracious and warm, ready for the place in the war. And I'm ready to smash a motherfucker's face in the floor. We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We lock shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We lock shit.
We live that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
Without order, nothing exists. Without chaos, nothing evolves. Now get on your knees so I can stick this gun in your mouth. I'm a Slayer album personified. Holocaust, Columbine, Middle Passage, Israel versus Palestine. It's the cult leader, drink your Kool-Aid. Roll with the doctors that produced AIDS. I open my mouth, I shoot flames. The freedom fighter that got the whole world terrified. Ill Bill, human manifestation of genocide. Stand amongst Grammy winning, grimy nose candy sniffers. Blast the black metal at you like Danny Loco. It's impossible to escape my matrix of hate. I make a good girl a calm dumps to stay in the weights. I turn razors to AKs and turn razors to grapes. Turn blood into wine with an insatiable taste. Drink from the goblet of gore, vomiting porn. Sodom and Gomorrah back to Canarsie, New York.
Is this the bringing of the king to his parliament? Till the land was all undone and darkened by such deeds.
We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We lock shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit.
We live that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You don't know about the Gospel of Judas, about the information found in the Galapagos ruins. Yeah, how the warriors would sharpen their blades. How if they wanted to, the government could cure you of AIDS. With the equivalent of fire and ice, the equivalent of a prisoner who died for his rights. I'm lying to Christ, put your fucking spine in a vice. I'm like Trump and the apprentice, only fire at night. I'm dying to fight, slap you five and pretending you. Louis Dogg's a fucking genocide general. So I say fuck the CIA and they plan. Get me out of here, I'd rather fucking stay in Iran. Yeah, I'll run up on you with grenades in my hand. If you fucking round with Bill or try to hate on my fam. Yeah, it's the dichotomy of hatred and man. If you ever even think of trying to blame me, then blam. We got that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We lock shit.
We got that murder shit.
The heavy metal king.
You talk that gangsta shit.
The heavy metal king, whole big shit. We lock shit.
We live that murder shit.
Yep. Yeah, well, thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies. Well, we be talking about the lies of the machine on the Machine That Lie, man. And, yeah, I'm obviously the Machine Lies, and I do this. Appreciate the correspondence. I mean,
What can I say?
Do this is important, you know. Do this is very important. Doing and being.
Son of a gun.
Do you be smoking? Is that why you coughing? Roof.
Okay, so let's get up in this replays. Hope you guys enjoy these some interesting selections. Starting with here. He's a cool cat. Life abolitionism. Check him out, man. This is his channel with the octopus baby, man. You know what I'm saying, dog? Octopus babies and shit, dog. It's real in the field, man.
Tulu. Yeah.
Life abolitionism. Life abolitionism. Yeah, man. Okay, so here's his channel right here. I'll throw it up on the screen. Go and sub him up. We always had good convos with this dude, man. He's cool, man. Honestly. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation.
You want to talk about personal responsibility?
Oh my. Is he about to play a song? Ugh.
Let's talk about
I think it's an AI song.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, nah, man. Nah, don't do it, man.
I suffer the consequences, and you have the nerve, the audacity to tell me to pull myself up.
All right, let's spare him, man. That's not a good look. Let's just not promote that. Let's go to where we come in, because that'll promote his channel way more than this shit, man. Because he'll be dealing with me.
Oh man, I do that at the beginning of my shows too.
Look, there's me on this show. Wow. I've unveiled my actual appearance on this show. So check this out, man. I know a lot of people will be interested in that in the future, especially the gay ass dude that came up saying like weird gay jokes towards me. This is because I had him removed as a moderator on Finding Gnosis. So he got really butthurt about that. It wasn't really up to me. It was really him deleting my comments in the chat, which signaled to other people that he was a soft ass bitch. So then they signaled to the host of the show to remove him as moderator. So he then blamed me specifically for this. And of course, he followed me to another show, Life Abolitionism, in order to address these concerns. In which I told him, man, you are a soft ass bitch deleting comments in an internet chat room because you don't want to hear what I have to say. And now you're up on this panel to try to speak over me because you don't want to hear what I have to say. And you definitely don't want to talk about what we're talking about. So the real question is why the fuck are you here with the crybaby bullshit?
To tattle on himself. He tattles on himself.
Yeah, why don't you fax your complaints to the crybaby bullshit department, and we'll deal with them accordingly. But as you can see, this man has an octopus baby. So deal with that. Okay, so here's Dom and Life Abolitionism having a conversation. I have a good conversation with them. Then we're interrupted by this whatever, this bitch ass motherfucker, right? Retro hologram polymath or whatever the fuck his name is or whatever. Doesn't sound like he thought of his name or he thought of what he had to say before he came on panel, or he thought of the show topic. Or just didn't look like he thinks of too often or about much. But yeah.
Cities, the more difficult it is to escape the state. Or at least limit the state's being in your life.
He got some kind of weird audio glitch, and then also there's like the factor of just
the entire technical difficulties that Restream gave the entire show.
Which is what I think off-grid has been all about, because it's all about limiting the amount the state interferes in your life, which, you know, is not always complete or total, but you can minimize it to certain extents.
I don't know if people are aware of the machine lies is here. I'm not sure if people are aware of the sovereign citizens. I don't want to use the term sovereign citizens. The sovereigns in Montana that were raided by the federal government. They were minding their business. That's where all of this language comes from. It's from Montana. And so they say you can just live off the grid. Well, the government would just raid you and force you to integrate into the state.
Yes. Well, one thing that I think needs to happen in conjunction with people living off grid is that the people in the city should hold the government accountable to their own standards, because then this would slow the government down in their ability to interfere with the off-grid societies as much. Now, they still will, they just don't have as much manpower or resources to do it, because their bureaucratic machine is getting clogged with criticism.
I don't know if you heard my whole lecture about the natural slave. They're natural slave. That's just who they like being a slave. They're not going to resist.
Yeah. What's up?
It's wishful thinking to think that the people are finally going to wake up. They're not going to. When have the people ever waken up and actually stood for their own sovereignty?
Well, there was that one incident where inspired Karl Marx, I think it was the Paris Commune or something like that. Now, they ended up all getting killed, but... Yeah, what's up, TML?
The machine lies. Okay, he's coming back.
You guys hear me now?
Yeah.
It's kind of low, but yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the audio. I'm not sure how to turn it up at all. Oh,
let me bring your volume up.
All right, I see.
All right, I think we should be able to hear you now.
Yeah, that shit kept kicking me out of the studio and whatnot.
What is going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like kicks me out. But yeah, yeah. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know.
I was trying to remove the one. Oh, okay. Let me try this again. You should. Okay. I should be able to still hear you. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think it's just. I think I'm running too many tabs and stuff. It's just probably just me. But yeah, excellent topic. And right, I totally agree. Right, before I got kicked out of the studio, I was gonna say that Marx got kicked out of the Paris Commune and so on and so forth. But yeah, that type of stuff, right? Trying to go to either off grid, or intentional communities and all this type of stuff. I think that it's a dangerous proposal, right? Because creating your own low-tech society next to a highly advanced, right, technological society that puts you at a danger, right, and a risk, and then also, they don't understand how pervasive the system is, right? Like, for example, right, like I bring up Jacques Ellul on my show, and he brings up these two ideas, right? Technical monism and technical universalism. Right, bunch of different machines use the same parts, right? So the system grows, almost at an exponential rate, right? And then there's this idea of technical universalism, that the the machine transcends national, right, political, cultural and religious boundaries. So that's what I would say. I don't know if you guys heard me or if I'm still here.
Yes, we heard you.
Okay, for sure. Nice.
Well, I mean, you can't do it. You can't do it alone. You really have to be organized. You have to have your own defense system. You really have to be self-sufficient and have a well-organized division of labor. Like who's going to produce the eggs? Who's going to produce the clothing? Like you really have to set it. There has to be some type of community or city planning to actually pull it off successfully. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that's why.
And what kind of role would technology play in this hypothetical system or your ideal system, LA?
Well, I'm an anarcho-primitivist. I think the more dependent you are on technology, the more beholden you are to the state.
Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree with that. So I think that is the first idea that people have to wrap their head around, right? Is that alternative technology. And you also brought up the idea of sovereign citizens, right? I think this is a dangerous trap, right? Setting up these two sets of books, right, where you're still petitioning the state, right, by another set of laws, right? You're not free from the state, right? And it's the same thing with the, sort of homesteaders, right? They think just because they live on their own, they're free, but you're not free, right? You're still within a state, right? You're just a smaller unit, right? And in that you have to procure your own resources. It's alternative technology. It's not new technology, right? And all of that technology you're still going to get from the state, right? And from the resources around you, right? It's going to be the state that allows you to do all this. Right. So whether in the case of sovereign citizen or in the case of, these small alternative communities. Right. I think that it's not something that's, I think, fundamentally anarchist. I think something that would truly be sort of an idea would be an actual sort of parallel community, right? That parallels what the state accomplishes to kind of wean people off of that way of life, or a revolution against the technological system, right? Which I think that'll be the hardest thing to probably promote and tell people about, right? Because obviously it's illegal, right? Or so on and so forth.
Yeah, one of the options I forgot to mention is that you can actually live on a ship. But you still have to get these point checks, and you're still subject to jurisdiction. So it's not total freedom from the state. I don't think there's any way to actually liberate yourself from the state. And when I was debating AVG, she was talking about living on some deserted island. No, that island is a part of the state. It's even Epstein Island was a part of the state. I don't know which state it was.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems in that debate. I don't think they really took your opening statements seriously or engaged with them the entire time. So I saw a lot of straw manning going on, and I don't really think they appropriately addressed your positions there. So I did watch the entire thing, so yeah, with some interest, but yeah, I was disappointed on the opposing side, right, or whatever. AVG, I don't think she did a very good job, but she was very smug the entire time. So I don't know. So,
it's not something that they think about because they're perfectly content with being enslaved to the state. What she was saying is that it actually benefits you. I don't know, because you get infrastructure. She believes that the state protects you. I don't believe that it does. I think we need protection from the state.
Yeah, especially when it's merged with the, with the techno-industrial system, and it's totally impersonal, right? Anybody can use the system against you. So it's like, you know, it's really just like booby traps all the way, right? Yeah. I think Ellul. Oh yeah, go ahead, Dom. Sorry.
Most people just want to control the state and wield the technology and the manpower of the state and have it serve their interests.
Exactly. That's the number one reason people don't want to overthrow the state, is because they dream about using the power of the state against others.
You're so right. You're so right. That's why my chapter 8 of my book, I don't just blame the state. The master state is the public. They are sadistic statists. They love weaponizing the state, and they use the state to oppress other people. I mean, I know we use the term Karen, but there's a lot of male Karens too. They all just go around reporting people, trying to coerce people to submit. Like they do. They know that there's a merger between the public and the state. They actively support state violence. These people are not innocent bystanders. They're very violent. They just don't want to inflict the violence directly. They use the state to do it, but they support it. And you know this because every time you see a video of a police officer shooting somebody, watch those comments on YouTube. They're all in there supporting it. When Renee Good got shot in her face, the public supported it.
Yeah,
there's no real outrage. There's pockets of resistance, but the majority actually supports it.
Yeah,
it's because if they have to deal with the fact that the government can be immoral and evil, then they have to deal with the fact that, number one, they actively empower evil. And number two, the implication of that is, if they don't want to empower evil, they're going to have to rely on themselves and people who they actually know and trust for this common defense that they're always going about.
It's because they're cowards, and when they see other people stand up to the system, it basically puts a mirror on them. Like, why, if these people can stand up to the system, what's wrong with me? Why am I not doing it? So instead of recognizing their own deficiencies, they project it onto you. They say that you're the problem because you stood up to the authority. They'll say that you're disrespectful. These people don't have a heroic bone in their bodies. Like, they despise people. When you look in history about every major revolution, those revolutions came from a small minority, right? And when you even look at slavery or women's oppression, it was always the minority that stood out. They took the hit for everybody else. And now in hindsight, everybody's just like, oh, if I lived during that time, I wouldn't support it either. Yes, the hell you would, because you're a coward. There's all kind of injustices going on right now that you support. There's nothing rebellious about you. If slavery was legal, you would support it because you go along with the grain.
Yeah. One thing I hear a lot of people complain about is that they think that women's rights and women voters are the problem for modern society. It's like, yeah, I don't even know what to say to that one. Have you ever heard that?
That women's rights is the problem? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I've heard AVG say that. That basically women are too emotional. I'm not sure that she's the one who said it. There's another conservative woman who she followed. I can't remember her name. AVG is basically a clone of this other conservative woman. I can't remember her name. She's this woman who has all these children, and she supports her husband's business. She's like a what do you call a trad wife? And it's so funny, these conservatives who want to be trad wives, but they're not even married. They're already like past their mid-30s. They have no children, and they act like they're so conservative. Like, no, the hell you're not. You're liberal. You like, and you look at their disposition. None of them are like all submissive and like traditionally Christian. They're like these ball busters who want to dominate. They want to, you know, there's these bosses, right? I think she said, I don't want to be the boss. Yes, you are. You're an attorney. How are you not a boss? You don't want to submit to a man. But that's what she said. She's just like, oh, I just want to be a good little Christian. It's not my place to make those decisions. My husband should make those decisions. I'm like, what the hell? It sounds very romantic to think that a man, I don't know what, it's just like they don't, again, that's a natural slave. They don't want to be responsible for their own decisions. They want to defer to somebody else. So the woman is submitting to a man, and the man is submitting to the state. Why not cut out the middleman? Why are you submitting to the man when the man is not even the alpha? The man is submitting to the state. So you may as well cut the middleman out and directly submit to the state. You may as well just have a bunch of children and go on welfare. What do you need a man for?
Well, yeah, go ahead, Simon.
Oh no, I was just gonna add as an addendum that they're actually Christian nationalists, so they want their idea of the church to merge with the state. So they actually do believe in petitioning the state for all sorts of rights, and they believe that they try to scapegoat liberalism as the greatest problem in the world when it's just a residual ideology that's just part of the modern system in the modern world. It's just liberalism is just as complacent as any other ideology, right? But go ahead, Dom.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And, what I was going to say actually kind of goes with that because, throughout the debate, I even went on that panel and told them, I don't think that anyone on AVG's side understood the difference between sovereignty and liberty. They think that freedom is equated with privileges that the collective grants on your behalf, and now you are bestowed with the ability to act in the world because you are authorized by the state to act in that certain way. And if the collective or the state disapproves of you acting in any other way, like in a way that explicitly tells you, for example, you can't fish or build this house or whatever without a license, well, then you're going to be punished. Because this is liberty.
Retro, I'm not aware of that whole situation. So, I did offer you to come up. So if you, I don't know, like, I'm not aware of that history. So I wasn't aware that
I'll tell you a little bit about it. Yeah, he's totally lying about that, right? He just said that he just claimed that me and Dom doxed him on DNW's channel. It's proven that this guy's a liar. You can go back and watch the tape yourself. Like, he did it to himself. He just lied right now in the chat. I'm not doing that. This guy's totally a liar.
Right. Yeah. But I don't know the history, so I can't take side on this issue. I wasn't there.
Well, I'll tell you the history. He got mad at the points I was making on stage. I'm on DNW. He got up, on DNW show, I called him spineless, right? So DNW took away his moderator status. Then he got up and called DNW the F slur. So DNW kicked him from his channel because he's monetized. So that's all that happened there. And now he's claiming that we doxed him and all this stuff. The guy's a total liar. And he's claiming that we're stalking him. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, to be honest. The guy's a total liar. I think he's a piece of shit liar, to be honest. That's really what it is. It's apparent. So I don't know. You can research this yourself. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. And Dom will confirm it.
Uh-oh, what happened? Where'd the show go? He'll be right back. He'll be right back, I think. There he is.
Yes, I'm not sure what part it died at.
The guy was just like down in the chat, like, and you had just said that Dom would back you up, and then it just went off.
All right. So let's see where this dude is.
Hold them. I don't think that anyone on AVG's side understood the difference between sovereignty
Oh no, we watched
and
this.
liberty.
Yeah, it was just after this, like maybe like 2-3 minutes.
Like he did it to himself. He just lied right now in the chat. I mean, I'm not doing that. This guy's totally a liar.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, but I don't know the history, so I can't take side on this issue. I wasn't there.
Well, I'll tell you the history. He got mad at the points I was making on stage. I'm on DNW. He got up. I mean, on DNW show. I mean, it called him spineless. Right. So DNW took away his moderator status. Then he got up and called DNW the F slur. So DNW kicked him from his channel because he's monetized. So that's all that happened there. And now he's claiming that we doxed him and all this stuff. The guy's a total liar. And he's claiming that we're stalking him. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, to be honest. The guy's a total liar. I think he's a piece of shit liar, to be honest. That's really what it is. It's apparent. So I don't know. You can research this yourself, but yeah, that's exactly what happened.
So
and
this
Dom will
goes
confirm
on for a
everything.
while, anyways. This is kind of like where the conversation breaks down. So Dom confirms what I say.
Yeah, he was deleting my comments with his moderator status because he said something about someone needs to go and take the myths and put them together. And then I said, you should check out my channel. And then poof, that message was deleted.
Yeah,
and it just kept deleting. So I went on the panel and told DNW.
Yeah, he's like literally just spamming your chat. I think he's trying to derail the chat. I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. So let's see who this dude comes up.
Political rights that predate the state. That is the whole purpose of the Constitution, is to protect our natural rights. The Constitution does not create rights. It only enumerates rights which already existed. So there are certain inalienable natural rights that we already have, which the state cannot violate. But the way the Constitution has been interpreted is that states have rights, which basically means states have the right to control you like a slave. They have general police powers. They don't actually have to source their authority back to the Constitution because the state can basically do whatever it wants. And your rights have to be balanced against a state interest. And usually the state wins. I don't think people realize how bad the legal system is because they have never actually challenged the legal system. They think that they have rights that they don't actually have. They think they are freer than they actually are. I don't think these people have ever bucked up to the system. They have never litigated a civil rights case. They don't know what they're talking about. Even AVG, who is an attorney, I don't want to talk about her personal business, but suffice it to say, I know the area of law that she practices. She is not a civil rights attorney. I don't think this is her cup of tea because even when we were talking about it, she had to look up what qualified immunity is.
I'm pretty sure she's like a paralegal or something. Wait.
No, she's an attorney.
Oh, really?
She's an attorney, but she's basically a corporate attorney. She works in-house.
Oh, okay, I see.
Which, if you're in-house counsel, you don't really do any litigation.
I see.
So I don't know. I just think it's really, what was his name? Charles Evans. He said that an attorney is either a social engineer or he's a parasite on society. I've talked before about Justice Brandeis. Justice Brandeis is the Supreme Court justice who was appointed by Woodrow Wilson. He basically blackmailed Woodrow Wilson, and then he basically created this whole capitalist corporate attorney who's a complete money chaser, who doesn't really care about the Constitution, and is there to become wealthy. That all came with Brandeis. I've been meaning to talk about Brandeis, but when I talk about like history and shit, like people get bored. I don't think I would get that many views.
Yeah, I talk a lot about history. Maybe that's why I don't get muted.
Are y'all familiar with Brandeis and all the damage he did to the legal system?
No, but I'm aware of Wilson and all the damage he did to this country by letting himself basically be used. He even admitted, he's like, well, I think I might have damaged this country. Yeah, you sure did, Woodrow. That's why he'll go down as the worst president that this country's ever had.
Yeah, I may talk. Like I said, I'm supposed to be having surgery next week. I don't know when I'll have time to actually do that. I have so much on my plate, and it's things that I want to do, and I'm supposed to be working on my nonprofit too. I just have too much going on. I need to really sit down and have things organized so I can like do things step by step and get some of this stuff out the way. But I'm actually trying to do stuff. I don't want to just keep talking endlessly on YouTube. Oh, Machine Lines is back.
Yeah, sorry about that. It crashed out again. Yeah, I don't usually use this type of app, but
well, I eventually hope to go back to using StreamYard, but I did have a sponsor.
Sure how that works.
Doing enough content to justify a sponsor. I'm not doing it like consistently like I was doing in the beginning.
I think it's like there's like a lesser version you can buy too.
Wait.
Scaling down civilization.
Off grid and stuff. We have another lady. She's very. I'm not proud out.
Right. 12th century.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Were you gonna say something else?
Well, I would think that it should be more focused on education, and I think that the 100-year scale down to me would just basically look like trying to be as self-sufficient as possible while holding the authorities accountable to their own standard, while teaching kids to be self-sufficient and learn the standards they should be holding the authorities to. And over time, you'll basically, or I would think you should have each generation progressively get more and more self-sufficient and less reliant on the government until you have a generation come along who gets rid of the government entirely because they don't need them. So basically, outgrowing the system.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of a lot of the stuff he proposes, right? Because he thinks a lot in terms of philosophy, and he's done a lot of activism, right? He ran for like the Green Party and stuff. He also like ran retard
over
that
me.
came on panel
You're
to
being
talk
a
about
bully.
Yeah, so I'm talking about Skrbina's plan, you know, to like limit technology, and then this dude starts calling me a bully or whatever. He comes up and calls me a bully.
You're not even listening. I'm talking about my subject
No,
matter.
you're
You're
the
talking
retard
over
that
me.
came on panel
You're
to
being
talk
a
about the
bully
drama from
again.
3
I
weeks
came on
ago.
the show to share something. You're
To
being
talk
a
about the
bully
drama from
again.
3 No, you're
You're
the
talking
retard
over
that
me.
came on panel
You're
to
being
talk
a
about the
bully
drama from
again.
3 weeks. You're being a bully again. So yeah, so this guy is
How does he
fucking.
know? Because he's being a bully.
He's
You're
crazy. He's insane. He just keeps going. So this is 3 minutes later.
Bullying on the internet.
Bullying on the internet. 3 minutes later, I just went to a random time, and he was just saying bullying again. Look at this. Word.
I the
I think
person you
what's
were
happening
bullying on
with
the
these
internet.
people is like we're becoming like mirrors, and all they see is like themselves when they look at us sometimes, and then they hate themselves, and they're attacking us for that. It feels like that, really, sometimes.
Internet. Coward. All of our
I
names are on the internet.
defended the person you were bullying on the internet.
What? So now he's a white knight? Good lord.
I think he's more bald, very sensitive, and easy to harm.
So that was my point, though, that you can't really escape the system. But I'm just trying to say that that's I don't know. You're not really escaping the state. You're just escaping the municipality.
Yeah, so Fatima calls in
Down for
to-
hate speech, but yeah, just imagine like every like grotesque
Communities have the same problem.
I really
I don't
like
see how
Fatima.
DW can talk.
You said it seems cultish. You were right.
It is cultish. Vegan.
So they talk about like that guy's channel. What's it called?
Finding
Oh,
Gnosis, Owning Gnosis, one of
Yeah,
those Gnosis.
finding Gnosis. They talk about his channel, and then like his shit like shuts down. This like dude's on panel for a while. He like talks for a while. I don't know. He just like kind of emotional. Okay, so let's go to this part. I don't know what this part is. I'm about to go. I was like literally about to go.
And it was a Turkish girl I met at the pool. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, she meets a Turkish girl at the pool.
You're not held responsible, you know.
Yeah, that's why there's a huge problem with you know, techno liberalism, because it combines this idea of you know, freedom with this, you know, the total loss of responsibility. What? This is random as fuck, bro. Yeah, here we go. LA's finally here. All right, yeah. So this shit just keeps falling apart. But yeah, anyways, go check this shit out. This shit's okay. It's not that bad. Let's go to this Jack Talcott episode we did. This got
Yeah, you guys,
some
same one you were talking about earlier with
people
Emily.
said they liked it. Yeah, people said they liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like her. Just from first impressions, I've not seen her anywhere else, but yeah, from the show that earlier, yeah, I was watching her and I was like, I really like her aura.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Yeah, she's cool. Yeah, okay, so let's check this out.
All and good and evil are greatly perspectives, but I believe that the evolution of the story, and actually let me hold off because I got a man here who knows.
Whoa, he's looking like he's letting his hair grow out like Jesus.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Machine Locks. How are you?
Blessings, Jack. How are you doing today? Sorry, I couldn't locate my microphone.
No worries, man. Get yourself comfy. Hey, I was just playing along. Unless you got some thoughts, let me continue this one. You good?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, so this idea, the thoughts of evolution, meaning the activity and process of growth, development from a prior state or condition into a greater state or condition. For me, that's what I mean by evolution. And so I think the evolution of the story from the Garden of Eden, where there was a choice given to mankind and instructions, you can be with me, or you can choose to know more, right? And so mankind chose to know more by biting and eating from the fruit of knowledge, and in that knowledge got to know not good, right? And so the concern was as well that we would be more, or the story was that we would be more God-like in actually knowing the difference between good and evil. Well, it makes sense in the purpose and progress of human development that individually and collectively we need to learn those lessons, what is good and evil. But I think the point is, like Jesus did, we are to do, and God does. As God creates the evil and the devil, God uses the evil and the devil to strengthen and grow the goodness. It's just part of the design. So that's the key for each of us. To go inside within us, find the darkness, right? What are we keeping buried and trying to push down into hell, right? What are we denying about ourselves, and what can we actually bring out in better ways? That's the path of evolution, bringing the darkness into work for the light. What do you say, brother? I went on and on.
Absolutely. I think that as I was reading this chapter 49 of the Tao Te Ching, and I think I read it yesterday on a show where Frank Monday was hosting, because he has a keen interest in Taoism, right? So one of the key lines in the chapter is, I'm good to those who are good. I'm also good to those who are not good. This is true goodness. So I think that is a huge revelation, right? You don't have to try to fix the bad people in the world, right? That's not your job or task. Your task is just to perform with righteousness and and just do good, right? It doesn't matter what you'll get in return. And I think it also says in the Tao that those know the existence of beauty only because of the existence of ugliness. Those know the existence of goodness only because of the appearance of evil. So in a way, we wouldn't even know what goodness is. So we could kind of flip that around on that, which is, right, how would we know what the good is if we didn't experience the evil? Right. So there is that aspect. It's kind of like the two go together, right? And then the last one is this, from chapter 38. It states that those who are truly good are not aware of their own goodness and are therefore truly good. So this goodness doesn't come with a sense of accomplishment. It comes with a sense of humility. The same as the one who is a seeker of truth, right? They, they don't feel, puffed up by the truth that they've gotten, right? They feel humbled by it, right? That's the real truth. That's the real truth seeker, right?
And that's why I have faith in my path, honestly. I have truly learned how to humble myself to the truth. And in doing so, I open myself to greater truth. And this life, if we practice the life properly, right, living each day curious and open, being with goodness, right? That is the way of the Tao. And so these bitterness people, I felt it in my part that I felt it was my job to try and offer correction. But that wisdom truly is true. It's more just lead and be the example, with the invitation for others to ask questions and understand, right?
Yeah, and that goes along with evil too. Evil doesn't need to be done anything about. It'll wipe itself out. Right? That's the truth about it. Right? Like evil, like look at how the evil people, they're always going after each other when there's no good people to pick on. Right? It's hilarious. Right? They'll tear each other apart. They'll rip each other apart. It'll be obliterated from inside out. You know, even the thief relies on the non-thieving ability of his of his cohorts. Right. So so they rely on a simple moralism, which means don't steal from each other so we can steal more from others. Right. But even then, they rely on a basic sense of morality for a sense of cohesion. So there's no non-goodness. Right. Even the evil relies on the good, but the good does not rely on the evil. Right. Truth does not need untruth. You know, untruth needs truth. And this is how it happens.
Isn't that beautiful? I mean, it's so glorious in its design and perfection and simplicity, right? The truth needs no untruth. The untruth relies on the truth. And if I can take us into some from the chat, though, because this is a question that's tough to answer for many reasons. How does any abuse lead to goodness? Let me speak for myself. Okay, I'm not blaming any abuse, not claiming any abuse, but I lived in an environment where I didn't feel comfortable. I developed a lot of anxiousness, right? Because there was arguments and conflicts in the household. Now, I resented the way I was raised. I resented, how dare you place me in danger when I was innocent and all this crap, right? I went through all that. But once I started looking at my life a little bit differently, what I realized is many people who go through periods of abuse where there is tension and conflict in the house, they actually develop this inner knowing, right? A sense of tuning in to protect themselves, right? And so I actually think God uses the pain and the suffering for us to grow and develop our strengths, our different talents. That's where we sometimes discover our strength and talent, is through the pain and darkness. So that's my guess. Do you have something other child abuse?
Well, I'll just say this, that I was abused as a child, right? By our neighbors, right? And as an elder, woman and an elder man, right? They were related to each other, right? And they would do these, they would act out these scenarios in which they would involve me in, I guess, sexual abuse. I didn't know it when I was a kid, right? But this is what happened to me, right, as a kid, and it deeply disturbed my sensibility of sexual, relations, and it kind of deterred me from a lot of things. It made me very weird as a kid, and so on and so forth. But I know that I've had several healthy sexual relationships, right, with women, and that it hasn't deterred me from living a life of goodness, right? Trying to, seek understanding. And I think if I woke up tomorrow in another body as another person, it would cause me great distress because I love myself, right? I love who I am, and I wouldn't want, there's many victims of child abuse that they would, you could choke the last bit of life out of them, but that's the only way you could take their life away. They'll hang on to every last bit of life, right? So so tell that to them, right? That their life is worth it, right? That's what I believe.
It's the human experience. It really is a fascinating process, because there are a lot of similarities and differences. And for anyone who has dealt with abuse, right, that can really harm our psyche because we're too young to understand the grief. And what the grief really is we lose touch with our innocence. And it's the innocence that Jesus was trying to remind mankind of, right? If you repent and you're honest, you're forgiven. We don't have to stay in this way. And so that which is, sometimes this is the answer. Sometimes it is, by witnessing the suffer of others, we can actually find gratitude. It's a sick and twisted fact, but it is true. Recognizing that, hey, my suffering is not alone. There's others who are suffering. It doesn't remove our suffering, but sometimes it removes that feeling of being alone. And that which is, this is the key. That God, to help us rescue those who are suffering, is with everyone who is not involved in the suffering, and those who are involved in the suffering, but we've got to help each other.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jack. I think that takes away the human responsibility factor, right, quite a bit, right, to just shovel things onto God when we have perfectly, we're perfectly capable of solving the problem, even without invoking God, right? I know God is the ruler of all things, right? I know this in my heart, but the fact is that God empowered us, and a lot of the suffering in this world is our fault, right? So, so I do feel that.
Oh, yes, the world is the way that it is because of mankind's choices. We've got two guests in the back, and I want to bring.
Huh? Froze? You did. It froze. Maybe a problem on my end.
It did freeze. It's
Oh,
not just you. Oh. Testicle difficulties. I like the look on his face though. He's like thinking and stroking his beard, and then TML's has got this like smile. It's like so cute. That's a good place to freeze. Oh, see his computer. I don't know if he even wants a new computer, but I think he should have one. And I want to help do that. I think that would be good. I don't have enough to do it myself, all by myself though, so we should see if he wants one in the first place though. Unsolicited gifts and unsolicited advice I don't do anymore. If I can help it anyways. I don't force people to have things that they don't want, or like to accept gifts from me that are unacceptable gifts. They can look it in the mouth if they want to, even if it's a horse. I wouldn't have that much money to give somebody a horse. Can you tell it's really early in the morning and I'm babbling? I'm a little bit stoned.
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm just aware of it.
Writing is stressful. I just keep going back and keep improving the book.
Really? Why do you think it's stressful? I find it very releasing whenever I write. Is it just the editing, or just like trying to get a difficult idea down, or what?
Yeah, it's kind of stressful, yeah.
Oh, there it goes. That's back up. Oh, he's scanning around. Scanning around. But where is he? I don't see him on the screen.
Yeah, I don't see
There was
him here.
arguments and conflicts in the household. Now, I resented the way I was raised. I resented, how dare you place me in danger when I was innocent and all this crap, right? I went through all that. But once I started looking at my life a little bit differently, what I realized is many people who go through periods of abuse where there is tension and conflict in the house, they actually develop this inner knowing, right? A sense of tuning in to protect themselves, right? And so I actually think God uses the pain and the suffering for us to grow and develop our strengths, our different talents. That's where we sometimes discover our strength and talent, is through the pain and darkness. So that's my guess. Do you have something other child abuse?
Well, I'll just say this, that I was abused as a child, right? You know, by our neighbors, right? And you know, as an elder, you know, woman and an elder man, right? They were related to each other, right? And they would do these, you know, they would act out these scenarios in which they would involve me in, you know, I guess sexual abuse. I didn't know it when I was a kid, right? But this is what happened to me, right? As a kid, and it deeply disturbed my sensibility of sexual, you know, relations, and it kind of deterred me from a lot of things. It made me very weird as a kid, and so on and so forth. But I know that I've had several healthy sexual relationships, right, with women, and you know, and that it hasn't deterred me from living a life of goodness, right, trying to you know, seek understanding. And I think if I woke up tomorrow in another body as another person, it would cause me great distress, because I love myself, right? I love who I am, you know, and you know, I wouldn't want you know, there's many victims of child abuse that they would, you know, you could choke the last bit of life out of them, but you know, that's the only way you could take their life away. They'll hang on to every last bit of life, right? So you know, so tell that to them, right? That their life is worth it, right? That's what I believe.
It's the human experience. It really is a fascinating process, because there are a lot of similarities and differences. And for anyone who has dealt with abuse, right, that can really harm our psyche, because we're too young to understand the grief. And what the grief really is we lose touch with our innocence. And it's the innocence that Jesus was trying to remind mankind of, right? If you repent and you're honest, you're forgiven. We don't have to stay in this way. And so that which is, sometimes this is the answer. Sometimes it is, by witnessing the suffer of others, we can actually find gratitude. It's a sick and twisted fact, but it is true. Recognizing that, hey, my suffering is not alone. There's others who are suffering. It doesn't remove our suffering, but sometimes it removes that feeling of being alone. And that which is, this is the key. That God, to help us rescue those who are suffering, is with everyone who is not involved in the suffering, and those who are involved in the suffering, but we've got to help each other.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jack. I think that takes away the human responsibility factor, right, quite a bit, right, to just shovel things onto God when we have perfectly, you know, we're perfectly capable of solving the problem, you know, even without invoking God, right? I know God is the ruler of all things, right? I know this in my heart, but the fact is that God empowered us, and a lot of the suffering in this world is our fault, right? So, you know, so I do feel that.
Oh, yes, the world is the way that it is because of mankind's choices. We've got two guests in the back, and I want to bring up one I really have been hoping to catch again. Duck, please be patient, just a couple minutes. Objective Ethics, how are you today, brother?
Greetings.
Fantastic. Great to see both of you gentlemen, and the Ducks in the back there. Nice to see you guys. How are you doing today?
I'm doing
Feeling
great.
blessed.
Objective will totally agree with my recent comment, right? That that we don't need to invoke any God to solve the problems in the world, right? Either in God's mistakes or in trying to use rely on God to solve the problems, in which he absolutely, if you believe in God, then he gave us ways to solve it ourselves, right? And then if you don't, then there's no need to consider that.
Yeah, it's interesting because I did a show. Jack, you mentioned that show, and you said you had some things you wanted to talk about. I don't know if this is the time or place for it, but yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with you about that, clear up anything, or maybe you have some pushback. I'm always willing to listen to constructive criticism. But the one thing that was mentioned in that show, and it's relative to what you guys are talking about today, is somebody had asked me what do I think of that God is, right? Can I give a definition for God? And my response was, because I don't believe in any gods, I actually can't, because God, the whole concept of God to me just seems incoherent. So I have to just work with the concepts that are presented to me from other people, and that's how I kind of assess things. But incoherence is one of the biggest problems that I see with these different beliefs. So what you guys are talking about, I completely agree with that. You need something what we might call evil for the sake of conversation in order to understand what's righteous or good. It's the law of identity requires the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle, right? If we don't have B, so in order to say A is A, we need to be able to say it's A is not B. And we need to say that A is not both A and B at the same time to make the whole thing coherent. They all three work together. So I think of something like heaven, for example. Heaven to me seems like an incoherent concept, because I've heard that heaven is this place of perfect bliss and perfect happiness, but we know that according to the stories that all babies go to heaven, right? But babies don't have enough time on earth to experience anything negative. So if they've never experienced anything negative and there's no negativity in heaven, how can they actually understand what is not negative? What is this perfect goodness and stuff? To me, it just doesn't make any sense logically speaking. I'm not saying it's untrue. I have no way of knowing. Maybe there is a heaven out there. It'd be nice, but I just don't understand how to conceptualize things like that.
I can answer that, because I think it's because when we think of people like, including babies in your example, as having life to live or undergoing labors and hardships. The work. We don't want to step on the working man's neck. That kind of thing. And so I think with Jack's sort of idea of goodness, we're talking about somebody who's undergoing their life. And so it's not inconsistent or incoherent. It's just a different way to signify the person and tell them that.
Duck, I'm not sure that addressed. I'm a little bit. I think I might be more confused now than less confused. Could you elaborate as to how that? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say that. I just don't understand. I know you're a really smart guy, Duck, and I tip my hat to you. But I just think that must have just gone over my head. So the baby doesn't. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like another way of taking the baby example and not disregarding it, but just putting it to the side. If there's if you're talking about a roofer going to heaven and he likes roofing, and so in heaven, as an example, there's 10 roofs to roof, but the roofer doesn't want to do 15 roofs, and he doesn't want to do 5 roofs. But we're still talking about, in any case, if we're talking about sending a roofer to heaven or something like that, the working man again, I'd bring up and say that, well, we're only talking about his roofing proclivities. We're talking about a being, an animal that's living their life, in some sense, just like anything else on earth. But God isn't limited by that definition of a being, I don't think.
Well, that's fair, but if a roofer is gonna enjoy roofing and only a certain amount of roofing, then to conceptualize that, they need to know what it's like to not have the roofs to build, and they need to know what it's like to have too many roofs to build. So in order to conceptualize the thing, they need to know what the thing isn't, right?
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a fair point.
The question, and we've got another guest. I won't leave him waiting, but I do want to kind of touch on my question because it's related to something I think he said. These laws of logic, they came from somewhere, and I don't know if I've heard you.
From Aristotle, Jack. They're from Aristotle.
Well, the fact that from Aristotle, they were recognized and they were kind of identified. But the laws have always been there, I would assume. And so this is where my mind has gone, is with the concepts of non-duality. It is a kind of unresolvable paradox. It is illogical, and yet it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's actually one of the things, the philosophical questions that it's a journey that I'm on right now, is that whether or not, because I'm a naturalist, but there's this interesting philosophical position called metaphysical naturalism, and things like mathematics and logic would be then necessarily a priori, and that the reality as we see it is a structure that's built on top of this. And it's metaphysical. It's not something like you could point at the environment and say, oh, look, there's logic or there's math, but rather reality seems to map onto this. However, the other alternative would be that simply these are just languages that we use to describe reality, and that they are necessary elements that exist within reality itself. And so that's something I'm working on right now, because it is an interesting question. It does seem to be, at the very least, it's my own personal incredulity makes it hard for me to believe that we just happen to have come across the perfect language to describe reality that works in all cases. I mean, it's possible, I guess, but for how, we think that we're very advanced in some ways, but the truth is we're still great apes, and we have a long way to go as far as that goes. It just seems really unlikely that we would have stumbled across this perfect language, and it would happen thousands of years ago. Right. So with people, like you said, like Aristotle, for example, Pythagoras, so on and so forth. And so this isn't even like a new thing that we just discovered with technology. We've kind of recognized this from a very early point. And that seems pretty unlikely.
Go ahead if you want to jump in, Timo.
I was just going to say that that whole idea of a priori, forms of categorization, it sounds a lot like Immanuel Kant. Right. I think he uses a certain bit of logical ideas, especially from Aristotle, for his epistemological idea, especially in Critique of Pure Reason, where he says things like space and time are like a priori. Right. So you can't that you need them to discover other truths or whatever. They're like fundamental, foundational truths, and so on and so forth. And then I had another comment, but it kind of slipped my mind as you were talking. But yeah, blessings.
Hey, I'd like to welcome Set Scales. There's another thought I want to get to as well, but I want to welcome you. How are you doing today, brother?
I'm good. Is my audio coming through all right?
It's not bad. It's not bad. Welcome. Any thoughts you want to share yet?
Yeah, I heard you talking about the laws of logic and heaven. And this is something I discuss on my channel. And when it comes to the laws of logic, Aristotle didn't just come up with them necessarily. He based them in something, in the concept of being and the Parmenides sense. So it's rooted in that philosophy. And the idea is that because reality has unchanging characteristics about it, from here, we can see we can observe those characteristics in our realm, which come about through things like the law of identity and non-contradiction and excluded middle. So these are just after effects of being.
Okay.
This is to a greater question of whether math and logic are invented or discovered. Right, it's a huge question in philosophy, right? Because you can kind of look at it both ways.
Right, and that's what I think much of science is its discovery of the fundamentals. Even history, it's a discovery and an interpretation of the fundamentals that exist. In my thoughts on thoughts, when I was trying to discern and identify truth, the conclusion I came to is that it is the truth that is divine, and the truth is known through the balance of logic and love. like objective ethics had suggested, morality is reasoned compassion. Well, that is logic and love, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think when you get into second order cognition, they talk about, so some some people would say the cognitivist view, non-cognitivist view would say that everything we do is motivated by our emotions. But neuroscience says that we actually use both logic and reason independently. Now, that doesn't mean they are mutually exclusive because they work together with each other. But they, when you get into second order cognition, then we start to realize that it's not so much a linear thing, or these things aren't so much blocked out, but there's more like think of like a web, or like a field, like an energy field, and that they tend to work hand in hand with each other. So it's really almost impossible to separate out one from the other, that logic and reason actually do work hand in hand together. Excuse me, I said logic and reason. I meant to say reason and emotion work hand in hand together. Forgive me.
You know, guys, I'm sitting here, for the folks who tuned in, I haven't been paying much attention to the chat, but I am sitting here just absolutely grateful for you men gathering these thoughts and observations. While it may sound technical, you guys do an incredible job of painting the picture. There was another something I was just learning about earlier. I was reminded of these concepts. I think it's called convergence, where I may be mistaken, but the concept is where similar ideas will emerge in different parts of the world because of, well, their observations on the natural order of things. It's the development of ideas. So I think this idea of the fundamental points of many of these old philosophies, and that's within each of the religions, I really do think it's just pointing all at the same thing, right? We're united.
Well, Jack, there's a good point in there, because like one example I'd offer that you made me think of is that like math and measurement evolves everywhere, but then when we put empiricism, as important as it is, but we just say, well, building the pyramids with an army of slaves in Egypt was an empirical sort of natural observation, but so was geometry, so was calculus, so was algebra. These are all counting, math and measurement sort of problems. It reminds me that there's like a very good reason people either invent meaning, or they try to wrangle sort of what the world is like, because it comports to our emotions. It doesn't really comport to our emotionality or our objectivity or something like that. If we talk about only like great deeds and feats and stuff like this.
Yeah, I think that kind of points to what Objective was saying about this idea of whether we can map math and logic onto this sort of fundamental aspect of how we either acquire knowledge, or how the brain functions, or like the physics of the universe, and that would mean that symbols come from somewhere, right? So this idea of them building a pyramid is actually mapped onto this inner drive that they have to in their quest for meaning. Because one thing is a hard problem of consciousness, but you can also look at the hard problem of symbols, right? When do animals start and that increases, or imbues a different relationship to the technology that they have, and of course, it's one of the precursors of civilization and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I actually I hold the phenomenological view on phenomenological realism, because I do think that we do engage with the world because we only have access to our subjective perspective. So much of what we engage with is phenomenological, right? It's phenomenal.
Absolutely.
We just intuit things, but I do still believe that there's an objective reality outside of our perception that we could tap into. There's a number of different ways that we do that. But I'm getting ready to start my workout, so I'm actually going to have to step down and just listen while you guys do your thing. But it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with all of you. I really enjoy this panel, actually. It's a nice, very relaxing and intellectually driven search for truth, which I have a great deal of appreciation for when I do come across that. So thank you for all your time today.
Hey, thank you. And a little shout out. I learned of someone recently, a couple of guys, but Tav, T-A-V something.
Abri or
Dr. Tavo Sanabri. He and I are actually going to be having a formal debate coming up here on forgiveness. Actually, it's going to be a really fun debate. I've had some good conversations with Dr. Tavo. He's his position on morality seems to have shifted, because he was actually, when I first met him, he told me that he's an emotivist, which I thought was interesting for a believer to be a motivist. I thought that was kind of I've never heard another theist say that they're an emotivist when they take the non-cognitivist view on morality. But as you all know, I'm a moral realist. I believe there are true moral facts. So I had a couple discussions on my channel with Dr. Tavo regarding morality, and it seems that he's actually shifting his position. I still haven't got him nailed down to moral realism yet, but he does seem to be going that direction. I know he can't be a moral anti-realist if he believes in a God. That's completely incoherent. A theistic God. So he's going to have to be shifting towards some model of moral realism or divine command theory, something of that nature. But yeah, he's a really nice gentleman, very smart. He's got a great story, a personal, what do you call it, a testimony as to how he came to God, through surviving some serious medical problems. And I don't want to, out him or whatever on here. I'll let him tell his own story. But he's been public about it, so I'm not doing anything inappropriate here. But yeah, he's a good guy.
Amen. Well, and this is what I admire is people who can communicate themselves well. And so through you, and I'm discovering more. So thank you. I do want to jump in and welcome Dashton too.
Hello, yeah. Welcome. Be an example to be a good person and do good acts all the time, because being good is the reward of being good is being good. Just reward and just being it, because it's just who you are. Just be so good to everybody and find out a way to be a good person, a good friend for everyone that you exist in, because you're just one with them in the first place. And even if they're psychotically abusive or something, you still want to love them, because what would God do to have to own such a brat side of yourself? All images of God, cruel, loving, and cruel, and whatever it is, and you're just dealing with the Lord, and you're just trying to unconditionally love these people just like the Lord would, or something with the Lord or whatever, I guess. And who is this? And we can connect with spirits and live in this telepathic party that can just happen. I do it for free all the time. Everything I do is for free. Astrology, roasting, both charts. Yep. Astrology is still an afterlife conversation, so I'm not wasting my time doing it here in the flesh. If you don't learn about it in the flesh, then in the afterlife, you're going to be still just as stupid as you were when you were here. That's what I presently found out. You know what I mean?
Dashvin, I truly love your spirit, your energy. Thank you. Thank you.
Leo Maxine. Oh my goodness. Leo rules the heart, by the way, too. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I was thinking.
Old one. Old hearts and chat.
Hey, I was tuning in earlier to a guy I follow online. He's very in tune with the modern news and statistics and corruption and stuff. Anyway, today on his live stream, he was having fun, playing some music. And looking at the bigger picture of it, this really is an incredible time for us to be alive as human beings where we are. We have so much potential in this world. So much goodness is available. Right?
So truth. Mm-hmm.
Well, it took me a while to realize this, and I wrote this down earlier. Those who walk with hate in the world, they've fallen from the grace of God's goodness.
I love and I have high hopes for all of you.
All of us, absolutely. We're here to raise the standards and the...
I have no standards. Come as you are.
All right. All right. I get that. However, what I mean by raise the standards is
right.
Lean in the direction of goodness. If all of us do that, as all of us lean in the direction of goodness, Dashin, you said it perfectly. What was it? The reward of being good is being good? Something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, the big help is good. Be the big help. Human kindness really matters. Kindness is recorded in your soul, and you're giving it back to God in heaven, and shows what you did when you pissed off and gave God more patience to give you.
Dashin, can I just push back? Can I just push back a little bit? And I don't mean to be, contrarian here, but I think that one good thing that we should all do is learn to set healthy boundaries. It's extremely important. It's also important to understand how to delineate from
so many times.
Respect.
Still being friends with that person and enjoy the ride of separation slowly, if that's what's happening, or if it could, or if you're just stuck. I don't know. You just keep on loving.
Well,
keep on chugging with that love to that person who is not.
Yeah, but I think we can understand though. There's an important difference between respecting the humanity in a person and respecting people's behavior and people's actions, right? So there are people in this world that I do not respect their behavior, and I don't want to interact with them because of their actions, but I still respect the humanity that's within them, right?
I run away with someone in a screen mask, and that is always someone you run into. They show such black eyes with anger in them for no reason, and it's just like they can't change the way they feel. It's like, hello, gotta be real psychos, something. And people do have these type of problems, and they split their personalities. They change their mask.
Let me jump in here real quick, please, because I want to thank Chuck sincerely. Thank you for the contribution, for the gift of 10 memberships, and congratulations. Thank you to those who received, sincerely. What a crazy life we're living, guys. I took living for granted a long time until I had moments to pause. Oh, objective ethics. You there?
I am, yeah.
So there's another, and again, you may have already spoken on these things, but the principles that are laid out in the Hermetic principles, you familiar with those? The olive or the mentalism and such?
Absolutely. Yeah, the 7 Hermetic principles. Yeah, I know about those. Yeah.
I'm not sure if objective is familiar with that. It seems like a different type of subject than philosophy. I think it's more inclined to mysticism. I think he was mentioning earlier or on his show that he's not too keen on mysticism, but yeah, the 7 Hermetic principles. I can talk about them if you like, Jack.
Well, those things really got my mind kind of wondering, thinking about those things. You mind just, well, if objective ethics, if he wants to jump in. Otherwise, if you would, please.
No, go ahead. I am familiar with Hermes, actually, but go ahead, Machine Lines. I'm doing my workout, so I'll just be listening here while you guys hash this out. It'll be interesting to hear.
Are you doing sit-ups? I'll do them with you.
Yeah, I think it's I think it might be gender and then polarity and then spin, and then rhythm, and then correspondence, and then mentalism. So how it goes is, as you proceed up the sort of chain of creativity, right? Opposites give birth to unity, but that unity gives birth to a pattern, right? That pattern gives birth to a correspondence, right, within that structure, and then that creates new things, right? Which is essentially the mentalism part. And you can also look at it, with the mind creating the correspondence, right? Creating the rhythm and the harmony, which creates the spin and the polarity, and then, creates the separation of the genders, right?
Okay.
Sorry, we got another guest here. We'll swing back to those.
Jack, I love you so much, Jack. I love you.
Oh.
How are you today, Jack?
Truly blessed. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm blessed today, Jack. I'm blessed. I'm blessed with beautiful weather, Jack. I'm blessed with a lot of things in life, and I just want to say thank you to God, Jack. Humility and thankfulness to God, Jack.
That's where it's at. Unless we're humble, we're not opening ourselves up for greater. And there's nothing greater than God. There's nothing. And so why not feel that? Why not be with that? That's
I want to feel like I belong in the Talcott universe, like we're all together in one, Jack. We're all on one mission. One mission to grow, Jack.
The mission together, the same.
It is. We are all on the same mission. The path is purification. In purification, that's where we enter into renewal. But we've got to cleanse and detoxify ourselves, particularly of the corrupted belief systems or the wounds of the heart.
Jack, is this person next to me some kind of druid or something?
This is our friend Dashton. He is an amazing, gentle, and beautiful soul. He shares his love often.
I see that he moves his hands in odd ways, Jack, but that's okay. All
I'm
right.
a free astrologer and a real free psychic vision practitioner, and I have evidence and everything I recorded. And that's literally what I'm doing in my lane. And I also buy bars because I have Palace of Pisces and 10,000, period. And I make movies. And I'm a casting director. And I meet famous people and turn them into stars.
Jack,
cover.
Jack, I did not understand one thing that was said there.
It's
my
okay.
volume low. It usually gets low on stream.
It might be your energies are too high for him to comprehend yet.
Yeah, Jack, I'm already a little buzzed today, Jack. My senses are a little subdued with the alcohol. So
Yeah, Dustin's actually a cool fella. He really is. He's a lovely fella.
I'm like watching. I feel like I'm watching like a Lord of the Dance or something, Jack. You know what I mean? You ever remember Lord of the Dance?
Cam up.
But he is a lovely fella. He's a bit strange, but he's a lovely fella.
Slash, we're not human. We're just dancers. That's it.
Anyway, before we go any further, big up Jack, love and peace to you, brother.
Like that.
Hello, Doug. Hello, Scales. Big up to my fucking brother, fucking Imperius. Hello, Dustin, sweetheart. How you doing?
Jack, I have a question for you. Is Dominic, is that Set Scales your son, Dominic, Jack? Is that Dominic?
No,
oh, okay. I didn't know, Jack. I was
No.
No. Hey, back to the idea and the thumbnail and the topic. God's love known in the righteousness. We feel the love when we walk with love. And it's in love that we are whole, that we need nothing. And when we are whole and we need nothing, well, then the righteous path reveals itself. It's when we feel less than whole, when we're feeling inadequate, that's where we come up with excuses to be stupid with each other. And I don't think God wants mankind to stay stupid. I really don't. I really don't. I think God wants us to grow up a little bit. Meaning, stop allowing fools to create wars. Stop sending innocent people to detention camps and prisons, right? That's what we're here to do, is to become
That was a
one.
joke. Was you just about to say prisoners?
Time to grow up and have
Sending you,
haircuts.
I'm playing, Jake. I'm just playing, dude. You know I love you. I'm just playing.
Amen. Holy.
Dustin, please
Hunting
calm
around.
down, dude. Dude, seriously, please
Yeah,
calm
I
down.
want to see y'all dance.
No. See,
If you're not here, hold on, Jack. If you're not here to get Jack's word out and not part of the show, please leave.
Are you trying to accuse me of something that you just said?
It's all good. Sorry,
Yeah.
what were you saying, Dash? I was talking over you.
Nothing. I can't direct anything from here. You're the one with the direction of the conversation, I guess. But I was agreeing with you, and then he just I don't know. When I say something, I wasn't paying attention. Kind of read the
It's
chat.
all right.
All I was asking was calm down, please.
He knows I've gotten frustrated with people in the past for being distractions, but I guess here I am having different standards for different people again.
I have Uranus and Sagittarius in the 6th house. It makes me not stop moving.
Well, you are who you grow into. That's what all of us are. We are who we've grown into, but who we might become, it's not limited. I'm excited to see what the future is going to bring, because mankind is waking up. And yes, I do attract the most unusual people. It's not anything disrespectful towards any of you. I think you're all wonderful and unique in your own different ways. And I think it's pretty cool what's happening here with the Jack Talcott live stream, right? The chats with Jack.
Amen to that, brother.
We do get some characters, right?
And how many times have you heard me say amen, Jack? Never.
Hey,
I've been saying amen.
You guys
Jack
can thank Jack for that.
And I think it's pretty cool what's happening here with the Jack Talcott live stream, right? The chats with Jack.
Amen to that, brother.
We do get some characters, right?
And how many times have you heard me say amen, Jack? Never.
Hey,
I've been saying amen.
You
all
got
this whole
you
time.
guys.
With everything that
You
Jack
guys
said
can
today.
thank Jack for that, because I came to this channel as a non-believer, and as I said, I'm slowly getting there.
Believing and non-believing is not even
Seriously.
required to sense in the spirit.
Ooh.
Simpler than that.
Say that again. Believe and non-believe.
Believing and not believing is not required to be sensing in the spirit and seeing what's true for what it is. For in the presence, if you can sit there with your mind focused with another person you want to wholeheartedly connect with and truly understand and absorb anything that they have, to see them and see in spirit as well, because you can see spirits, like everything that's you're looking for love, you're going to find it inside someone else's spirit, whoever their loved ones are with them or whatever, or have been in with them, or their family members, because they're only coming back for you, in spirit that you're connected to with your light. And plus, like when people are pregnant, they haunted by their spirit of their loved one in their belly that are coming to this earth. And spirit is in the realm of that, and they can haunt the person. I can see what gender they are and what they're going to look like when they grow up and stuff. And it's true. Like, we're all psychic, we're all telepathic. That's all we are doing. You can still be a douchebag or a good person. It doesn't matter. But do good. So good, is that's the benefit of being good. That's where you really shine, when you're doing something good for somebody else and everything. And just being good, to be an example.
I say that I know God exists. It's not.
I know God exists. An angel told me this. She said, "I'm going to show you a testimony of God," and you got chambers. So she mentioned the word God. And she said, "I have good chambers." I don't even know what the good chambers means, but she was an angel, and she was around this Libra that was testifying, or like verifying. Being my evidence. What it was called witnessing. That I am actually communicating with the others, the spiritual realm, through these people, because their loved ones are in that spiritual realm. Like, his passed away wife was like, she was like African American or something like that, and they had no electricity in a duplex in my visions, and they had this box that was made of wood. They would read she would read the scripture, and it was in my visions, and I read it out loud, and it was the same scripture that was her favorite and he was confirming that was true, that I was seeing visions through this guy who's a Libra, and he's a douchebag because he lit up a cigarette and didn't care after it came out from
pause.
God. I think Jack needs to talk.
I got evidence and recordings of witnesses. I'm not just making things up. It's just like,
I understand. Please pause. Please. You started with a question. You started one place and you continued on. I do want to welcome Hank, please. How you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing well. I didn't want to distract from the thing, but I reviewed, I think it was last on panel on Saturday, and I reviewed what happened about 5 times. And unfortunately, I still don't understand. So I want Craig, since he's here, to baby 5 for me, try to explain your message.
What? I wasn't paying attention. What?
He wants Jack to explain his message.
No, I want Craig to explain Jack's message because he understood and I didn't. So I want Craig to explain. Yes.
What message is that? What are you on about?
Here, real brief before we... Chuck, sorry for the interruption. Chuck, thank you again for the contributions, and congratulations to you folks who are the random winners. Sincerely, thank you. So, Chuck was asking Craig if he could present what it is I'm saying. For some reason, Hank hasn't picked it up.
I miss half the show. I'm only mainly here for support to Jack.
Because I was confused on Saturday, and Craig said he understood, and so I just want to see. It's been a couple of days, so maybe he can baby 5 for me, so I can understand Jack's message. Because Craig knew it, and I didn't.
Well, how about we try a different way? I mean, because what I'm suggesting is that collectively we give a higher regard to truth over untruth. Okay? That's really all it is, Hank. We stop enabling lies. And it kind of ties to what Dashton started with. I wanted to swing back to this, brother, was believing or not believing. It's not the goal. What was it you said? It's knowing, right? It's knowing and testing. That's the path. To know something, you've got to first accept it, maybe test it out for yourself, and then determine, is it or is it not? Hank, have you done that with what I'm saying?
Yes, but I watched the clip 5 times. Craig said that he understood it, and as Aaron Ross says, if we can't show it, you don't know it. So I just wanted him to just go ahead and explain to me like I'm 5, like Richard Feynman would suggest.
Well, to be honest, I can't even remember what Saturday's show was about, to be honest with you. All I know is that we need to get Jack's word out there to try and stop these fucking wars and show peace and love so the world can get peace and love.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that matters. Is to expose these fucking tyrannical fucking overlord bloody fucking people who are so fucking corrupted so that we can get our peace and love in the world.
Yeah,
Said, I don't remember Saturday's show, and I don't remember what I said Saturday.
Oh, okay, that's fine. No, that's acceptable.
So did what he say make sense as far as what it is?
I mean, I was already doing that.
Well, the idea of ending wars and overcoming the corruption, that's really the gist of it.
Yeah, it was spreading Jack's message, which I was already doing that. I introduced Jack
It
to
was
5 different
from
new
what,
people
from
he
what
didn't know.
from what I would remember, what I do remember is everything that Jack was trying to say. You were questioning every single thing, saying like you're not really into what he was trying to put out there. That's what it seemed like to me. That's what I do remember.
Yeah, you're just contradicting Jack and trying to belittle him.
No, I don't think that's the intent. I do think Hank is wanting to understand.
It may not be the intent, but it's the result, Jack. It's the result that matters.
Well, and the result
Thank you
is
for backing me up, Tim.
the result is we're here again. And every day is an opportunity for us to understand, to grow, to help each other understand and grow. And so there's another old statement, Hank, I can explain it, but only you can understand it. So what might help us help you understand what I claim to trust?
Nutrition.
Well, can I ask a question, Jack? I don't know. Well, like, let's say we end the wars and we get rid of the corruption. What do we do then?
Well, that's where we...
Where their space is equal and our space should be equal, and we could make an equal space for everyone to be equal and have their rights in their equal way. Boundaries, though. I don't know. Put them in their space where they can be that space and have our space equal and not harming each other's spaces. Stuff. Something so logical, like what is so bad about each other's space, but keep it just where it
Jack,
is.
I don't want to have space with away from anybody here, Jack. I love everybody. No space, Jack. Only spooning.
We love you too, Imperius. We love you too.
I don't really know that conversation. I don't study things like that, but I just know that's just bad to start fighting for no reason physically or something. What are they trying to?
I was just going to check. Are you sure it was Saturday's show or Sunday's?
I have no clue.
Yeah, it was definitely Saturday's show. I watched it 5 times.
Why don't you guys get a Jack's trying to speak right now? Jack's trying to speak. Go ahead, Jack. Please go ahead, Jack. I want to hear some wisdom today.
Jack looked ready to ask my question or answer it, so I don't know if he still wants to respond.
I do. I think what Dashton jumped in is a rough idea. What I believe could happen is if we're able to reclaim the power of our governments, we end the wars And by ending the wars and getting control of our governments, we can redo the economic systems. And what I believe is available is we get honest people together for honest solutions. And if we're not in competition with other nations and within the nations, I can imagine mankind coming up with some amazing solutions. Cleaning up our oceans, cleaning up our rivers, trying to restore the damage that war and selfishness has created.
Yes,
Wouldn't that be
please
amazing?
remind people.
Yes. So how do you make sure?
Jack, I think I'm going to start that. Jack, shut up, Jack. I think I'm going to start that, Jack. I'm going to give.
Mike is fucked up, Imperious.
Mike is fucked up. Hold on.
Well, and Hank was trying to talk too. Go ahead.
Oh, is that what it was? It might have been then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was probably both talking at the same time. So how do we make sure that people around us are being honest?
Oversight. I mean, community determines fairness, and when honest people come together, that's how fairness is found. We have the theatrics, right, of fairness in the jury pool and stuff like that, but it's not fair. It's corrupted. But the principles.
How can the jury be corrupted?
Because the laws are corrupted, Chuck. And what the jurors may hear is often limited by a judge, by a prosecutor, by a defense. I mean, I'm not intimate with the process, but I know there's rules to entering evidence, and sometimes the jurors don't always agree.
Jack, it's called the voir dire process, is where you select jurors and everything like that.
Yeah,
then you have juries.
I spent 6 months on federal grand jury.
This is your duty.
I got a summons the other day.
But not Jack.
Did you? For what? Which state, Jack? Which state?
From Washington.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Aw, I vote you to be a jury duty.
Shit.
Jack will always vote.
The only thing that was bad about the federal grand jury was it went for 6 months where I live. I was like, damn, get off my back.
Hey,
I got lucky though, we didn't get no cases called up.
God damn it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
I'm sorry, Jack.
It's nothing. This life is an interesting adventure. That's for sure.
For sure. Yes, it is.
Well, I know things can change in a moment. That's why it's important for us to pay attention, to do what is right, because doing good is important in this world. This is our only opportunity to do so.
Jack, in the twinkle of an eye, it can all turn around.
In
Can
good
I
and
ask
bad.
Imperious a question?
Sure, Chuck.
Imperious, where does it start at? The good?
Where does what start at?
The good.
Well, at God, because God is all things good by definition.
All right. Where does it go from there?
I mean, I'm not a theologian, but I would think it would go to,
Welcome back,
I would think it would go to the things God created.
You
know what I mean?
Does it go to man, then woman, then children, then community?
Well, it goes to human beings who have the choice to be good, I think.
Right.
Okay.
I think Chuck is talking
I was just
about
curious. I don't know that much about Catholic. That's why I was asking.
Well, Chuck, it's about ability to comprehend. Like, animals are by default good because they're only acting into the parameters that God instilled into them. Human beings are the only ones with choice that could act in an evil way, because we have the conscious ability to understand right from wrong, dictates from, adverse actions. That's why an animal, like if an animal does an evil thing, it's not like it's evil. It's programmed. Sorry, Jack.
Thank you. I know you were answering the questions, but hey, D&W, welcome to you. How are you today?
Hello, Jack. Yeah, I'm well, Jack. I don't know how, Jack. I don't know how, but I'm able to, at the moment, retain my composure when all around me are losing theirs. And I'm extremely thankful for this newfound, I would say, gift from God. If ever there was a gift from God, it's being able to keep your head while all around you are losing theirs. And I'm very, very grateful for this ability, Jack. I didn't used to have this, Jack, when I was younger. I was a little bit of a mad bastard. I admit it. Okay. A bit hot-headed sometimes, But now, for some reason, Jack, maybe it's the Jack Talcott influence. By the way, Jack, I say that in truth, actually, because you are a good influence, Jack. You are a good influence.
Thank you.
We have fun. We have fun here, guys.
That is definitely true. That is definitely true. Good influence.
I know we have fun here, and we do. We're men. We have a little bit of banter, and we kind of throw little jabs at each other. But at the end of the day, guys, for most of us, it is in good spirit, and there is progress being made, and I do thank you for that.
Truly,
there's always progress being made on Jack Talcott's show. Look, we're getting close. We're getting closer to a marriage between me, Mariah, Snowfire, and Emily. We're gonna have a beautiful matrimony.
Don't forget about me, Imperious.
Hey,
why do you always go to the gutter?
Hold on, Imperious. You've been asked not to bring up Emily's name, okay? Particularly in your personal relationship narratives. Please be respectful, okay?
All right, I'm gonna get married to a person with the letter E as the starting name, and then Mariah and with Snowfire. Because look, Snowfire will make the Aryan babies with me because she's got blonde hair, I have blue eyes.
Why do you always go there?
Go where?
You're taking it way off the subject matter.
Chuck, you're yelling again.
I don't even go there.
The subject matter is love, Chuck. The subject matter is love. Come on.
I'm talking about love. You're showing anger, which is the opposite of love right now. I'm giving.
Are you showing love, Imperious, or are you just showing, trying to flex domination?
I'm full of love.
I'm in love with Imperious.
I'm in love with everybody. I love Craig. I'm in love with Craig too. Craig's my side piece. Go ahead. Sorry, Jack.
I certify that Imperious is not trying to flex any domination. Otherwise, I would be bumping heads with him, and he's definitely not doing that.
Well, I don't know. By saying he's going to get all the women and spread his seed, is that not doing that?
No, because I'm going to get my tail too.
Can we try and get back on subject?
Absolutely. Back to Jack.
Right. Jack, what is it? Jack?
Thank you, Craig.
Jack, do you want to say something?
Jack, cheer up, Jack. Jack, you're helping a heavy heart today. Cheer up.
Holy cow, guys. Let Jack just relax for a second.
My prayer is to find a breakthrough, to actually have some fun accomplishing some good things in this world. How do we find a breakthrough, guys?
Well, I'm still waiting for a response to the last letter or whatever you want to call it that I sent to Trump. They still haven't answered me yet. The first two responses were just generic responses. You know, blah 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 blah. Life is good. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. You know, donate here. But this last one they haven't answered yet, so I'm waiting to see what they say, and I'll let you know.
Okay, so we got one suggestion on how to get a breakthrough is wait. Any other ideas?
Well, we need to identify the source of conflict so we can seek to resolve it and restore peace.
That is beautiful.
Jack, I say we take all the politicians, Jack, and take them out back and break their fucking knees, Jack. That's what I think will get things done. We got to make sure that these politicians, these fucks, Jack, they can't be getting away with this child pornography. And this. I'm tired of it, Jack. I'm really sick of this world, Jack. I'm sick of these people.
Well, and that's kind of it. We can get righteous in our anger, or we can use that as motivation to move with love. Rather than being angry at the situation, wouldn't you love to be a part of the solution?
Can I love being part of the solution by breaking their kneecaps, Jack? I mean, isn't that part? I mean, that's love.
No.
Can I ask Dashton, what is that on the wall behind you? What on earth is that? Oh, they've turned their camera off.
Yes. So
well, here in my community, we got what we call help boxes all around town, and you can take clothes, you can take food, you can take anything and put in them boxes, and people just come by and get what they need.
Yes. So
you know, it's a start. It's a start. That's all I can say.
So at the beginning of the month, I sent messages to my congressman and my two senators, and Democrat Senator John Fetterman actually responded to my message and says that he will make sure right to repair. He'll think about putting right to repair in the National Defense Authorization Act so that the military doesn't get ripped off by contractors, that they can service their equipment themselves.
Good idea, Hank.
Because the rest of us get hand-me-downs from the military, unfortunately. Hopefully we can move it to...
Jack, you know what I say we do? Everyone stop paying taxes to fund the military. There you go, Jack. Nonviolent resistance. Just don't pay it. Let them... They can't arrest everyone, Jack. They can't arrest everyone.
The problem in Imperius is that they just take your taxes right out of your paycheck before you have a chance to do anything, most people. So...
Then you just stop working and we start just defying everything, Jack. We start giving to each other.
You can't just stop working.
Yeah, you can. You build communities. You have people helping each other. You must find a way to be self-reliant.
If everybody quits, then nothing gets... You don't advance.
Yeah, I'm okay with not advancing. I mean, what are we advancing for?
And that's what unions do. They bargain by saying nothing gets built until you help us. So what are you talking about? Like, yeah, that is collective bargaining. The baseball guys are going to do it this summer or this winter.
We can still advance without going to war and causing harm to other people.
Tell you what, let me please, DeFreak, thank you. I'm happy knowing I can call you a friend as well. We are here to influence the world in good ways, right? Goodness rewards goodness. So who are we giving our support to? What is the goodness that we're offering in our world, in our community, in our nation? I mean, those are the questions. So
that's
here,
what I'm saying.
I'm going to do this for just a moment. Emily, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
Emily.
I'm doing good. Yeah, about what you guys were talking about before, because I saw this really cool quote, and pardon my voice, I still have a cold. It's truth is not what you want it to be, it's what it is, and you must bend to its power or live a lie. And that's by Miyamoto Musashi. So, and when I saw that, I was kind of like, must bend to it. Who wants to bend to bad things that are true, you know? But that's not what they mean. They mean just facing that that's how it is. And then you have to adapt. So like when you see your president, for instance, when I try to tell people about Trump and they have this really clean cut image of him and belief that he loves our country, you just can't talk sense to them. And even with showing them the facts. And then some people, you know, gradually what makes them more likely to bend to reality is that if they see there's something they can do about it, if they still have that hopefulness. So that's kind of, you know, and they just passed that Transparency Act in 2025, but now we're seeing some traction on it. So that link I put in the chat where Virginia Guffey's case files are going to be finally released. You know, we're going to finally get some of this truth, but look how long that took. You know, that was back in November 2025. We're up here in summer of 2026. So things do take time.
That's actually pretty quick, Emily. For the
Well,
government.
I know in the scheme of things, but
Yeah. A friend of mine used to say that most people would rather climb a tree and tell a lie than stand on the ground and tell the truth.
Well,
And
you
I
know,
think that's kind of true.
the thing about bending with the power of truth is that if you do that, it's so powerful, it will actually empower you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the truth comes from God. With the power of God, we get the truth, the love, and all the other blessings that He bestows.
And that's all around us at all times.
True.
Yeah, it's available to anybody, for sure.
I think it's hard for people to feel it sometimes if they're surrounded in the midst of something pretty dark or difficult. And that's one of the biggest things we're fighting too, is the whole antinatalist. This is a hell realm. Everything sucks. Let's give up.
Yeah.
They're really promoting that as an industry. They're capitalizing off of it, profiting off of it. And people sometimes lean into that, and it's very dark. And I'll see people say things sometimes, and I always want to try to say something to them, you know, to pull them out of that. People are kind of getting to where they don't really care if they see somebody hurting or falling for some of this garbage. And it's hard to care about everybody at all times. But, you know, the more we do where we expose a different way of thinking to as many people as possible, that's something.
Absolutely. And I think that really the place that people need to be pointed is inward. So that way they learn themselves, they learn how to treat themselves. And then when they do that, they could extend that respect towards others.
Totally.
Yeah, if we raise, well, let me not. It seems when I raise the standards for myself, I also raise the standards for what I felt others deserve too.
Yep.
That might not be true. I don't know. But I know today I've got higher standards for myself, and I know that people deserve better.
And you deserve better too.
I've tried to help many of people, Jack, and it's up to them what they do with it is the problem.
Well, this is the problem of our world, is that we've lost respect for the truth. We enable.
I think we lost respect for God, if you ask me. But that's
right.
My opinion.
And I thought you just said truth comes from God, so the two go together. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is where I think the goal of ending secrecy in the governments and the corporations actually makes a lot of sense, right? Because when we don't have the almighty dollar as the ultimate power, well, then the truth reigns supreme. And the truth is the equalizer. If we want equality, we got to make sure that people have access to what's equal. And that includes especially knowledge. If it's relevant, we should have access to it.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why I asked the Congress people to make it so that at least the state can not have the corporation keep secrets from the state, because a lot of us can take military hand-me-downs. We unfortunately, money's going on in war, so at least when military is done with their stuff, we can reuse it for peace. So that's why I don't want the stuff locked behind proprietary nonsense and encryption.
Well, you know, they had a little success in the UK, Hank, where they're going to make them. When cell phones first came out, they had batteries that you could take off and put on a charger and slap another battery on it. Well, the UK is making the phone companies go back to that.
Awesome. Filled replaceable batteries. We should.
I
get
mean, it's
Trump
a
on it.
start. It might be little, but it's a start, Hank.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is our lifetime, guys. We have the opportunity to do whatever we can and pretty much anything we want.
You know, I was just reading about how Jared Kushner met with Netanyahu today, or it was yesterday now, actually, for 4 hours and came out saying we were going to back further military action in Gaza. He has no official role in our government. So,
Who's that?
Jared Kushner, Donald
Right.
Trump's son-in-law.
He's an envoy. Yeah, he's an envoy.
So these are the
And
kind of
so-
things where we would have, I'm sorry, Jack,
Well,
just going to say where we have standing to say that this is illegal, basically.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, today I've seen that NATO is positioning a bunch of airplanes, fighters, and ones that can spy and all that stuff in Norway and all around. I can't remember the name of the state, the Russian state that's surrounded by Finland and Poland, I think. But they're doing a massive buildup with aircraft and whatnot. Well, there was a missile fired into Poland. I think it was Poland, but it fell short.
And
yeah, I don't like what's happening.
well, this is what I mean. We've got ample evidence. There are mountains and mountains of evidence to stand upon that demonstrates it's time for the people to intervene in what's going on in the international banking schemes, government schemes. It's time to restore justice and righteousness. Otherwise, mankind is on a path towards self-destruction.
I
Jack,
have some good
Jack.
news. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, DW.
I don't know if restore is the right word. I don't know if it was ever there, Jack.
Fair.
I've got some good news.
Time to
Layla
create
Mickleweight.
it. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Was
No, I
that
just wanted
Emily?
to. I just want to
No,
throw
that's
some good
all.
news.
I don't know what word we could use. Well, what is the word? Create? I mean, yeah.
Manifest. Yeah, no,
Mhm.
Layla Mickleweight posted last night that the lawsuit, this is the darkest corner of the internet, so I won't go into any detail, but the child trafficking and CSAM corner that is a whole part of like Pornhub and that whole industry, they just lost their case and Layla won. So the dedicated attorneys representing the survivors of the Godfrey LLP and Cohen LLP and the National Center on Exploitation, they won a class action for
country?
122. Hang on a second. They won a class action for $120 million for the victims of child trafficking. You got to realize this also includes little boys. There was a young man
Correct.
who was taken into a home, attacked, and then that was put on Pornhub. He eventually killed himself. It was put up and down repeatedly, and he just couldn't take it anymore. So, this is on behalf of these children. There's been $120 million. And the reason this case is important is it's eating into not only the company's profits, they're trying to change the law to where they will be held criminally liable, these CEOs, and several of them are named in cases that are ongoing. So that's one important corner of what you could call a polycrisis. With environment is in crisis and the people are in crisis and everything's out of sync. So getting it back in sync is a multifaceted process.
We're out of alignment, out of sync, out of alignment, and the disruptions in the society, the conflicts, it's because we've lost alignment with reality. It's sick and twisted.
It's Rome all over again.
Well, it's Babylon. Yeah, we are in modern Babylon, and America and the Western world, supporting the banking dynasty, are the beasts that have risen from the land and sea. And so we are in the belly of the beast of corruption, greed, of war. And I'm convinced that God created us to be who we are, to learn what we've learned, so that we could have the opportunity to help save the rest of the world from the unhealthy American influences.
Well, I see Trump is withdrawing troops from the Middle East or planes.
And he put them in there, Chuck.
What?
Chuck?
I didn't hear you, Hank.
He put them in there.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying he's withdrawing them now.
No,
I don't
he's
know
not.
for what purpose, what
Chuck.
reason. I just read a
No, he's
report
not.
today.
Chuck, well, okay, and what you may, I'm assuming, now let me, again, maybe I'm being prideful and disagreeable, but I'm assuming what you're referring to is that one ship that had the sailors wanting to jump off.
I'm talking about the warplanes. He's withdrawing warplanes. He's withdrawing tankers. He's withdrawing the spy planes, ECH or whatever they call them.
I did hear. Okay, I may have heard something about that because
I mean, I personally don't like the guy. Personally, I don't like the guy.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen a man babble his mouth with bullshit as much as him.
Right. He's a disgusting representative of men.
Of the United States.
Yeah, and this is a part. This is a symptom of fascism, right? When the individual becomes the symbol of the nation, and that's what Donald Trump is manipulating his supporters into believing that.
Well, every president.
Okay,
every president is a symbol.
Great. Did that help, Chuck?
Well, I'm just saying, if we're going to throw stones, let's throw them where they actually belong, to all of them.
Where was the stone throwing when I was simply trying to describe our modern day situation, Chuck?
I wasn't throwing stones at you.
I wasn't throwing stones at Trump. I was describing the facts.
Oh, it was just the tone of your voice and it sounded like the inflection.
Okay, so can we get past that? And did you understand why?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Go ahead.
Well, I actually think someone's got to do something. And I know there's people that are trying to do something, but I want to do something more. I've got this idea in my head, guys, and I can't let it go.
What is it?
What is it?
Well, just what I've been saying. That America has this opportunity to lead the world into proper peace and reforms. But we got to deal with what we've got. We got to work with what we've got. And the lesson I've learned over and over in my life is just that. Start over, Jack. Start over. You've got what you've got. It's time for a new direction and a different way. Happened to me a whole bunch of times. So why not? And actually, here, guys, I recognize this too. You can paint the case. This is Jack's egotism. This is Jack's narcissism. But it's the reality of my situation. I'm starting my life over. I'm inviting the whole damn world to do that. Let's start over in a new way.
What does that entail, Jack?
It means accepting where we are, identifying what's good, overcoming and letting go of what is bad. And what is bad right now is the failure to actually investigate and bring justice to the victims of the Epstein files, to the victims of Gaza, to the proxy wars that the Americans are paying for in Ukraine and all over. We got to stop, guys.
But you can't attack every problem, because those problems are huge. You got to pick one, right, Hank?
Yes. Which one do you prioritize at the moment?
You could attack them all at once in some ways. Systemically, like I was just reading about, 50% of the coal is mined by 8 to 13-year-olds in Pakistan. I mean, it is corporate greed is at the helm of the entire thing, and selfishness.
So I'm supposed to just magically make the corporations less greedy? I don't know how
Well,
to do that.
Sure you don't, because that wouldn't make sense. You're not going to roll up to someone and say, "Hey, greedy guy, be less greedy," and he's going to go, "Oh, okay." That's not how that works. We kind of withdraw our support from these people. We stop partaking and we start openly speaking out, and then we also pivot and do something completely different, and we do it out in the open. You know, and you can get gone after for that. We see examples. That's why they make examples of people, but you do it anyway.
I mean, I've been using Linux since 2010 because to withdraw from many of these bad software companies.
That's cool.
It's a
And you
personal
speak out on
choice
that.
there.
That's cool too.
It's software freedom. Richard Stallman remind us to free ourselves from these corporations.
Well, what's going to free us is when honesty is protected more than profits. We've got media, news media. I just heard a testimony recently, and I don't think it was in the United States, but it's a common problem I can imagine. These non-disclosure agreements. Employees are threatened with fines and prosecution if they discuss what they experienced. Right?
Didn't you get that talk when you left the service? The same talk? Not to discuss what you had done? Or am I wrong?
Actually, Chuck,
I did.
Well, see, and that's an interesting statement because I don't remember the exact wording, but there was an image that really stood out to me at the Veterans for Peace convention. It was the image of a battle-worn soldier, you know, kind of walking and looking worn. And the caption said something like, the wars have continued because those who went before us were told not to speak of what they saw.
True.
And that is the truth. Wars have been continuing because the public has no clue about the seriousness.
Well, that's like there was a helicopter company when I was at Fort Campbell that was a secret helicopter company. It was the 160th Aviation Group. And what happened was a couple of them fellas got killed, and the relatives kept pushing and pushing until they finally acknowledged that outfit actually existed and gave these families their proper stuff they were due.
Oh, it's far worse than that, man. The sickness that's happening all throughout this world and our nation, it's all through conspiracy. Human beings agreeing to conspire, right? Agreeing to be cruel, selfish, corrupted. And it's been written into the rules, guys. The entire legal system is a sham. It's broken. And until we fix it, I mean, actually what's happening with Donald Trump too, that guy's coming in with a lot of scholarly advice. People have studied that position and what would be the greatest agenda. What was it? Agenda 25? I mean,
yes,
there's been so many appointments made on loyalty, not actual ability. And this is signs of fascism, guys. We've got serious problems in the world at this time, but at the same time, guys, if we can have faith, then we can celebrate how good it is to be alive. And
I do every day.
So, Jack,
every day.
Have you considered not following the rules? If the rules were bad, we just ignore them.
I abide by truth. And in abiding by the truth, I seek to abide by the rules and the boundaries of others, right? I seek to cause no harm, but all of us, whether we realize it or not, we break different rules at different times.
But I'm going to break all the bad rules. I'm going to break all the wrong rules.
Thank you.
Oh, well, hell, I can show if you're looking first.
He's got nice ears.
The military recruiter never takes you to the graveyard to show you the end result of what they're signing you up for. That's
Well,
what
I know
the
where it
said.
is.
That is the truth.
Chickies.
See,
There's my little girls right there. And then I got easy now, easy.
Yeah, more chicks than Imperious.
Those are ducks. These are ducks.
Hell yeah.
I got a little runt in there. The yellow one's a runt. Okay, I'll back off. Easy, fellas. They don't want to be on camera. They're shy.
Humans are bad for the environment, according to the billionaires. I suggest that billionaires are bad for humanity.
What billionaires? Not all of them can be bad.
Well, let's consider the words said by Bill Gates, by representatives of the World Economic Forum. You hadn't heard them say those things, Chuck?
Well, we don't abide by the World Economic Forum. Now, Bill Gates is another story, but that's one person out of how many?
Hush, Chico. Hey, Chuck, you know that Elon Musk being the richest, and then the second, number 2 and 3 are Google, Alphabet, and so, you know, these CEOs control information gateways and on the very platform we're on. And information is where everything begins. People are kind of navigating and circumnavigating around it, but that's a huge issue.
Yeah, so
Well, yeah, but information overload is a problem.
Okay, Chuck, but
too.
you're pivoting to something that doesn't apply to what we're talking about. You said what billionaires? Those are the billionaires.
Okay.
The billionaires controlling your information and controlling, and that's part of brainwashing is controlling. Information control is like literally the middle part of brainwashing.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
There you go.
So, according to the World Population Review, there's about 3,500 billionaires in the world.
Wow. That many?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that high, to be honest with you. But you only hear about a couple, 3, 4, maybe. I don't know about the rest of them. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because even us people on this panel, we're not all got a bad thing going, do we?
Chuck, oh God, it'll really depend on what it depends on what we consider as good or bad, Chuck. I mean, I'm in a good spot, but I also know that there's a lot of other human beings who are like me that are not in such a good spot. And what Jesus showed, the way of God, is selflessness. The egotistical fools we've got in the billionaire club who think they're somehow superior to everyone else. This is insanity. How do you not see that selfishness is wrong?
I don't see these people out there professing that the world people, or even just take the United States, that the people is a bad thing.
Well, I think what Jack is referring to is their ideas about overpopulation and how people are causing the problem and how they don't have the ability to change things. The solution
we're not overpopulated, according to the statistics.
But Chuck, those who own everything interpret those numbers a little differently than you and I. That's what Machine Lies is saying.
Yeah, actually, I could pull up some quotes by some of these guys, right? Because there's important quotes, by Bertrand Russell and stuff, one of the things he says is that there's too many people, right? And this is in the Scientific Outlook, right? And he says war is not a good way to curb the population, right? That war has hitherto been unsuccessful in keeping the population problem at bay. But what we need is bacteriological warfare. This is what he suggests. And then he goes on to detail how society should be ruled by the needle and how we can control the population that way.
Where is this guy in charge of, or where does he live at, or?
And in Britain.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
With all due respect to Bertrand Russell, but he needs to fix his gut microbiome. He'll be saying crazy stuff like this, and maybe saying things like Thanos did nothing wrong. This is just nuts.
Well, I'm one of those that truly believe that what happened a couple of years back was a experiment that got away. I'm a firm believer in that.
Okay, so can you source that back and understand what might have been behind that? We've got people playing games here in the world, and there are things happening that they don't tell the mainstream public. Hey, Emily, thank you for swinging through and for the contributions. Blessings to you. Hope you have a beautiful night.
So I was able to discover that quote, if you don't mind, Jack, I'll read this. This is from the Scientific Outlook by Bertrand Russell. He says, I do not pretend that birth control is the only way in which population can be kept from increasing. There are others which one must suppose opponents of birth control would prefer. War, as I remarked a moment ago, has hitherto been has been disappointing in this respect, he says. But perhaps bacteriological war may prove more effective. If a Black Death could be spread throughout the world once every generation, survivors could procreate freely without making the world too full. There would be nothing in this to offend the consciences of the devout or to restrain the ambitions of nationalists. The state of affairs might be somewhat unpleasant, but what of that, he says? Really high-minded people are indifferent to happiness, especially other people's, he says. So I think that basically sums it up.
Yeah, that guy's lost. He has not done any inner work.
Right. But Chuck, this is the problem. I've seen modern interviews with one of the billionaires. He says he doesn't do self-reflection, right? He doesn't go inside to review his morality or choices. And I believe Donald Trump is kind of the same way. They've learned how to, deny, distract, deflect, and over